Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Thursday, the 12th of February. And have we got a fun day installed for us, ladies and gentlemen? Can I just say? I hope you're all well. Hope you are doing fine. You're coming up towards the end of your working week, the end of your service to Capital. And yeah, we're sailing towards the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be getting more intensive as we sail on in to the weekend, it would seem. Today we're going to be looking at, I don't know if we're going to get any reports of it, but when we're streaming, I'm sure we'll talk about it tomorrow. But we're just following the developments of the Herzog visit. The famed president of Is Not Rail, if you haven't heard, is visiting Australia at the moment. At the request of the Governor General, we learnt yesterday, formal invitations of this nature that go out to foreign dignitaries must go through the Governor General. And so we saw a bit of sneaky elbow sleazy yesterday, knocking off and be like, hey, I didn't invite him. It was the Governor General. But yes, it's been an invitation that has caused much controversy around Australia for many different reasons. Most notably, I would say the fact that as the Israeli head of state, he is implicated in a genocide. That's right. Not the type of Jenny that you want to take home and meet the parents, can I just say? And so, yeah, he's implicated, and it's been an absolute whirlwind this week covering that. Dr. Nathan gave us a little bit of a taste of what was happening in Canberra yesterday. People were not happy at all, and they were demonstrating, and there's people that are not happy now, and they're going to be demonstrating in Melbourne about it too. Will the Melbourne event go the way of the Sydney event is the question on everyone's lips. What up, players? 30 minutes till knock off for the week? Really? Is that right? You're starting a weekend early? Congratulations. That's a working class lottery right there. Extended weekend. We need to elect our GG. Well, apparently if they have such extraordinary powers, it's not a bad call. You know what? Our Governor General seems more and more like many countries that just have kind of like have a president that's more like ceremonial than functional. Like, all of the politics is really done by Parliament and the Prime Minister. But then you have like a president who comes down every now and again. It's just like, yeah, it's what I said. I'm going to dissolve Parliament, baby. So yeah, Governor General just really seems like that, doesn't it? But yeah, why not? Let's elect our Governor General. Let's have a big party for them. Let's see. Let's vet who they invite over for state visits. So we're going to cover what Herzog was up to yesterday when he went to Canberra. We're going to look a little bit more about some of the fallout from Sydney's protests on Monday. And like some of the ramifications now of the excessive police force. I don't want to say the V word, the excessive police force that was on display there, and whether or not that's right, shameless plug. I don't want to use the V word, but we're going to look at some of the fallout from the excessive force that was used in terms of legal action now. And we'll have a look a bit of that. What else are we looking at today? What have I got? Oh, the Canadian I don't know if you've heard, there's been a mass shooting event in Canada. It's pretty small town kind of stuff by the sounds of it. So it's pretty, I guess you would say, pretty upsetting for this community. We'll unpack that. And there's been drama with the CFMEU. If you remember last year, we actually covered this quite a lot. I actually went to a CFMEU protest or rally at the time that the government was clamping down on the CFMEU and put them under administration. So last year, if you weren't aware, the CFMEU was kind of exposed by the media. Trans shooter as well. I've heard that, actually. So we're going to actually have to have a look into that dilemmas. yeah, I've heard the same thing because some of the reports that you get from people are just basically someone in a dress with brown hair, and you're just like, someone in a dress? What's going on here? So yeah, we'll investigate that. How about Joe? Yo, how are you, sir? I'm into chapter 2 of Techno Feudalism so far. Really enjoying it. Only stopped to be here. Wow, you're already down chapter 2? That's crazy. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm trying to think how the book started. I think in that book he uses Australia as an example to explain capitalism. Is that right? Do I remember that correctly? And he's talking about like how they kind of cordon off land, and like because the formula for capital is like land, they say land, labor, and capital. And so if you fence off most of the land, people actually have to seek wage labor. They can't live for themselves, and they have to seek wage labor employment. Right, female. Yeah, female in quotes, according to the MSN. Are you going right? Am I saying that right? Are yet. I'm going to say are yet 9. Are yet 9? I hope I've pronounced that properly. Are you a regular are yet 9? Let me know. Dilemma's a gun person. Interesting turn of phrase. It is an interesting turn of phrase. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But yeah, last year we were looking at the CFMEU drama. So the CFMEU is massive union, hugely involved in construction, I guess you would say. But they do other things as well. But yeah, mainly the construction arm of it is being investigated for corruption, like infiltration, they say, of organized crime units. And so like that was a big scandal last year. Like, not that successive governments, the mainstream media, and like I guess the entire political spectrum outside of the extreme left like goes after unions nonstop. So this is part of just a general union witch hunt. But as soon as they get any dirt on union, they will bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it down. Yes, R yet. My guy. I vouch for R yet. Okay, I was just wondering if you're new here. That's all. Not, not judging yet. I will reserve my judgment. Yeah, CFMEU, obviously. Well, not obviously, but yes, has been implicated with corruption charges and infiltration by bikie gangs, etc., etc., etc. And so they've been investigating. They appointed a special investigator, and this person has come up with their final report. And the mainstream media was kind of running it a bit yesterday, although we didn't cover it. So we're going to have a look at that. I can't get access to the report, though. I can't get access to the report. So regular enough. Riot being called worse, not important. Oh, it's riot. Sorry. I should have figured that one out, but I've got it now. Yeah, so we'll get into looking at... I can't find the report, though, but I want to look at the drama, as the media defines it, that's come out with the CFMEU, but I think the report is pretty scathing in its findings. And so, like, it'll be up to the government, I guess, now to figure out what to do, because, yeah, they've been put under administration, I had thought. So administration basically meant that, like, the top levels were sacked, basically, and a government-appointed official was put in charge of the organization. And I guess there'll be some further developments in that regard. We'll look into it. But first of all, this one's for the Australians in the audience. This has just come across my feed. And so, like, I do want to have a little look-sees. Can't help myself, I must admit. We're going to check out this. The Liberal Party leadership spill has been confirmed. So it's coming. There's going to be some drama. If you're not following Australian politics and you're potentially interested in it and you want to know what I'm talking about, let me be the first to tell you that the coalition is a no-alition, in the sense that they suck now. They've been completely decimated, I would say, by their own doing. I don't know how else to say that without being all judgy. But, you know, they're pretty much on the rocks at the moment. And yeah, they've had some struggles. They've tried to get back together, and it looks like the Liberal Party themselves now is about to choose a new leader potentially. So Lots of drama in the Liberal Party. Let's have a quick look to see what Channel 9 has to say about this. Yeah.
We have breaking news at 9 a.m. It is official. Susan Lee is being challenged as leader of the Liberal Party.
All right, let's go live to Charles Croucher at Parliament House. Charlie, what happens now?
Charlie?
Sarah Carl, the opposition whip, Aaron Violi, has been delivered a letter that's requesting a special party room meeting to be held either tonight or tomorrow morning, in which the leadership and the deputy leadership will be spilled. This was called upon by Phil Thompson and Jess Collins. They are two Liberal MPs here in Canberra. They both resigned in their positions, both as a shadow minister and a deputy whip. They have now handed in their resignations. They are the third and fourth line.
Fantastic, great move. Well done, Angus. Yeah, well, what's going on? Is that what's happening here, Mr. Taylor? Is there chop chop? Is there some type of backstabbing event happening? They're moving in. Susan Lee's finished. Angus Taylor's taken over. If you've seen a cowboy movie where they drag a body behind their horse, the body is the Liberals, the horse is the MSN. Right. Stop, they're already dead. Yeah.
Along with Angus Taylor and Claire Chandler, there are many more that will come throughout the morning. It is designed and will, in practice, leave Susan Lee isolated before this party room meeting is held. Angus Taylor hasn't yet put up his hand to challenge for the leadership, but
I always thought Susan was a fall guy. Surprised she lasted this long. Oh, well. She's, I think Bondi had an effect on all of that, to be honest. She jumped in the polls during Bondi and she's back down again.
And the leadership will be spilled. That's when he will make his move, and it's assumed, and what I'm being told here is that he has the numbers, although it's close. Here's Phil Thompson speaking, arriving at Parliament after delivering that letter and handing his resignation to Susan Lee.
This morning, myself and Jess Collins presented ourselves to the leader of the opposition. I handed my resignation from the shadow ministry, and we also gave a letter to call on an urgent party room meeting to resolve the leadership. Now, from the hallways of Parliament to the kitchen table, people have been talking about a leadership spill. Well, Jess and I made the decision ourselves to...
From the halls of Parliament to your kitchen table. Have you been speaking about it at your kitchen table? Hey, anyone? I must admit, I have not been speaking about it at my kitchen table. Obviously, we don't have exciting enough conversations when we're sitting down for tea.
To bring that on.
Matt O'Sullivan has also resigned his position as we've been speaking, so that's now 5 by my count.
So, Charlie...
So, I don't get it. So, they resign their positions, and so, they're in the shadow ministry, and then so she has to reform, her shadow cabinet or something, and then at that point, then they can all sit down and have another vote, a leadership vote. So, they're basically... They're not leaving the party, they're just leaving her ministry. So they're not going to be ministers anymore, or shadow ministers anymore. And then that puts the whole party in question, or they have to retake on the leadership. Is that how it all works? I'm struggling with this one. How far can they fall? Stop. The coalition is already dead. There it is. That's when I think the swing for One Nation really grew legs. Seeing Albo at Bondi alone, then Pauline at Bondi, being embraced by everyone. Of being embraced by a very particular subset of the Sydney community. Interesting call there. I guess we will find out, won't we? Very interesting call.
I've rightly pointed out before, it doesn't take many to get to 25, so it's not a hard count. But is he the only one? I mean, or is there someone who could come from the outside here?
Yeah, there certainly is. That's the big question being asked here. The fact is that probably the best numbers counter, or the one that's had most success in this building and the biggest history, is Alex Hawke. Now, he has backed Susan Lee throughout. Whether he has a third candidate up his sleeve, someone to come through the middle in the same way that Scott Morrison did in the contest between Julie Bishop and Peter Dutton and Scott Morrison to replace...
Ginger Nurse in the house. How you going with the sneaky gifts there? Yeah. The libs and the nuts right now. There's a Simpsons meme for everything, isn't there? For everything.
Malcolm Turnbull a few years back. We wait and see. The Conservatives that have been doing the numbers for Angus Taylor, and some of those senior members will resign their shadow portfolios in the hour ahead. They are confident. When it comes to the deputy leadership, there is a Melbourne Cup field running there, so who knows? The other challenge is that they might then have to resign because they are now working against the current deputy leaders. That's going to leave a spectacle at 2 o'clock when question time is due, and Susan Lee's going to have to sit there with half her backbench gone, everyone knowing there is a challenge coming and potentially her last day in the job.
Why wouldn't you just neuter it? Why wouldn't you just, I mean, you know more about this obviously than most people, but just get it done this morning?
Yeah, you could. The problem is there's Senate estimates going on. So senators are required to be in those Senate estimates in some cases. The Reserve Bank Governor is here. That's a really important time to question the Reserve Bank Governor, given the biggest issue is cost of living, and the biggest impact on cost of living is the cost of housing. That's playing out today. Said the most remarkable part about this, let's not forget, go back 2 months after Bondi, and we had that situation where the Liberal Party were united in grief and determination and resolution to get behind Australia's Jewish community. What has played out since they demanded to come back to Parliament is the government presented legislation, the coalition voted for it, against it and abstained. They did all three. Then on the day of national mourning, they split. Now, with the Israeli president here in the country, they're about to roll the leader. It's a remarkable turnaround from this resolution to rebellion in the matter of a couple of months. It's as said the other night, it's a pressure test. Bondi is a pressure test for the community. It will always be about them. The community held strong. The Liberal Party is the one that's cracked.
Well said.
Well said.
Well said, Charlie.
Yeah, good on you, Charlie. Hey, well said. The community stood strong and the Liberal Party, or the coalition, cracked around it. Oh, fuck. Wow. What an interesting analysis of the political situation at the moment. I told my in-laws to vote for One Nation. They are lifelong Labor voters. They asked, why One Nation? I said they will do something about immigration. Now they're going to vote One Nation. One chat, two voters, One Nation, swing again. Hey, you got to get out and have more chats with people. You can do it in one go. Lifelong Labor voters, one word, immigration, and that's how they won the election. And my mother-in-law immigrated from Yugoslavia when she was a kid. The coalition will be back. We can never truly be rid of them. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like the coalition, it's just going to be a new coalition now. It's going to be One Nation in there. One Nation, the Liberals, and the Nationals. What's left of the Nationals, I guess, after One Nation does its thing in regional areas, I guess. And engineers can't take credit for this analogy, but I knew this would put a smile on our faces. Eh? Were they really unified in grief, or was it just a show? Yeah, I know, right? Come on. It was a time where it was just like, it was a bit too contentious right now, a little bit too tense to do any of this leadership spill stuff. Let's all just act united, and it'll look good, and then we'll get back to the drama later. Get back to the Game of Thrones stuff later. And that's how it's done. Give people what they want, LOL. Yeah, give them what they want. Yeah. Immigration. Cut immigration, and all of our problems will just disappear magically in the middle of the night, and we'll be living in a paradise again. It's that simple, baby. It'll be really hard, I think, for people to come to terms with the fact that if you just kind of, like, let's just say it's happened, like hypothetically, some party got in. It could be any. It doesn't matter who the party is. And they just turned off immigration, and people realized that it doesn't really lead to the utopia that they thought it was going to lead to. It'll be interesting to see how they deal with that disappointment, how they will express themselves, what kind of hot ticket issue that they will turn to next. Like we've had the debate here so many times, like I'm sure immigration is a factor in many of the pressures that ail modern society. But if people are thinking it's a silver bullet that's going to deliver the utopia, then like, I guess they just have to find out the hard way, I guess they just have to find out the hard way. Not all, but it's a lever the government can pull immediately to do what? to look like they're doing something about all of the multiple issues that are caused by the system itself. It'll just be a thing that people are like, oh yeah, we did it. What the hell do we do now? All right, yeah. Oh, why is housing still cost a lot? Why didn't this bring down the cost of eggs? Petrol's still very expensive. Still can't find a place to live. Rent's outrageous. What's going on? I thought this was supposed to help. There must be something else. But immigration is a large factor. It's a factor. But like, it's definitely not a silver bullet for all of our problems. The modern world. I'll tell you why the modern world is the way that it is. It's a little catchphrase that I like to use. 4S in the house. Yo, 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 what's up? What's up? Give up your heavy-handed coppers. Whoosh. Yes, heavy-handed indeed. We'll get to that. And there's a lot of legal action apparently being threatened around the heavy-handed coppers. Can I just say, you underestimate the ethnic vote. Many of us were alive during the swamped by Asian speech. She came for the Asians, then it was the Muslims. Any self-respecting ethnic know that it's only a matter of time before our minority is next. It's an interesting phenomenon that you are actually describing there, Ninja Nurse, to be honest, because I know a number of ethnics, I guess you would call them that. Let's just call them migrants. And came here not so long ago, I would say. What do you reckon? Like 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And they've that phenomenon that people talk about where they, you get something and then you pull the ladder up from underneath you, or you pull the ladder up from behind you. Like they get into a country and it's got what they need, like let's say a wealthy country. It's got the services, the infrastructure, and the lifestyle that they desired as migrants. But once they're in, they're kind of just like, well, I don't want anyone else to get any of that kind of thing. Or I don't want anyone else to degrade my chances of continuing to enjoy this level of luxury, let's call it. And I do know a lot of migrants that are hardcore One Nation supporters from that fact. They've tasted, or they've come to the land of milk and honey, and they don't want any of the people that they used to live with coming in and messing it up for them. So it is a really interesting psychology that is behind all of this stuff. Because I remember talking to them, I was like, but you migrated here. I don't get it. And they're just like, yes, I know, I migrated here. And that's why I don't want anyone else coming here. It's mine now. They can all get. It's an interesting psychology, I must say. But there will be more houses. Yeah, the investors will hold the houses empty. And I think there's structural issues with the construction industry, broad scale structural issues with the construction industry. But everyone knows my take on this. If you haven't heard it before, let me tell you right now for free. You take housing off the market, and that'll be a massive factor. Roll call. I'm here. Just here to watch Trash Fire. How you going? Hi here. I'm Riot. Hi here. Immigration is just a PC way to be racist. This is a topic that you love, isn't it, Ninja Nurse? It is. It's a dog whistle for certain sections of the population, 100%. It's a dog whistle. But it's a dog whistle that I think has been manufactured in Western society at large. Or when I say Western, I should say free market society, because there are, free market societies that aren't like Anglo or something like that, or European based. Look at the Japanese elections. It really strikes me hard to see the Japanese complaining about immigration levels when they've got, some of the hardest immigration laws around, and very, very small, relatively speaking, small migrant populations. But it's a political tactic and a dog whistle, I would say. So I know what you're saying, Ninja Nurse. It's unfortunate that people don't see it for what it is, a divisive tactic. It's very unfortunate. Remember when they wanted to cut the fuel excise and the alcohol excise? It's a rich tapestry not just immigration. Quickly, there's a second of footage where a protester's mouth is open, and we all know boots don't protect your feet. Let's start a culture war about whether he bit a cop and deserved rabbit punches and being brutalized. Hey? Interesting. Yeah. We'll have a look at some of the victims of this. We'll have a look at that later. And you tell me what you think, 4AS, because there's footage now coming out of all these little old ladies that have basically been destroyed by the cops. And like, you can culture war some little pipsqueak, loony lefty rioter who bit the cops. You can culture war that the fuck up and be like, look at this little loony lefty struggling and resisting arrest. It's just a crazy cultural Marxist. But like, when the little old ladies are getting beaten up by the cops and are being hospitalized, I don't know if you can culture war that shit. I don't think people get down with beating up 80-year-old women. They aren't cutting all migration, right? Right. No, but like that, look, I said hypothetically. I said that. Let me just clarify if you're wondering. I said if they turn off migration, like all migration right now, and like we've been to the March for Australia rallies, and like there's been multiple speakers that get up and say there needs to be a moratorium on immigration for 5 years. Like, just cut it off for 5 years, and we'll deal with it in 5 years' time. So like, definitely people are proposing that. Definitely. It's not a wild accusation or hypothetical at all. Do we already have new peeps in YouTube chat? I don't think so. I think Riot said he's been here before. That's how it starts. They weren't going to deport American citizens either. Yeah. Or throw them in concentration camps. Or shoot them in the streets. Look at this. Look at them now. No, but migrants are about community. I don't feel the pulling up the ladder phenomenon will hold up when it comes down to the crunch. Yeah. You know who hears dog whistles? Dogs. That is the insinuation. Yes, Dilemmas. That is the insinuation. It's funny that you said that. It's funny. They're purely observational here. Watch hospitals collapse without migrant labor. I'm not talking city hospital. I'm talking about regional hospitals. Many of the doctors and nurses working in regional hospitals are allocated to those areas on skilled visa. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's not a silver bullet. It's not a silver bullet. When COVID happened, and in our office, I didn't realize how many people in our sector came from overseas. And even like those nice overseas places, like the UK and stuff like that. I was like, damn, we've got a shortage. We can't hire people. It's crazy. Who would have thought? Migration filling in gaps in the economy? No way. Oh, Violet Quinn Law in the house. Putting your hand up. You're doing the roll call. It's good to have you. Back for round number 2. Obviously, you love the punishment. Thanks for coming back. Unfortunately, in Australia, your rights don't don't supersede the law, even if it's bad law. Well, actually, I would argue the premise of liberal society, the ones that we have now, the foundation of a free society, is actually the law cannot violate your rights. It's actually the other way around. Your rights are there as a bedrock. Think of them as like the 10 commandments or the core values of your corporation or your organization. They cannot be violated by law. So if law actually does contradict with your rights, then the law is illegitimate. But I'm not sure why we're talking about this dilemma. Did we say something about rights and stuff like that? Why do we bring that up? Only the NSN thinks it's a silver bullet. Okay. I'm not sure why you brought up rights and law though. But yeah, I would argue like fundamentally like a liberal society, free society, that's why you have rights. And that's why they're rights. They're not privileges. Rights are something that you have the right to. and they can't be taken away unless you do something like, I don't know, you kill someone or something like that, or you violate somebody else's rights, or you break the law, therefore handing over your rights. But like fundamentally, your rights shouldn't be undermined by law. I would argue it's actually, it would be illegitimate law, and that's why they contested if they violate human rights. It takes 3 years to train a nurse to do the bare minimum. If they want to fix immigration the way they're talking about, they better start getting all their white children used to collecting bedpans and being abused by junkies. The nursing workforce overwhelmingly affects white boomers seeking these services. It's cutting off your nose to spite your face. Yes, I know what you're talking about. It does seem very defeatist, especially given, like, you know, if you've got experience in areas where we've had to turn the tap off before, like I said, for reasons outside of anyone's control, like a natural phenomenon. And yeah, I was actually surprised that how much of our workforce was affected in a government sector, was affected by the flow of migration in and out of the country. And then I started looking around the office and I was like, oh my God, actually, these people aren't Australian citizens, are they? They're all on, oh, not all, but like, you know, a quarter, a third of these people are on like some type of working visa or something. And like, if we don't have these people here, we can't provide these services. And then we're just going to get blamed for doing a shit job, which we got blamed for doing anyway, but whatever. Our migration's the highest in history at the moment, despite not allowing humanitarian migrants. Only NSN thinks it's a silver bullet. Oh, sorry, I read that. There's nothing nice about the UK. Terrible weather and horrendous food. Savage. The amount of immigrants that want to appeal to white Australia is pathetic. By the Constitution, the state is the body that grants you your rights. I believe that's the wording in Australian law, right? Yeah, fair enough. But there are rights that exist that are inalienable to all humans. You know, we signed up to it as a nation. And we supposedly are supposed to uphold said human rights of the UN Charter. Unfortunately, the law creates your rights without due process. You can't have rights afforded. Unfortunately, the law creates your rights without due process. You can't have rights afforded. Is that an if in there? Unfortunately, if the law creates your rights without due process, you can't have rights afforded. Asking for a friend. Or they are privileges, really. Rights are powers the state agrees to give up for a bit. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think what we're talking about here are privileges. If the state makes a law and it takes away things that can be taken away from you, those were simply privileges in the first place. They're not rights. But this is more of a philosophical discussion or framing that I'm coming from here, not a legal perspective. I'm looking at how we started these societies historically. Over the last, 250 years, we've been working on this. It was to show that the police feel justified because the government made it illegal to protest at the location. Well, they didn't approve. I think the language is important there. They didn't approve a formal protest march there, but like the people it's not particularly illegal for them to be in the streets or protesting. They just didn't have an approved march there. I would argue against that. They should have got approval and they didn't. They weren't allowed to march. And the accusation is they tried to march and then so they started beating the crap out of them. But they only ever give them up temporarily. They always want more powers back as soon as society is divided enough to take them back. Yeah, it's a good word, isn't it? It's what happens to the working class all the time. Like you get some good wins on the board and over time, when everyone has their back turned or get a little bit comfortable, then they take things away. Interesting. That's why we need enshrined rights in our constitution. Yeah, I agree. Not by Australian law, we have implied rights. Again, we did sign up to a little thing called the UN Charter. So I think as signatories, we've fully acknowledged that these are not just implied rights, they are actual human rights. Protest being one of them, the right to assemble and the right to freedom of expression, they're there. We consider them necessary, especially at the end of World War II. It's funny how all of a sudden we don't. Our immigration is the highest because of proportion to population, not as percentage. Saying our immigration is the highest it's ever been is an inaccurate assessment. That's interesting. Yeah, there's the Human Rights Treaty, but they have been enacted via local laws. Yeah, I think I missed a on due process comment. Yeah, but that what is implied can change. Damn, look at this. We're getting into a legal discussion today. It's only fucking 10:30 in the morning. Calm down, everyone. Hey, legal debate. Can we acknowledge that under Labor, immigration has significantly decreased? If you look at the measure per day, it has come down from 1,200 per day under the LNP to roughly 950 in 2025 at last check. Is that true? There's 1,200 people coming in a day under the LNP. That's not what you usually hear. I thought everyone's made the claim that the largest immigration numbers ever, in recent memory, were coming under Labor. That's interesting. Where do you get this from, Ninja Nurse? Yes, we are going a bit deep early on. Back to you at the studio. That's so good. No, it's interesting, but like everyone's getting philosophical on Thursday morning. Be Thursday philosophy sessions. Should we have rights enshrined in our constitution? Or is it enough that they're simply implied? Or is it the fact that I exist as a human being? Is that enough to imply that I have the right to be here? Or should I fucking disappear because I'm inconvenient to someone? And then the state can just stop abiding by it also, as they're the ones enforcing it. I do agree on enshrined rights, though, but it is only as good as the due process in the executive at the time. They dead peak out. They aren't quite as high as a few years back, it's true. LOL, we hate the Liberals as well. LOL, we hate the Liberals as well. That's an interesting, I didn't know that. Like, I thought it would peaked, like, when you go to the March for Australia protest, all they talk about is the fact that it peaked under Labor. But apparently, there was more coming in under the Liberals. I didn't realize that. That's very interesting. All right. Let's get on with the show, shall we? This has been interesting. All right, so what are we going to do first? I might just see what the old Anthony Albanese was up to with Herzog yesterday, because I just want to know. I'm just interested to know what the fuck was going on, because Indoctrination was out there protesting and documenting the experience. It's his public service. It is usually ours too. We like to live document these historic occasions. So let's see, shall we? What was all the fuss? What was all the fuss? Why was Herzog in Canberra yesterday? And what was Albo doing with him? Were they just shaking hands and doing like ceremonial things? Probably.
A welcome steeped in tradition, tinged with sentiment. The youngest victim of the Bondi...
A Bill of Rights discussions makes me nervous. I worry that if we get to a point where we can develop a Bill of Rights, the wrong people will be writing these into our constitution and the working class will suffer for it. Fair enough. Well, you just have to make sure that there are working people that are the ones that are forcing the idea of amending the constitution or reconstituting. Let's say reconstituting. And that's what we're here for. This is a revolutionary channel, a revolutionary debate arena. And like, it's people like us that should be in charge of writing a constitution. Yeah, not like Gina Reinhardt, who puts a $2 economic exclusion zone, labor exploitation exclusion zone, in the north end of Australia, so she can compete with African capitalists or corporations in Africa. if Labor are the enemy, then Liberals are the traitors. But I mean, they were bringing in a pile also, the Liberals, apart from the lockdown period, but right after they made up for it. It needs to be written the right way, yeah. And One Nation are the tinfoil hat wearing cokes who think the world operates according to their imaginary ethics. It's just the wrong people writing this stuff. It's always the wrong people writing this stuff. Yeah, okay. You know, it's funny because I do think that there's a lot of value that comes out of the American Constitution and the amendments to it. And so, like, 250 years ago, when they were writing this thing, or 200-ish years ago when they were writing this thing, I think they actually got it pretty good, because what they were facing, and like this was, their bodies were on the line here. They were facing repercussions from royalists and the crown. Like, England could have just come in and killed them all. So they were really structuring things to protect themselves, because they knew what it was like to be the next in the firing line. And especially if like some state came in to be repressive, they would have been completely screwed. So like when their ass is on the line, like they do write it a little bit better. But yeah, if we just get fucking like a bunch of Gina Reinhardts in to write it, we're completely screwed. I agree. Ravy baby's in the house. Hey, Franz. How are you? Sup, Front? Just got back from moving everything indoors undercover after a random goddamn downpour of hail. My God. Yeah, it's usually the wrong people, but also had people writing up universal bills of rights 3K years ago. Interesting.
Terror attack, a symbolic reminder of why the Israeli president is here on Australian shores. Isaac Herzog's first stop in Canberra, Government House, welcomed by the country's top officials, including the opposition leader. Conceding the diplomatic relationship has been rocky.
We also share the hope that we can bring the relations between our nations on a renewed path.
And a message of assurance to the Israeli head of state.
I always say that this is a place of peace.
This visit a moment of great importance to many within Jewish leadership.
A beam of light piercing the darkness that's enveloped the Australian Jewish communities.
Following in his father's footsteps, Israel's former president who planted olive trees at the Israeli embassy 40 years ago.
Your embracement, your meeting with the families, with the community at such a painful and sad period of time was very meaningful.
The president's visit came with heightened security and sensitivity. Protests against his visit seen outside the embassy. Palestine will be free! And outside Parliament House.
Are they allowed to say the thing?
As a war criminal.
Are they allowed to say from the river to the sea? Hey, what about globalize the enchilada? Is that what we were saying yesterday? I can't remember. There's some good ones though. They're regular now. That wasn't meant as a question, rather a statement. LOL. Yeah, Raby Baby is a regular now. Watch out. If we're going to create a Bill of Rights for this country now, it's a good time to do it. We can see what works and what doesn't work in the American system, learn from those mistakes and strengthen the rights of the people. Theoretically, yeah. I feel like Labor could write a good, okay Bill of Rights for us. Well, yeah, look, if they stick to their principles as a Labor party, and as we've been describing, they are writing in human rights that are there to protect working people. Things that are in actually the UN Charter, things like housing being a goddamn human right. And so like the government or the people needing to take the responsibility in the services that they provide to the broader community, that everyone has a dignified existence and has access to housing, food, water, all that sort of stuff. And so like when the market fails, you can be like, well, the market's failed. So the government's going to step in here and we're going to provide dignified housing to the population, and like people shouldn't have to struggle and decide to eat fucking 2-minute noodles or not turn on their air conditioning or the heating because they got to pay their fucking rent or something like that. Like, you know, we could hypothetically. I agree with you. If anyone's going to do that in the current situation, it would be someone who is a Labour Party. But like, you know, remember who you are. Remember where you came from. Remember the working people. That would be the way to do it. What's that? Al Soka, or however it's spelled, wrote one in India after murdered like 100k people to take over the area. You mean the upper class is looking out for their interests against the monarch or sovereign? Are we talking about the comments I was making about like what the Americans did with their like iterations of the Constitution and the amendments they made? Yeah, the upper class was. Yeah, that's why I said, like, when their asses are on the line, they'll actually write some stuff in that might protect people. Yeah, so like, you know, it's good in that regard. Like, there are a lot of protections from state overreach. And like, I think America's constitution is one of the only, if not the only, that actually has stuff about free speech in it. So like, again, protecting your speech from the state. So yeah, it's just the upper class saving their bacon. But it wasn't a bad Bill of Rights once it came to light. He came to light. I guess we're talking about the US one. If we create a Bill of Rights, this country... Oh, no, wait, I read that. I want Herzog to visit Lambeth Mosque. That's what a true leader would do. Unfortunately, not many of those around. You know, that's a fair point, because what happened to what's his name? Ahmed El Ahmed. You know, the fucking hero of Bondi, the Muslim dude from the Shire. What a contradiction that guy is, seriously. The Muslim man from the Shire who saved all of those Jewish people has Herzog visited him? Anyone can say that? Has he gone down to the mosque to visit Ahmed El Ahmed and tell him how brave he was and shake his hand? I wonder if he has. Not gonna lie, I'm ALP rank and file, and I'm skeptical of the caucus. If the rank and file do it at a conference, then it'll be more. Hey, that's it. There it is. So you're right, Hobo Joe. There's your answer. We got it from someone who is like from ALP rank and file. Let the rank and file write it. It'll be a cracker constitution and a Bill of Rights, and just don't let the inner workings of the party take over. Hey, bourgeois democracy. Hey, bourgeois. The Menzies we believe statement would be a better template, and it would be codified. We had no right to privacy. Labor just passed speech laws. Don't think we want them writing a Bill of Rights. Is not rail has so much influence here at the moment. It would, like you say, it would be like you can't say river to the sea and stuff in the Constitution. That's fucking hilarious. The Constitution would have to be voted on by referendum. So in theory, they could sneak stuff in unless people don't pay attention. Yeah, kind of. I always think it's good to be the upper class writing rights for the lower class, and then I laugh at the idea that it will help us much. Yeah, and again, unless their bacon is on the line for some reason, their ass is on the line. But like, you know, I don't know. Screwed over Sky News, but loves Trump. Because everyone pays so much attention to political detail in Australia, and best that would mean no constitutional change. That is a really good point. Herzog has 2 more days. Let's remain optimistic. Come on, bro. Do you reckon Ninja Nurse, he would do that? Like, I haven't heard, because like his whole agenda, his whole itinerary is completely like out of bounds. Like, no one's allowed to know what Herzog is doing. Has he actually gone to see the hero of Bondi, the Muslim dude? Has he gone and, you know, paid his respects? Like, he's here to support the community. That's what they keep saying over and over again. He's here to, like, you know, help people heal and move on. Well, like, you know, it would be a massive gesture if he went, like you said, to the mosque and prayed with Ahmed al-Ahmed and, you know, broke bread or something like that, or took shrapnel out of his shoulder. I don't know. Being able to vote something down, not the same as taking part in forming a Dr. Nathan. How you going? Morning all. Got to lurk for a bit while I'm driving, but good to see the coverage of the Canberra protests. Yeah, bro. Hey, it's good that you guys are out in force. Hey, notice the 0 arrest statistics. Hey, yeah, well, it's because no one assaulted police officers. That's right. Because you weren't bloodthirsty. Not like those Sydney-siders who are out there just to break police lines. That's the reason they went there, actually. They just wanted to fight with the coppers. Those little old ladies trying to fight the police. Eh? I honestly think in the wake of all the shit that's happened, I reckon you could go to an election with a mandate of, I think Australia should have a Bill of Rights. I honestly think, I think you could. But again, I think, who's going to write it? It's a fair question. A good person would do that. So let Herzog show us his colors. Someone once said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Fair enough. Fair enough. Baby, why would he go and visit the man who thwarted his state-sanctioned terror plan? Come on now, Herzog just wants to sign more shells. Oh, don't give away the story, Ravy baby. Come on. Come on. Hertz is PM of a theocracy at war with the Muslim minority. He's not breaking bread with Muslims in Australia, not unless you get him really drunk first. Okay. Interesting. Well, remember we saw the footage when it first happened. Bibi was like, first footage that came out, and Bibi was just like, oh, there was a Jewish person in Bondi who wrestled a gun off one of the terrorists and saved all of these Jewish people. And then like 2 hours later, he was at some other conference and someone's giving him a paper with actual details of what happened. And he was like, oh, and I'd just like to thank the Muslim man. And he was like, you could say it was hard to say, but he's like, the Muslim man who saved all of those Jewish people. My thanks and thoughts go out to you for a speedy recovery. So good. So good. That professional protester militia. Yes, that's right. The loony lefties. Who really funds? That's what we want to get to the bottom of in this stream. Who really funds Big Josh? Hey, Joshua Lees, we're on to you, bro. We know you're a professional protester. George Soros, or the Australian equivalent of George Soros, is out there funding Joshua Lees and causing violent protesters to attack innocent New South Wales police officers. We're on to you, Joshua Lees, bro. We're on to you, brother. Coming to get you. Yeah, I need to find out where these paychecks get given out. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, far out. I didn't know they were funding people. What did I put in my application form?
And our place of democracy in Canberra is absolutely horrific.
I'm just disgusted. I'm dumbfounded. I can't believe it. I'll never, ever, ever vote for this government again.
I'm from Israel. I served in the IDF. I was lied to. I was told that we were the most moral army in the world. I had no idea.
They say he's representing a country found by the International Court of...
I haven't seen that type of interview before. Damn. I was lied to. Wonder what she'd be interesting to interview, wouldn't she? Damn. The stuff that she could tell you. Wow. I think it's funded by Sky News. Think about it. Without this kind of drama, what would they report? How would they get advertising revenue without eyes of that? That's so good. They're like it turns out that they're the main backers behind the Palestinian Action Group. They keep funding them because without all of their actions, they'd have nothing to be upset over. It's so good. It makes sense. Think about it. I don't want to defend Bibi, but a Russian Jewish old man did disarm them before they fired a shot, just to be factual. But yes, they also need the event for their benefit. A Russian Jewish old man did disarm them before the shot was fired? Do you mean around, like, the car? Like, when those people, they were getting out of the car and they shot him in the street? Because that's not what we're talking about. Those are two separate things, aren't they? Yeah, SBS taking risks there, aren't they? Damn. She'd be so interesting to interview. Like, imagine what she could, like, say. The details she provides. You never get a side of the story like that. Yeah, I was in the idea. He's actually here to promote goodwill through the distribution of free beepers for our convenience to promote peace, of course. Kylie Woji in the house, hey? That woman is a pretty decent journo. Okay. There you go. I can get you her name. She's pretty famous. As in, like, the lady here. Her. She's a famous journalist. This one. Yeah, please. I would like to know more. Yeah, he did manage to disarm one of them. Yeah. But, like, we're not talking about that guy, though. And that's not who Bibi was talking about either. He was talking about the Muslim guy. So, like, you can defend him all you want. But he wasn't talking about that guy. Because that didn't come out for days later, that news. I bet Sky News is also funding queer counselling services, trying to convince young queer kids to be trans. Yeah. Hey, it's good content. It's great content. Her name is Veronica Sherman. Her. Okay, so you know of her. But people can have multiple guns. She wrote an article for Michael West Media recently. Yeah, interesting. Well, Veronica Sherman. Thank you very much. Oh, there she is. Swedish-Israeli writer, an activist who has called Australia home since 1995. Well, eh? What's she out there protesting for? Doesn't she know that it's anti-Semitic, eh? Doesn't she know that she's part of the problem, eh? Veronica, shame on you. Fair enough, I can't recall the exact timelines of events. Well, like, I just mean, like, immediately before anything really happened. Like, it was still fresh, the event, and he was out. Because that was already known. People had seen that one because it was part of the event. It was, like, it was, like, a day or something later that the other part came out because people had the dash cam footage of it. I was actually watching it almost live in Washington, AJ, when it happened. And they started cutting in feeds unfiltered very fast. Breaking the Silence is the site that has testimonies from IDF whistleblowers. Interesting.
I had no idea.
They say he's representing a country found by the International Court of Justice that its acts in Gaza could amount to genocide, which Israel denies. The Greens and Independent Senator David Pocock among the demonstrators.
There is such strong support to tackle anti-Semitism, to stand alongside the Jewish community, and I just don't see how inviting a divisive figure at this time does that.
Still, the President made his way to the Prime Minister's courtyard.
You know, when one Jew is hurt anywhere around the world, we in Israel ache and our heart misses a beat.
Australia's relationship with Israel had shown signs of fracturing after Anthony Albanese recognised Palestinian statehood at the UN last year. Now, this trip has healed some of the wounds, but hasn't alleviated all of Australia's concerns with the Israeli government's actions.
Herzog's visit here at the same time the Israeli Security Cabinet approved the expansion of settlements in the West Bank, considered illegal under international law. The Department of Foreign Affairs saying this decision will undermine stability and security and is a significant obstacle to peace. Altering the demographic composition of Palestine is unacceptable. The president's four-day
Altering the demographic composition of Palestine. Sounds like Jenny Side has been hanging around, releasing press statements at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, altering the demographic composition of Palestine. Interesting, Interesting language.
The composition of Palestine is unacceptable. The president's four-day trip will wrap up tomorrow. Uncertainty, though, over whether his visit has left this country any more united. Rayanne Tamer, SBS World News.
Yes, Jenny is one hell of a bitch. Especially when you have to use language like that to describe it. Hey, changing the demographic composition of Palestine. Interesting. Like as the guy where Israel were doing Google searches of the shooter's name before the shooting happened. Nothing sus there. If you're looking for that, Kylie, like if you go back to when it happened or the day after our stream, one of the first things that we looked at was this guy's conspiracy theory videos where he's showing what's the guy's name? Naveed Akram or whatever. Searches for his name was appearing in New York? No. Somewhere in the US and Israel hours before the event took place. And so like someone was documenting their Google searches. That's what we're talking about there. But like it's in the streams that we did on the day kind of thing, or the day of the next day. I think it was the Monday. It was because it happened on Sunday afternoon. This fuckboy Pocock, like the guys were still being detained when they were saying it was an anti-Sem attack. It reminds me of a toxic workplace saying, we are family here. Oh, right. That is sus. It was interesting because this guy's like, hey, you can do your Google search. And he's like looking at search hits for the guys, for one of the shooters' names. And he was like, look at it popping up here. And he's just like, he's basically looking at the world clock and he's like, this is the hour that it happened in Australia. But like, if you have a look at what hour that was here and there, like, it doesn't make sense. He goes, look, these things can be out because sometimes Google, like refreshes its information and it could be out by a little bit of time here or there, but it still doesn't explain why this was happening before the event. And so everyone was like, we were all speculating on that. It was like mad tinfoil hat stuff going on. There's very, very weird stuff happening there. That's for sure. No further judgment, just strange. Hey, not going to pass judgment on that one. All right, let's get an ABC version of this. Shall we? Can we see how many Google search hits there were for David Pocock's feet?
Rolling out the red carpet for Israel's president. Isaac Herzog touched down in the nation's capital alongside Australia's Prime Minister.
This is me. I will see you soon.
A ceremonial welcome at the Governor-General's house and a warm handshake. Taking place amid a heavy security presence.
So crazy, like
Mr.
every
Herzog
time
planted a tree
we've seen
at the
like anything with Herzog in it, they show snipers. Like it's just, I don't know. I guess it's important just to reinforce to everyone how heavy the security detail is, just in case you were wondering whether we're looking after our guests or not. Every time they've shown him, they've shown the snipers so far.
Israeli embassy. As pro-Palestinian protesters gathered down the road on the lawns of Parliament House, condemning Israel's actions in Gaza.
It's disgusting and embarrassing that we have to come out here and even say that it's wrong.
I'm dumbfounded. I can't believe it. I'll never...
We just saw this guy. I wonder if the media actually just sends out camera people and they all just dogpile. Has anyone actually worked in media would know this? I don't know. And they're just like, all right, there's like one camera guy that goes out and does some reporting, and then they all pay for the same source. Like, we just watched this guy say he was dumbfounded. We have to watch this again. Let's not forget this bad boy. Dear Prime Minister, I'm concerned with the alarming rise of anti-Semitism in Australia and the lack of decisive action by your government to confront it. Okay, this is signed by yours truly, Benjamin Netanyahu. And what was the date? 17th August 2025. Okay. He warned ya. If you want to have a look at that letter, go and have a look at it. It's in the stream chat in Discord. Go have a look. Let's not forget this bad boy. I warned you. Hey, see what happens? It's like, like when people used to pay protection money to gangsters, and like they were supposed to protect your shop, but like if you didn't pay the protection money, they would smash your windows in. So you're really just paying them to not smash your windows in. Yeah? He gave the ultimatum. Yeah.
Ever vote for this government again.
I'll pop in the other letters too. Okay, the other letter too.
Herzog is not welcome.
Some politicians standing in solidarity.
There is such strong support to tackle anti-Semitism, to stand alongside the Jewish community, and I just don't see how inviting a divisive figure at this time does that.
While strongly defending the president's visit, the government's also aware of the sensitivities surrounding it. Isaac Herzog didn't appear in the chambers during his visit to Parliament House, instead holding closed-door meetings with leaders. Anthony Albanese expressed his gratitude.
You've provided comfort to the Jewish Australian community who are grieving this loss as a result of the anti-Semitic terrorist attack.
This visit has been very emotional.
At least 2 crossbenchers boycotted question time. Another demanded answers about an Australian aid worker killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza.
If President Herzog wasn't here, I wouldn't have been able to raise the issue of Zomi Frankham with him, which is precisely what I did this morning.
Exchanging pleasantries and seeking to soothe tensions.
And what's the answer to that one? Has anyone heard about this situation? I wonder what they have to say about that. I wonder when Alba will kiss the wall. Yeah, I wonder if that'll have to happen. Hey? You don't want another Bondi, do you? You're going to come and kiss the wall. Oh, man. I saw it in a few commentators' streams, but I can't recall the exact source, but I remember the graph.
Romy Stevens, ABC News, Canberra.
I wonder what they did talk about that incident. Is anyone aware of this? Who was she? What was she doing? She was an aid worker.
About an Australian aid worker killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza.
An Australian aid worker. Are you able to give me the name or any details about an Australian aid worker that was killed in an Israeli strike? I'm assuming in Gaza. Potentially recently, since October 7, 2023. Lao Zwami Frankham. She was 43 at the time of death, nationality Australian, role humanitarian aid worker with the international charity World Central Kitchen. Zomi was killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza on the 1st of April 2024 while helping to deliver food and humanitarian supplies as part of the WCK aid convoy. The Israeli military said the strike resulted from misidentification and described it as a tragic mistake. Oh my God. Looks like fucking Palantir system was off again. Hey, it's not the first time the AI that they used to help do these strikes has, you know, gone to the wrong location or killed innocent people. Far out. There's like 6 of them. Like 6 Australians have, like, aid workers have been killed by Israeli airstrikes. Damn. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese publicly raised Frankom's death with Israeli President Herzog, pushing for full accountability and potential criminal charges related to this. Like 6 of them in the convoy, or you mean 6 Australians? Tel Aviv, Jaffa. Australia seeks criminal charges over 2024 Israeli airstrike in Gaza that killed Australian aid worker. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said he conveyed the request to visit Israeli President Isaac Herzog during a meeting earlier in the day. Australian Zomi Frankom was one of 4 World Kitchen aid workers killed by Israeli drone on the 1st of April 2024. The other aid workers were American-Canadian dual citizen, a Palestinian and Polish national. 3 British security staff were also killed in the same airstrike. There was no immediate response on Albanese's request from Herzog, who visited the nation's capital, Canberra, on Wednesday after spending 2 days in Sydney, where he comforted Jews reeling from an anti-Semitic attack at Bondi Beach. Damn. Eh? If only these people of his person got the same royal treatment. Eh? Seems like she was victim to an act of terror. Wow. No, they were from all over, 1 Australia and 6 people. Yeah, well, it seems like British, Canadian, American, and a Palestinian, and Polish too. Man, some of my good friends called her their best mate. Oh, whoa, you know this person. That's what they say. I don't know heaps about it, but I know people who knew Zomi. And apparently the circumstances were extremely suspicious. They got into a second vehicle and they hit it also. Damn. Exactly. They say it seemed targeted. They hunted them. I keep going to accidentally call him Herzl. Ha! Well, I guess it's not entirely incorrect. LMAO. It wasn't an incident. It took like 40 minutes. Hey, Palantir, what are you doing? Hey? Defending our freedom. That's for sure. Interesting.
If President Herzog wasn't here, I wouldn't have been able to raise the issue of Zomi Frankom with him, which is precisely what I did this morning.
Oh, you can't fucking call him up? Can't send a letter? There must be diplomatic channels. What's this? Republicans followed up with this one. Congress of the United States. Dear Prime Minister Albanese, we're writing with respect to your efforts to unilaterally recognize Palestine state, the upcoming 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. This is a reckless policy that undermines prospects for peace. It's a dangerous precedent that violence, not diplomacy, is the most expedient means of terrorist groups like Hamas to achieve their political aims. Damn. It's written to Anthony Albanese, Mark Carney, Emmanuel Macron, Keir Starmer, from the Honourable Donald J. Trump. There you go. It's written to all of them. Don't do it, boys. I thought we were friends. Hey, you can read those letters in the chat if you want. Damn. Well, Herzog, your visit is quite eventful, isn't it? I wonder what you have to say for yourself. All right, so let's just rewind a little bit. I know this happened yesterday and this was in Canberra, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that's been coming out. I know we have been covering this for the last couple of days. And I'm sorry if you've got some fatigue, but I don't. So fuck you. We're going to have a look at the what happened on Monday again, but like new kind of angle on this one. There's a lot of calls that are coming out after the Monday violent police crackdown on protesters for legal action. And take a look at this. Like, I don't know how you defend this. Like, even if you're the most hardline blue lives matter advocate ever, and you love your coppers, and you don't mind like a little bit of boot in your face, like, I don't know how you can get down with beating on old ladies. Like, this just doesn't look well ever.
You're with 10 News Plus. Like a pack of wild dogs, that's how a Sydney grandmother has described the police officers who responded to Monday night's anti-Israel protest. The 69-year-old says she suffered a broken back after being shoved to the ground, and now she wants justice.
Caught up in the chaos. This is 69-year-old Jan Al-Hafni on the ground, unable to move. Her back, she says, is broken.
He started yelling at me to get up, get up. And I said, I can't get up, my back is injured. And he grabbed my arm and he yanked me onto my...
Cops are top. Yeah, cops are also apparently quite well acquainted with knocking around old ladies. How do you feel about that? I'm pretty sure she got a broken spine, bro. Hey? It's hard to justify this. Like, you can't look at this and be like, ah, yeah, she had it coming. Stupid old woman. Hey? Like, how do you justify this?
And he grabbed my arm and he yanked me onto my feet really viciously.
She tells us she has 4 fractured vertebrae.
It's excruciating. The pain is terrible. Don't know what my future holds. I'm supposed to be with my grandson today. I'm supposed to be visiting my dear friend in Adelaide next week.
She's haunted by the police response to Monday night's protest in Sydney.
It was disgraceful.
Well, at least this guy bit someone. What did she do? She was standing around, getting thrown around by coppers, apparently. How do you... It's hard. It's hard, this one. I don't know if anyone could justify this. She's got, what is it, 4 broken vertebrae. Old grandma, eh? She had it coming. She was armed with the power of Christ. Kylie Wody, people just blindly assume the police do no wrong. If you go in the right pipelines, you'll see endless comments of how they must be justified and they're doing their jobs. That's where APAC told Ben, stop saying that. You are the boot, and it's not helping. Like, Ben, I am the boot. I think it was Tim Pool that said, I'm not licking the boot. I am the boot. Tim Pool. You shove your hand in my face, I will bite. I'm far too online. Alright, let's do this.
They looked like they were possessed by the devil. They were like a pack of wild dogs.
My missus is in an ambo and she doesn't like having cops in the ambulance transporting mental health patients, etc., because they agitate patients. They are a certain type of people. But so this woman here is a mental health patient. Is that what you're saying, Mamupa? Jags in the house. Yo, give up your bastards. Hey, all of them. I can all of them. We just watched footage. I don't know if you saw it. This is actually put this on. I thought of you. There was a 69-year-old grandma that has got 4 broken vertebrae now. She's got a broken spine because she's getting roughed up by the cops. Now, I'm no medically trained person. But my understanding is when someone is on the floor and they think they've got a back injury, you don't pick them up and throw them around even more. I know they can't just stop to give out first aid for people like they're police officers or something who are supposed to be trained. But like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't yank them off the floor and hurry them away. Just saying. No, I'm just making a point about what police do. They transport mental health patients. They are a certain type of people. Okay, fair enough. There's a certain amount. There is a certain amount that are thugs. Okay. Look, I'm confused on your position on this one, Mooper. You're coming in before, going hard. Maybe it was just you're trolling me. Then. So some of them are cops are tops, but some of them are thugs. Fair enough. You're I'm not sure where you're sitting on this one, but you're keeping me on my toes. I'll give you that much. A large amount. I hate all of them. Yeah, so does this 69-year-old woman too.
The looks on their faces were just frightening. I've never seen it before, never.
The protest was over. She says she just wanted to leave.
All of a sudden, out of the blue and at full speed and full force, the whole group of the police that were standing near me, they just surged forward. They pushed me in my chest and I fell to the ground. Everyone was falling on top of me. And I did get really scared at that stage because it was like a stampede. And
oh, okay, fair enough. I thought you were trying to bait me. Fair enough. Being sarcastic, not a fan of cops. Got it. Oh, man. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's a difference between a person and a drug-induced psychosis and a visibly elderly woman with her faculties intact. I've seen both at work and I've never wrestled an elderly woman to the ground protesting the quality of the hospital food. Far out. Of the people at work that became cops, only one was concerned about crime and morality. The rest just wanted to get paid well. There you go. It's a crime the lifeguards didn't get more praise. And it all became about anti-Semitism and not Australia coming together after they were attacked. You're not living life to the fullest. Ninja nurse. Yeah, I know. Start wrestling old women. You're missing out, bro. You're missing out.
I thought, I'm going to get suffocated.
New South Wales Police says it will review all official complaints. Jan is now considering legal action.
They should be charged. They should go to court. And if convicted, then they should be given the appropriate penalty. Police are supposed to protect us. They're supposed to serve us. They're not supposed to indiscriminately bash us. What I want is justice and accountability.
Overnight, pro-Palestine protesters gathered outside Sydney Police headquarters. At Town Hall. It was a far more subdued affair with just one arrest, a teenager accused of assaulting police.
Wait, this is the guy. This is the guy. Remember we were watching this yesterday when they started protesting outside of the police station in Surrey Hills. So like one of the main cop shops in Sydney is in Surrey Hills, and I guess that's where all the real coppers congregate. You know, the ones with the Thomas Sewell mustaches and stuff. And we saw yesterday there was one arrest that was made, and they were just like, somebody was flashing a torch in the cop's face, so they arrested him, and we were all laughing about it like, that's not serious. They wouldn't have arrested someone for that. And like, there he is.
Arrest a teenager accused of assaulting police.
He's got a lie during the day. During the day. I thought it was at night or something. You know when people get lasers and they piss people off? This guy had a torch, and so they arrested him. Oh, man. Like, old ladies, people with torches. Like, if you're trying to defend police actions here, like, you're not helping. You're not helping. Look at this guy. Hey, he had it coming. He knew what he was doing with that torch.
Affair with just one arrest, a teenager accused of assaulting police. The act in question, shining a torch in the officer's face. It's alleged he also had a knife. Today,
he had a knife.
For the New South
Hey, they searched him. They found it. Hey, domestic terrorist. Got him. It's the ICE defense. It's the Christie Nome defense. That's Christie with a K, ends with an I. The Christie Nome defense, bro. He had a knife. He was coming right for us. So we shot him 3 times in the head. And then when he fell on the floor, we shot him another 10 times. We gave him the Minneapolis treatment. Can you warn us before some footage like that next time? Did you see it? Do you want me to play it again? Love Jeff, bro, did you see it? Tell me. He's literally holding a torch. Like, I'm sure he's pissing him off on purpose. But it's a fucking, it's the, like, look how, it's daylight, man. It's daylight. But even this guy's like, come on, don't be a douchebag.
A teenager accused of assaulting police. The act
Assaulting
in question,
police.
shining a torch in the
With a torch. Oh my god. See, like, if this is what they constitute as assaulting police, no wonder why they were breaking backs of little old ladies, crushing people on the floor, throwing people that are praying around like rag dolls. If they get offended or they get assaulted by light, then fucking hell. I'm surprised they didn't hurt more people on Monday night. No, God, no. Allegedly his dick is 10 inches long too. Yeah, he just... yeah. Christy Lynn Arnold Gnome. Hey, it's the clan. It's the clan, baby. I see you played Knifey Torchy. Oh, man. Remember Dr. Phil joining ICE taught us that everything is a gun? A touch is a gun. That's not a bad point, actually. Those people holding hands. Damn those photons. They're going to ruin our country.
officer's face.
Alright, Dilemmas, you must be fucking super pissed off about this stuff, right? Like, not only do we have harsh gun laws, right? But, like, now people carrying torches can be arrested because it's a weapon, eh? This is a police state. This is where I draw the line. When people can't carry torches on them now, like, this is where I draw the line. This is absolutely outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. To be honest, cockroaches do scatter when you shine a light in their faces. Eh? The cop couldn't run, so he had to neutralize the light. Hey, Jag, I think that's your comment of the day, bro. I hope you read that one. Ravy Baby's just written something for you, man.
It's alleged he also had a knife. Today, there were more calls for the New South Wales Premier to formally apologise for the actions of police.
And he was carrying cocaine and some enriched uranium. We're not sure, but he's probably trying to make a nuclear warhead. We'll get back to you on that one.
Violence that we saw, it's something that we would expect to see in Trump's America. We do not expect to see something like this on the streets of Sydney, and the community is horrified.
From the streets of Sydney to the nation's capital, the Israeli president touched down in
And he
Canberra
had Herzog came to the defense as well. He had a rocket launcher in his kitchen. Oh, man.
meet with the government.
Yeah, and it's alleged he had a knife, not that he had a knife. Yeah, that's why I said it was alleged that he also had enriched uranium. Hey? Looks like Trump's going to have to send in an aircraft carrier or two, take care of that one. Allegedly, he had a 6-pack, allegedly. Allegedly, he had a bubble butt, allegedly. It was pretty much a laser, bro. Come on.
General and Prime Minister.
You've provided comfort to the Jewish Australian community.
There was once again a cavalcade of security, but on the lawns of Parliament, more protests. Isaac Herzog's controversial tour concludes tomorrow, with more demonstrations expected as he arrives in Melbourne.
Yes, I wonder what's going to happen in Melbourne. Eh? Wonder what's going to be happening in Melbourne. Now, from what I understand, the Melbourne one shouldn't be as controversial, right? Because it's not. There's no exclusion zone, I believe. They should be allowed to protest, do their march, and everything should be just people demonstrating, people exercising their rights. Dare I say that word, given our philosophical and legal discussion earlier. But yeah, expressing their rights, I would like to say. Old mate with a torch is 6 months from making nuclear weapons. We need some Operation Midnight Hammer. I hope Trump comes over here with a fucking bomber, takes care of him. We can't use white lights on our skirmish field due to the risk of epileptic fits and eye damage, but also it's a torch. You have these things called eyelids. What? Literally wielding a lightsaber, dude. Have some respect. 5 p.m. tonight, I think the protest moved to. Oh, it's another nighttime affair. Interesting. And well, the cops shine torches in your face at night all the time. First thing they do. Which city is known to pop off more, Sydney or Melbourne? Melbourne, I reckon. Melbourne for sure. Melbourne goes hard because they're also like opposing forces that gather in Melbourne and they clash. Yeah, I'd say. What do the other Australians think? Melbourne's way more volatile, I think, politically than Sydney is. So if that's assault now, yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, cops have a lot of assault claims coming. So it makes sense. If that's assault, then like what happened on Monday night, there could have been so much more police force used. Melbourne is nuts, and I like it. There it is. You've heard it. Poor Coldplay. Everyone is shining the light at them at their concerts. Hell yeah, let's go Melbourne. Cops' jazz hands game wasn't strong enough. To be fair, the protest was pretty out of character for Sydney. In a good way. Yeah, Melbourne often has the NSN fucks show up. Yes. Yeah, they have confrontation down there. There was no supporters willing to show up yesterday. LOL. Oh wait, did I miss something you said? Holy fuck, that was a good call. Whoever said the cockroach line, I'm still laughing. Yeah, it seems like Melbourne has a lot more politically minded people. I mean, every time police I'd try to what? ID you at night. Yeah, now assault, 100%. Yes. The last rally that Sue ran had people on the right turn and fight side by side with the counter-protesters when they realized they were Nazis. Herzog in Vietnam is going to go off. LOL. I hear they make good coffee in Melbourne too. They do. We make good coffee all over Australia, to be honest. Especially, I'm very disappointed about the coffee in the US, for one, but also in France. Like, very disappointed. Australia does really good coffee. I think we have an Italian streak in us. That's where we get a lot of our influence from. Wait, which groups came together to fight the Nazis? I think it was March for Australia people, if I recall. You don't like watered down espresso? No. And I like milk too. Like good full cream milk, not like whatever the other stuff is. Yeah, I bought street coffee in Paris and it was shit. Yeah, like what the hell? I just assumed that was the birthplace of, Western coffee culture, the coffee houses of Paris, where they, developed the Enlightenment. And it's shit. It was shocking. Anyway. Enough about torches. No, just leave that in the back of your mind when considering legal threats and stuff that's coming up in relation to what's been happening with the pigs. Whoops, with the police. Bit of a slip there. Italian, Turkish, and Lebanese influence mixed with British tea culture. You get Aussie coffee culture. Colombia and Malaysia are the best places I've had coffee. Yeah, right. Oink, oink, oink. A bit of a slip there. Serious, you could have an assault charge so easy. Yeah.
Battered and bruised. That's not how 83-year-old Jan Murray expected to end up after Monday night's protest.
It was a nasty confrontation that should never have happened.
What the fuck? She's 83. Like, you must struggle to defend some of the actions. I know you've got Abbott coming out swinging, and you got Ho Chi Minh's saying that people are assaulting officers and stuff. But, like, do you reckon this woman here is out there swinging at the cops? Hey? I don't know, man. This 83-year-old woman, I don't see it happening.
It was a nasty confrontation that should never have happened.
The grandmother was among thousands at Town Hall protesting.
She does look like Antifa. She's trans Tifa for sure, bro. She's the type of woman that's going to get picked up by Trump and thrown into an ICE detention facility at one point. Look at her. Doesn't she scream danger to you? So good. Just a bit of jostling. Just a little bit of jostling. So good. Is she born a woman? I'm just asking questions. What type of trans Tifa are we talking about here? Look for anywhere here selling Papua New Guinea coffee beans. It'll change your life. Plus, it's local compared to other sources. It's good to know.
The visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog when officers pushed the crowd, knocking her to the ground.
LOL, seems like they see an old lady and just start throwing hands. Yeah, what is it with people and grey hair? And like, do you remember the guy with the business shirt and like old mate, the UFC copper with the Thomas Sewell mustache, just cracking him multiple times in the ribs? Old bloke just with his hands up. Look, I swear I didn't do anything. I swear.
Fascist. They're acting like fascists.
It's one of many stories that's placed police actions under scrutiny.
The violence that we saw it's something that we would expect to see in Trump's America.
This man was repeatedly punched by an officer. ABC News Verify has obtained footage of the lead-up to the incident. It shows an officer interact with another protester before the situation escalated.
Whoa, let go of him! Hey!
This man, who was punched more than a dozen times while two officers pinned him down, is accused of biting an officer during his arrest. But many others say they...
See, I'm not a medical officer. Let me just say it again. I'm not medically trained. But why the fuck is that thing still bleeding? Like, unless they took that picture straight away.
is accused of biting.
It looks like they're in a separate room there. They're not in the public domain anymore. Why is that so fresh, this cut? I don't know, man. That's not a bite mark. I've seen my fair share. No, this is it. They've got the fucking... This is it. This is the nail in the coffin. That guy's going away for a long time. He's bitten a piggy. That isn't a bite mark. What? Look, chat. You cynical chat. Calm the fuck down. They've given you the evidence. Now you need to just clear the fuck off. All right? He's obviously bitten the copper. It's gone from he bit him in the foot. Do you remember how this started 2 days ago? Bit him in the foot, then bit him in the knee. Now he's bit him in the hand. Hey? Something's not adding up here. Imagine being that copper's mother. Oh my god. So good. So that justifies the rabbit punches? I don't know, man. Only if his thumb was inside his mouth. The question here is, why was his thumb inside his mouth? What soft tissue was he trying to damage? Eh? That's an odd looking foot. It's an odd looking knee too. Hey, something's changed. Something's changed. I would expect a lot more bruising from a compression of the jaw. Yeah, it's interesting. Any NRL fan can tell you that you can force someone to put a tooth mark on you. Bro didn't even know what he was doing. That's what I was thinking as well. How many times have we seen this accusation or this type of stuff watching footy games? Someone's like, he bit me in a tackle, man. He bit me. Look. Oh, man. Dude's a biter, LOL. He is Mike Tyson.
An officer during his arrest. But many others say they were attacked unprovoked and are now considering legal action.
They were not looking after our safety. They weren't concerned for our well-being.
Can you imagine what would have happened if some of those agitators had breached police lines?
He said the other day when he was justifying the police actions, he said they breached police lines. They were breaching the police lines. Let's just hear that again.
What would have happened if some of those agitators had breached police lines?
See, I don't know if they even give a shit anymore about actually explaining the situation. I don't think they give a fuck at all. I think it's really clear what's happened. If you really want to know what happened, like why it got violent, that is, there was an event at the ICC at the Convention Centre that was put on by the Zionist Federation of Australia or Association of Australia, and they needed to leave that event and not be inconvenienced by anyone in the city. They wanted to go home, and they didn't want other people in the public domain. And so the police, at a certain point, cleared them out. It didn't matter if you're an 83-year-old woman or a protester that was a little bit hungry. It didn't matter who you were. It didn't matter if you were stopping for evening prayers. They were going to use whatever force they felt was necessary to move you the fuck out of there. And if anything happened that was questionable, you were assaulting them. And it's just as simple as that.
A view causing fractures within his own party.
In a number of instances on Monday night,
it's taxable gaslighting. Yes.
Police behaviour was unacceptable.
Police are currently reviewing hundreds of hours of body-worn camera footage from Monday night's protest, but there are growing calls for an independent investigation. As
if you invite Jenny Siders in your country, you're going to have a bad time. Eh? You know that guy, by the way? Who? The person that was talking in like the Senate just then? The Honourable Anthony D'Adam. ALP. Yeah? Well, there you go. He's Labor left MP, right?
In a number of instances on Monday night, police behaviour was unacceptable.
Police are currently reviewing hundreds of hours of body-worn camera footage from Monday night's protest, but there are growing calls for an independent investigation as more rally attendees come forward with claims of police brutality. The anger from Monday boiled into another protest last night against police.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw these guys, these hippies, these loony lefties with their torches out. Minns hates him. Yeah, that's why Abbott was praising him the other day, right? Abbott was absolutely praising that guy. Now, I'm sorry to have to do this to you again. I can't believe in 2 times in 2 days we're doing this. But strap yourselves in. We're going to be listening to some more 2GB. I know you love it. So calm down. Police boss responds to offensive protest chants. The pigs. Eh? Police boss Mal Lanyon responds to offensive protest chants. Let's have a listen, shall we? Yeah, but we all hate Ho Chi Minhs.
We're about to be joined by the New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon, and I want to get his reaction to what we saw in Surrey Hills last night.
Surrey Hills
protesters outside Surrey Hills Police Centre chanting "F the pigs."
No way! No way! Protesters chanting "the pigs"? What type of world are we living in? Hey, society's finished. I'm telling you, society is finished. Protesters calling obscenities and referring to police as pigs. That's it. Society's going to crumble, ladies and gentlemen. The piggy snowflakes unhappy with a few words. Yeah. Eh? Interesting. Someone's had their feelings hurt. Tortures, beating up grannies, offensive words. I feel like New South Wales Police Force is filled with snowflakes. What's the colour of a 2-cent piece? Copper.
So that's what they were hearing, the police, over and over again. F the pigs, F the pigs. Joining us live in the studio, the Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon. What was the behaviour like last night?
Outrageous. It's unacceptable. As I said, the police are there to protect the community. They are there for all of the community. Seeing parts of the community who have a vested interest in trying to pull the community apart is not something that we stand for. I find it offensive. It shouldn't happen. We would prefer that...
These people are trying to pull the community apart. Eh? Just remember that. Remember that. It's these folks here that are pulling the community apart. Interesting assessment. Let's go on.
The heat goes out of the community. We want the community to be calm. This is a time for calm. And I find it incredibly offensive that people would go there deliberately trying to incite police.
You say it's offensive, but is it an offence in the eyes of the law to say that?
It could be offensive, absolutely. It could be offensive behaviour. Operational commanders need to make a decision whether to take action at the time. Obviously, what we don't want to do is see more violence on the street of Sydney. By taking action at the time, that may well do that. Police make a decision on whether to take action. That's not to say we won't take action against people that were there present last night and chanting that.
And if any of those people chanting F the pigs were in trouble last night, today, next week, next month, next year, you guys would be the first to help them.
We'll be there for them. That's our role. We are there. We accept that people...
Here it is. Here it is. And here's the nice picture. Thank you, 2GB, for setting him up for that one. And if any of these little fuckwits here got in some serious trouble, who do you think they're going to call? Huh? Ghostbusters? No. They'll be calling you, Mr. Police Commissioner, and asking, pleading, begging for you to come and help them out. So you are really the shining bastion of morality in our society, because you will turn the blind eye, just like our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, has told us all. You will turn the other cheek, and you will rise above it all, being called a pig, and you will service the community, eh? Because that's what you were doing on Monday night. You were there to service the community, not a particular subset of the community who has incredible influence over the Premier and the state. No, no, no. You were there to service the community by pushing over old ladies and pushing over, manhandling people that are praying and getting bitten by hungry, potentially even zombie protesters. We're not sure yet. We're not sure. We're still trying to establish the fact if these people are cannibals or zombies. But there you go. At the end of the day, when push comes to shove, they might hate being called piggies, but they'll be there tomorrow to help you out. Has anyone actually needed the cops for anything? Has anyone been involved in an actual assault and been involved in some serious situation when the cops rock up and they tell you they can't fucking do anything and they're not going to be able to help you with the situation? Has anyone had that circumstance happen? And like, I'm not even judging that it's just because they're incompetent. It might be just completely because they're under-resourced and they just don't think what you need is very important. But it's not as black and white as Mr. 2GB is making it out to be here. That they're just like, hey, and they give a gold standard service too. They'll even kiss you on the forehead after you're finished and tuck you into bed at night. That's how fucking wonderful they are. Hey, that's how wonderful they are. My God, man. Where do I place my bets? That would never happen. Are these Polymarket, Jack? They seem to take pretty good bets on this type of stuff. Oh, man. I love how all the media outlets he chose to be interviewed on, he chose 2GB. Hey? Yeah, I wonder why, right?
People don't always support what the police do, but we have a role to protect the community. We prevent crime, we protect the community, we take that job seriously, we do it without favour. So for all members of the community, we protect.
It should be said there were a number of people there last night sticking up for the police, and I've seen a few videos online of people congratulating the New South Wales police officers as they've bumped into them.
You've seen videos online? Well, let me tell you, Mr. 2GB, this is some good advice. You can take it for free. I got it from my mate Ho Chi Minh's. You shouldn't be watching 10-second clips on social media. I've got a little word for you. It's called context. All right? So watch yourself, 2GB. Don't watch those 10-second clips on social media. If you see people congratulating the police, it's obviously out of context. Don't get too excited about it. Matt Bunn, I have arrived, but leaving shortly. Oh, man. It's good to have you. Welcome to the stream. We're getting G'd up over 2GB. It's like talkback radio. Watching talkback radio through a stream, which is like modern talkback radio. It's like some Inception shit. So like, Jesus, we prevent crime, we make crime, and then we sweep it under the rug.
Around Surrey Hills or the city.
I think there's a very large number of fair-minded police who know that the police are doing all they can to protect the community. What we saw on the 14th of December was the largest terrorist incident in New South Wales. It was abhorrent. We need the community to come together. Most of the community know that's what the police are there for.
Yeah, with the rib shot one, with the guy standing up, they released the whole context. The context looks worse. Unless they are mysteries 10-second clips. Yeah. It's called jostling. Yes, sorry.
That is our job, and we'll keep doing that, so it's wonderful to have support from those fair-minded people.
We'll talk about what happened at Town Hall in just a moment. We're talking to the Police Commissioner in New South Wales, Mal Lanyon. There's also footage of one of your officers from inside the ICC in Darling Harbour on Monday night, and there have been some concerns expressed by some members of the Jewish community because they were told to wait behind after their event while police cleared protesters because they wanted to keep everyone safe.
And to ensure your safe passage out of here, if you could just ask you be patient with us for 30 minutes. There's no threat to this building, there's no threat to this precinct. It's just a matter of we're trying to just follow people out to ensure that we don't cross over. And we're able to do that if you get grace for 30 minutes. We'll put a plan in place, the police will ensure you're safe.
Was it unsafe for them to leave?
It could have been.
There you go. You've heard it. This is what I was referring to earlier. The only reason things got violent was not because of interactions with the police and protesters. It was not because they were there illegally and the police had special powers to manhandle old women. It was not about that. It was about there was another group of people who have more influence over the state and the Premier, and they said, hey, we've got our special little event and we don't want to be disturbed. And so in order to not disturb them, there was unprecedented, almost, in this context anyway, unprecedented violence around Town Hall. All because there was one group of people that have special attention over everybody else. That's the root of it. There's your objective and your material conditions behind it. Now you could say individual scuffles happened. This person bit this person broke this other person's spine. But like, really, why did they start moving people along? It wasn't for public safety. It was to protect, it was to provide escort, run defense for a group of people that have incredible influence over the state and the Premier. There you go. You've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Why is he bringing up the Bondi attack? We were protesting Jenny side, but it's easy to bring the conversation back to a safe place. Yes, just say the word again. Dressing up a word salad. Hey, where's the board of all the top E buzzwords? Yeah, Jenny side's up there, right? Hey, I won my board. I won my bingo card. Seriously, where's my fucking bingo card? Please wait quietly. We have to assault some people praying at Town Hall. Oh, man. It's funny because it's true. Because we're talking about that scene. Have you seen this? 4AS. Check this out, bro. I found this while I was doom scrolling the other day. Let's have a look. Have I got this right? Is this the one? No, that's fucking something else. That one's for Indoctrinathan. I'm going to play that next. I found something that I reckon suits his style of humor. Have you guys seen this? So this is the dude. The viral clip. These are the guy that was leading that prayer group that got told politely to move along by police. It was called that, and I won the altercation. This time, anyway.
What happened last night in Sydney is disgraceful. What happened last night in Sydney is disgraceful. And the media and the politicians, the New South Wales Police are lying to the Australian people when they talk about context, when they talk about blocking the passageways.
He said the C word. He said context.
When they talk about baiting the police. None of that is true. So yesterday evening, we were engaged in a peaceful protest. So at the end of the night, there was a call given by one of the commanders there that the protest has finished and if you could start to disband it. And naturally, by that time, it was Maghrib, sunset prayer, and we started to walk away. As we walked away, we decided to go into the furthest zone away from the road. So we moved as furthest away from police as we could, so we could conduct our prayers peacefully, effectively, without disruption. And after a couple
But like what he's talking about here, it's hard to explain this properly, but like Town Hall, obviously one face of Town Hall, it faces the road, but it's not on the corner of a block. So like you can go down the side of the Town Hall building and be off the roadway, so off the pavement. So like what the police were calling out at certain points, if you've looked at the footage, is they're like, you need to disperse because you're blocking the roadway. You're blocking the roadway. Now, the roadway isn't just where the cars go. It is also the verge, and the verge includes the pathway, so pedestrian access either side of the vehicle maneuvering area. And so, like, if you move out of the front of Town Hall and go around the side, you're technically not in an area where passengers need to move. And so what I think the defense here from the prayer group is like, hey, we ran around the side, so we weren't blocking pedestrian movement anymore. So like you don't actually have to move us along here. I think that's the defense, the prayer group defense.
A couple of minutes we heard very, very aggressive yelling, which later we understood was police. So as we're performing this prayer, the women were pepper sprayed in the last line of the prayer, and they were physically picked off one by one. What I remember when I was praying is I saw somebody on my periphery to my right go flying.
I felt someone grab me by the shoulder. There was actually 2 police officers who grabbed me and they threw me across the floor. So I've got a bruise underneath my armpit here, and I've also got both my knees that are being x-rayed tomorrow.
I was kneed in my back and screamed at, move, move. They were grabbing me by my t-shirt, kicking me in the back. This is something that's completely unacceptable. It's traumatizing.
I just got off the phone actually with one of the sisters that was there, and she's also got both her knees bruised, and she's also been to the doctors today.
Even I still remember one police officer came and grabbed my shoulder and tried to drag me across. He dragged me for about half a meter. Somebody came and stood in my way, who I later learned his name is Edward. And Edward is non-Muslim, but Edward stood beside me, to protect other worshippers.
We were in the most humble position that we could be in our prayers, and that was being snatched away from us. For me, I found it very hard as well because my kids had seen the footage before I had gotten home, and they couldn't go to sleep until I had answered their questions. So they're asking me questions as simple as, Abba, why did you get thrown when you were praying? Didn't they know that you were nearly finished? And all these sort of questions that I'm explaining to preschoolers.
The entire right to expression in Australia rests on the right of religious expression. Right? That's a strong liberal value.
At home, so that they can go to sleep.
This is completely disrespectful to people of faith, and there has to be repercussions to those who made those decisions. To punch people who had their arms raised, to pepper spray people without discretion, to just simply cause the chaos and the trauma that they've now inflicted in New South Wales. They have to take responsibility for that.
I'm not appealing for an apology.
Oh, they had discretion, all right. They used it. That's the problem.
But rather I am threatening legal action. We'll be pursuing this through all the legal processes that we have available made to us. And in addition to that, this is a clear message that the protest will continue. Whether we are attacked, whether we are in our prayers and we're attacked, we will continue to raise our voices for the people of Palestine, no matter what.
Now, can I just say, and you can take this any way you want, because this guy has already said it was a peaceful protest. And I've already described it like this. What they were doing was purposeful. They knew exactly that they were being moved on by police, and they sat down to do their prayers anyway. I do believe it's a form of peaceful protest because they were being moved on. Now, we already know why they were being moved on. It's not for public safety, but they were being moved on and they decided to do their prayers anyway. They justified it by saying they were off the sidewalk. So they're not obstructing anyway. It's not an offense. But it is a form of peaceful protest. So, like, I don't actually care that they were attacked while they're doing their prayers. I don't really give a shit. If that's the way they decided to peacefully protest, they could have peacefully protested another way. They could have sung Kumbaya, or like, gone on hunger strike or chained themselves to a tree. I don't care particularly that this is a form of protest that surrounds praying, but this whole episode, this whole situation has come about on the grounds of religion. This whole situation is predicated on the fact that a group of people have been attacked on anti-Semitic grounds. They've made this specifically about religion, and as has already been described by Violet Quinn Law here, this is about now religion and religious expression. And so like the Jewish community in Sydney needs to feel safe, that they can express themselves because they are religious. And so everyone has to pull together on this one and allow Herzog to come here, and everyone has to just shut the fuck up and get over the fact that Herzog is here, because these people are able to express their religion. And so you've made it about religion, and now these people have been attacked for expressing their religion. The hypocrisy is there. The contradictions are there. This doesn't look good. You fucked up. You fucked up big time. If you didn't make this about religion, if you just made this like it should have been, a mass shooting event in Australia, an attack on Australians, not an anti-Semitic. They said it. They said it multiple times. This is an anti-Semitic terrorist attack, as opposed to just a normal terrorist attack. This has got the extra layer on top of it. It's an anti-Semitic terrorist attack. So like, you know, it's obviously religion fueled, and we need to protect religion's freedoms and expression. Well, you can't just turn around and start trampling on religious freedom and expression. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look great. You've made it about religion, and then you're fucking on religion at the same time. You've completely shot yourself in the foot on this one. There's no way to back out of this corner, man. There's no way to back yourselves out of this one. I don't know how they're gonna explain this one to people. Spandonk's in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Haha, no prayers for you. Don't try that in Florida. The entire right to expression in Australia rests on... No, I read that before. Not gonna lie, Ho Chi Minh is fucked in a couple of months. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. It's all interpretive of the rights of religious expression, all the free speech, existing rights. Don't they know Australia is a G? Spandog, you're embarrassing yourself, mate. Whoever has edited that video has done fantastically with the sound. The sound design was pretty good, actually, wasn't it? Oh. Tell me more, Revy. Were they blocking vehicle traffic? Nah, they weren't. And definitely not in this location. The police even had the street actually contained. So I don't think they were blocking traffic at all. Wrong, they were invoking the power of God. Anyone that has read any of the Abrahamic texts knows that would have been considered a WMD in the wrong hands. We will not be moved. The fact that they were praying makes it different, because most of our good rights here, for better or for worse, come from religious rights of expression. Well, looks like they got moved pretty good, crying in a cloud of pepper spray. No shit. What are you offering to the discussion? Go pray in a church. Religion as a form of protest isn't protected. Based. While they were praying, they were saying, God, please let there be light in their faces. I'm offering a logical point of view. Who would have thought the leader of a Zionist state, invited by the Zionist lobby of Australia, would be offended at the sight of Muslim prayer? Absolute shock. If the state gets away with it, it will reverse a pile of riots. Hoping this just makes Muslims more politically active. Well, the guy said, he's like, we're not seeking an apology. I don't give a shit about an apology here. We're seeking legal action. So they're definitely being, what's the word? G'd up in that sense. Now, this one, I don't know if Indoctrinathan is there, but I don't know why this made me think of you, but it's fucking hilarious. I just feel like you would appreciate this. I hope you do, because, like, I appreciate this joke. It's fucking hilarious. Hope you're still here. If not, I'll send it to you later.
You do realize tomorrow, like this week, the president of Israel is coming to Sydney, huh? Do you know what they did? They announced it today. So they're closing off the eastern suburbs, you know, out of respect. The whole part of town of Sydney is going to be closed. They've given the police extra authorities so they can stop and search you without a reason. And there will be 3,000 police officers heavily armed in the city. So they've closed off part of the city. We're not allowed to go there. There's a lot of police and they can stop you without a reason. We asked them, why did you do that? And the Australian government, they go, New South Wales, they went, we wanted the Israeli president to feel at home. You know, that's why. Good job. Sydney has.
Hey, get it? Get it? They wanted him to feel at home, so they've created a police state where he's going to be hanging out. Hey? That was for you, Indoctrinated. I thought you'd appreciate that joke. That was well structured. Took a while to get there, though. I was wondering where he was going with that. Hey? We wanted to make him feel at home, so we created a police state. Hilarious. Hilarious. What else? Did I want to do anything else with this piece today? Oh, yeah. Sorry for my ignorance, but does Australia have a constitution or Bill of Rights equivalent? No. Well, we have a constitution. Look, this is my perspective on the constitution. I don't think Violet Quinn agrees with this, but like the constitution in Australia is just a bunch of like, this is what this level of government will do, and the state will do this, and local governments will do this, and the governor general will do this, and the prime minister can do this, and this is how we hold elections. Like there's no rights in it at all. There's like some off references to the fact that, okay, in order to do these things, then that I guess means that people have the right to do those things. And it's like all loose as fuck interpretation. But our constitution is just like who gets political powers, like the division of labor between different offices of government, basically. It's shocking. It's not a constitution that's derived to set up a society that protects people and gives them inalienable rights. And we don't have a Bill of Rights. No. I think it's trash. No right to bear arms? No, we don't even get bear arms. Hey? Don't get koala bear arms either. No bear arms at all. It's outrageous. All these people outraged about the war on Christmas are standing up for their religious rights, Spanong rights, for one, rights for all. Especially if they join with Indigenous and other ethnic communities and even secular organizations. Should be an interesting time going forward. It's a bit of a contentious issue. We don't have heaps of rights here. But it doesn't have a specific Bill of Rights. Most of our civil rights come from the right to the implied right of religious expression. I think there it is. So our rights come from the implied right of one particular section. Our whole system is like on a knife's edge because we've interpreted it that way. I never said you couldn't practice your religion. Where was I having a double standard? I love bear arms. They are so warm and cozy. There's no mention of the PM in our constitution. All our right to assemble speech, right to assemble, right to speech, etc., rests on the implied right of religious expression that is interpreted off the constitution. There you go, Nemesis. Do you feel like migrating to Australia now? Huh? Yeah. All right, let's just get a bit of a G up for what's potentially coming for tomorrow. I want to go straight to the mainstream media for this one. Sorry, 2GB, you're done. See you later. Police gear up for mass protest. Where? In Melbourne. This is where it's going to go down, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it's going to go down. In 10 years airs 5 p.m. right when the protest is supposed to happen.
Gearing up for a major security operation in Melbourne's CBD tomorrow, with thousands expected to protest over a controversial visit by Israel's President Isaac Herzog. Rebecca Powell is live in Melbourne tonight.
Oh man, at least once a stream, eh? It's not a stream unless it's mentioned. You know where you can find bear arms? Grinder. If they get away with it, all the other interpreted rights can change. LOI, by that logic, you could use religion as defense for anything. Due to the way president extensions pre-didn't? I don't know what that is.
The president's itinerary is being closely guarded.
It is, Urs. For security reasons, police aren't revealing exactly where President Herzog will be at any given time tomorrow. But what they are revealing tonight is the scale of the operation and expanded powers under the Terrorism Act, which will be tied to specific locations during the visit. In plain terms, it gives officers the ability in those locations to stop people moving through the area, demand ID, search individuals and vehicles, and
CFMEU Prescient Seca, a billionaire? What does that mean? Are you saying the CFMEU president? Like John Seca? Is that what we're talking about here? He's a billionaire? His wife hired a hitman to kill him years ago? Oh, precedent, right. You said precedent before. Due to the way precedent, etc. works in our law. All our rights were based on this or that precedent. Co-op NZ1 is a billionaire. Hey, it's got all that superannuation money.
Even cordon off sections of the CBD if needed. It's just the 5th time police have used these powers. They've previously been enforced during the Land Forces Expo, which had a huge display of force around the force needed. Search individuals and vehicles, stop people to visit. In plain terms, it gives officers the ability in those locations to stop people moving through the area, demand ID, search individuals and vehicles, and even cordon off sections of the CBD if needed. It's just the 5th time police have used these powers. They've previously been enforced during the Land Forces Expo, which had a huge display of force around the convention centre last year.
Do you remember we watched that as well? The Land Forces Expo at the convention centre in Melbourne, and like that got heavy real fast. They got really heavy, and the police were a bit heavy-handed there too with people.
A large-scale protest is expected from 5 p.m. tomorrow at Flinders Street.
It's just a peaceful fire. Hey, don't blame the fire. Hey, the fire is relatively peaceful. I don't think the fire has an agenda. Unless you're insinuating the people that started the fire up to something, Spandonk, eh? Let us inside your head. What is your point?
Commuters warned parts of the CBD could be impacted during peak hour.
We understand there's tension across community. We understand that this visit has caused some emotions, I suppose, to rise in some community groups. We're conscious of that.
Despite these special powers being implemented, police are insisting the restrictions shouldn't impact those attending from having their voices heard. Protesters and a heavy police presence have followed the Israeli president all week, starting in Sydney and continuing today.
I know. It does feel like that, doesn't it, at the moment? Like the world is a bit of a tinderbox, eh? Seems like most of the world is in this condition of protest, eh? It seems like people are a bit uneasy at the moment. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Canberra, where more demonstrations were held, before he received a much warmer welcome from the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. Ali Donaldson has more.
In the nation's
I already heard about this. So they're giving him special powers. That's what's happening here. I wonder if this is the same article or not. So they can block off the streets. They can detain people. They can search people. They can request identification. So like all the usual of the police state. Hey, it's a special event. Got to protect that president. Special white powers. Big government, left politics causing more problems in major countries, ? Australian government more corrupt, tax us more to benefit themselves. A socialist mindset. Co-ops, New Zealand one. Can you tell me exactly what about all of that is socialist? I'm honestly intrigued because you've got a pretty interesting analysis there of what socialism is. Would you be able to explain to me what socialism is, please? I'm asking for a friend. Hey, my great-grandpa was a High Court judge. I'm telling you, it's all based on previous findings, almost all our rights. Yet everyone wants to yell about their friends' beliefs being wrong or protesting Israel rather while the rich get richer. We did start at like 0 rights.
Victoria Police has been granted special powers under the Terrorism Act ahead of the Israeli president's visit to Melbourne tomorrow. Officers will be allowed to search and seek the identity of people in designated areas as thousands of protesters prepare to march through the city.
Police powers boosted for a controversial presidential visit.
These powers have been used on very few occasions. The first time they were used, I'm led to believe, was back in 2006. Since then, they've only been used for, I think, on 3 or 4 occasions.
Israel's President Isaac Herzog will visit Melbourne tomorrow, the last stop on his 4-day Australian tour. Victoria Police granted the special powers under the Terrorism Act after an application to the Supreme Court.
That affords us, in specified areas, to seek the identity of individuals passing through that location, to search individuals, to search vehicles and cordon off a particular area.
Police in New South Wales were also granted extra powers ahead of President Herzog's visit to Sydney, which included
Co-op's News NZ1. Victoria productivity the worst in the country ? They also have the highest government growth. I don't think you answered my question. Before you keep commenting, can you tell me what the socialist mindset is? What is socialism? Please. Co-op NZ1. Before you keep commenting, just answer my question. Yeah, it wasn't too long ago. It was illegal to be in the same-sex relationship. Free and fast buses. There it is. Hey. 12900 businesses closed. Again, can you please explain what the socialist mindset is or what socialism is? It would be nice to know specifically. Imagine if all these protests were for fair wages or decreasing cost of living. We might actually see some protests, some progress. But, you know, I guess as an Australian, my priorities should be what Is Not Rail does. Interesting.
meeting victims of the Bondi terror attack.
The Bondi massacre transcends politics and transcends any ideological divisions, and for the Jewish community to have the embrace.
So, like, when you say that, Spendong, do you actually think then that these people shouldn't protest at all? Because you don't like what they're protesting. You think they could be spending their time more effectively. That if they don't spend their time more effectively, they shouldn't protest at all. Is that what you're saying? Or you just disagree with what they're protesting about? You do, the masses don't. Yeah. Like, is that what you're suggesting? Because they're not, effectively protesting. Then they shouldn't protest at all? Socialism, stealing more wealth from private sector and distrusting it that never happens because higher taxes only benefit political class since the 70s. Damn, I don't know if I can follow that train of logic there. Yes, I think it's a massive distraction, purposefully perpetrated. So they shouldn't be allowed to protest, spend on, because it's ineffective. It's not doing anything. They shouldn't be allowed to protest. Look, Co-op NZ. You think the elite have no plan in this? No game? Yeah, I do. It's called the culture wars. And this is an element of the culture wars. But objectively speaking, fighting against the imperial tendencies of capitalism is a fight that is technically or can be outside of the culture wars. If you're actually fighting against the economic system that is perpetuated by Israel as potentially a vassal state of US, which is like kind of the imperial core of the free market system, and them operating as a vassal state, and you're protesting like the way that they run things and the mode of economy that supports them, then like you can technically be protesting this from the sense of like a a populist angle, like fighting against the masses, fighting for the masses and against like the bourgeoisie or the elites, as you've called them. You can definitely frame it like that. And I think a lot of the people that would be protesting this would be talking about that. They would be talking about the fact that they are protesting against a global cabal of elites, which the heads of state, the Israeli government, would be colluding with. So, yeah, I believe there's a lot of culture war stuff going on there, but like it's not completely detached. It's not completely detached from the class war at all. Well, I just can't follow. I know what you're saying, just here to watch Trust Fire. I'm not going to read it out, but like, I just can't follow what NZ1 is talking about, co-op NZ. The sentence didn't really make sense. So like, I wouldn't mind knowing again if you could reframe that statement. Fighting against genocide isn't a culture war. The culture war occurs when the reactionary Mackie manufactured outrage against the protesters. The manufacturing consent machine. I want to go with that one. The Mackie one of those losers that complains when a superhero doesn't look like them because they can't relate to them being the hero in the story. It's not all about you, baby. Politics is a war by other means, and that includes culture war. Yeah. You're right, it's not completely separate, but the scope, size, and actions at these protests keep escalating due to top-down influences. I love the cop out of, what does this have to do with me and my country? Like you live in some island in the middle of nowhere. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yes. How about this? Yeah, it affects humanity. And so like, you know, it is it's a problem. The taxes have only been higher from since the 70s. Some taxes like corporate taxes are way down. I've got to say, for an audience of 15 on YouTube, this chat is bumping. Hey, it's bumping. Yeah, well, we try to encourage, what is it? The marketplace of ideas. So good. Not saying that means they shouldn't exist at all. I don't like censorship, but you can keep to registered march routes and not cause damage, etc., etc. Exponential growth? Yeah, you know, it's very different, isn't it? From this time last year, we used to just sit and nerd out. They're watching documentaries about China and Chiang Kai-shek, and like nerding out with Gilderad about the network state, and Balaji, Srinivasan. Times have changed, Jag, bro. Times have changed. Now we try to dissect what's actually a culture war and what isn't. And I never said we shouldn't care. I think it shouldn't be on my top priority. Yeah, I can agree with that, Spendonk. I can totally agree with that. I would much prefer, like if you're being fed income, I would much prefer that people get out and protest class issues, like the shit governance and the neoliberal policy that has led to the degradation of the social safety net, the degradation of our infrastructure, and thus our faith in humanity. I would much prefer that people be out about that than protesting against Herzog. But like, as you suggested, like this is you don't want to censor them. This is their right. They want to protest this, then they can protest it. Even if it's not effective. I don't think it's effective either, in the sense that it's not bringing down, it's not getting to working class solidarity, like international working class solidarity, that will help effectively bring down a state like Is Not Rail. Because they are, I believe, a strategic outpost. I know there's theories that outpost is now taken over, but it's a strategic outpost of Western or free market imperialism And like it exists to help support the machine, help keep the imperial core strong. And so like if you really wanted to effectively take down Is Not Rail, it wouldn't be, you know, getting upset that Herzog is visiting. No, it would be trying to undermine through class organization, class consciousness, the very economic system that allows it to come into being in the first place. Fair enough. But also, as you said, like, if you don't want to censor people, then like let them protest. Then I don't get it. Can't I not like Herzog without disobeying police orders? Yes. Yes, you can. And we will find out tonight. We will find out tonight in Melbourne, because I would put it to you that there was no one disobeying police orders on Monday. And that is a culture war perspective, that somehow these people were disobeying police orders. The police didn't approve their protest, as in didn't approve their march, but they were still allowed to be there. And when they were asked to disperse, they got physically moved on, whether they were dispersing or not. So like, I don't think they were specifically disobeying police orders. And like you normally say, if someone does the wrong thing, then arrest them. Like, you know, if someone actually started attacking police officers, actually started assaulting police officers, and like, you know, threatened their safety, then fucking arrest them. Throw them in the slammer. But like, I don't know if that was it happening at all. I don't know if that actually happened, that people were assaulting police officers. I would challenge you to find me footage, and there's a lot of footage of it. If they really had something, they would have shown it. They would have shown it. Like, point to one video of someone assaulting a police officer that like isn't even questionable. Like, it's unequivocal that person was attacking a police officer. Like, I can't find any of it. I can't find any of it. Yeah, you can argue that in your day in court, disobey an officer on the spot and start arguing about legality. Okay, then don't obey police orders. See how that goes. Now, imagine a protest went against the law. God, we've turned into pussies pretending that we do have birthright to freedom. Imagine if all these protesters joined the Australian lobby group, then Lachlan Lade would be in camera lobbying to remove foreign influence. Keep going, Dilemmas. People are going to start listening to you if you say it enough times. Don't worry, man. Torchy was attacking that one piggy's eyes. Yeah, the Torchy. Yeah, the torch. Did you see that footage actually, Spandunk? That'd actually be an interesting case study. Did you see the guy that got charged for assaulting police officers because he was shining a torch in their faces in almost broad daylight? That was pretty funny, actually. I think it's just like a bit of a beat up, is all I'm trying to highlight here. It's a bit of a beat up to say that people were disobeying police orders because the protest wasn't approved. As in, the protest, the official let's march down the street wasn't approved. People were still allowed to be there. And what happened was the police had extraordinary powers to move people along. So at some point they decided, let's move people along. And so the argument is, if people didn't disperse fast enough, and we're talking about a crowd of thousands of people. I don't know if you've been in a crowd of thousands of people. You can't just be like, all right, everyone go. And they just go, and they all just disappear straight away. When they started dispersing the crowd, were they disobeying orders by not disappearing instantaneously or moving on efficiently and sitting down to pray? There should be some kind of protection for personal space, in my opinion. Whoever you are, whoever you are, someone coming up and shining a torch 3 inches from your eyes isn't cool. Bro, it's not assault, but like, it's not even 3 inches from your eyes. Like, go and look, bro. Look at the footage. It's not 3 inches from his eyes. Like, he's got to be standing, like, I don't know, 2 meters away, 3 meters away from him. Like you should see it, man. Indoctrination Mystery has a good joke clip for you. Oh, yeah. Is Indoctrination back? Had to bail for a bit. What did I miss? Oh, yeah, I'm playing it again. I don't give a shit. This one's for you. I thought you'd appreciate this one, Indoctrinathan. I thought of you when I watched it, and I was laughing hard. This is for you, bro. Can you see this? Listen to this guy.
You do realize tomorrow, like this week, the president of Israel is coming to Sydney, yeah? Do you know what they did? They announced it today. So they're closing off the eastern suburbs, you know, out of respect. The whole part of town of Sydney is going to be closed. They've given the police extra authorities so they can stop and search you without a reason. And there will be 3,000 police officers heavily armed in the city. So they've closed off part of the city. We're not allowed to go there. There's a lot of police and they can stop you without a reason. We asked them, why did you do that? And the Australian government, they go, New South Wales, they went, we wanted the Israeli president to feel at home. You know, that's why...
Hey, get it?
Sydney has apartheid now, eastern suburbs.
Sydney has apartheid now. Hey, we set up a police state so Herzog would feel comfortable. That one's for you, Indoctrinated. That one's for you, brother. They set up a police state so Herzog would feel at home. Just wanted you to make you feel at home. We're gonna go out and start crushing some protesters later. Hope you enjoy this show. They just wanted to move them so the JS could pray without seeing them. That's a great joke too. It's funny. I was wondering, I was like, where's he going? It better be good. Hey. Anyone? I'm just kidding. All right, let's see if this guy... So it's 5 o'clock, I think Ravy Baby said this is going down tonight in Melbourne. I guess we'll find out all about it in the news.
Of the representative of the Jewish state is beyond words.
But since his arrival, there have been protests across the country condemning the visit. While they've been led by pro-Palestine groups, they've attracted support from within the Jewish community.
It was a serious mistake to invite President Herzog to Australia. It was always going to be very divisive.
Tensions highest in Sydney, where police and protesters clashed. The President's Melbourne itinerary for tomorrow remains under wraps due to heightened security risk.
There is no threat that we've identified against the Israeli president here in Melbourne.
However, police will be on high alert in the CBD, where pro-Palestine groups plan to rally in front of Flinders Street Station for the second time this week.
They had this shot. Did you see that on that poster? They had this shot of him signing the bombs. Fucking mental, bro.
We oppose this genocide. We oppose the visit of this war criminal to our country.
Oh, she's in Melbourne now. I wonder if 4IS is watching this.
We oppose this genocide.
Jasmine, Students for Palestine. I thought she was in Sydney.
We oppose the visit of this war criminal to our country, and we're expecting that protest to be absolutely enormous.
Protests, some say, ignore the wounds left by the Bondi massacre and the firebombing of Ripon Lee's Adass synagogue more than a year ago.
We wanted the Israeli president to come and stand shoulder to shoulder with a community that is still mourning.
Sophie Jacobson, 10 News.
Also, the Bridge March is a little different. There wasn't an obvious human target for all of the hatred. Kind of a security risk. Damn it, we should have just built a wall too, LOL. That way the Americans would love it. Would love it too. Oh, man. What if we build a wall to keep the Americans out? I don't know, man. They'll send in the bombers and they'll just fly over the top of it. Operation Midnight Hammer. Just for you, Ravy baby. Take that. Operation Midnight Hammer. Alright, that's it. I don't want to spend any more time on that. Fuck, man. We've covered this a lot this week. God damn. Alright, has anyone heard of this? The CFMEU thing that happened? So like I was explaining before, the CFMEU got done last year. They got picked up by, I'm sure, very investigative journalism done by, I don't know, Channel 9 or something like that, into the corruption of, the CFMEU, one of, I think, the country's biggest and most prominent unions in construction specifically, though it covers other areas too, but their construction, the element of the construction union is under a lot of fire at the moment. About time I get a midnight hammer, I'm overdue. Well, they're going to fly over your wall to get there. There it is. But then they would have to inspect trucks. The second the wall goes up, Albo, better watch out. He'll get Maduro'd for sure. Eh? Getting Maduro'd is a thing now. Eh? Does anyone else get a message drawn on a Ukraine shell fired at Russia? Or was it just me and my friends? So CFMEU last year got, taken down by the mainstream media in an extensive investigation where they went undercover and they figured out that the CFMEU, lo and behold, people in construction are a little bit dodgy. Who would have fucking thought? And might have some connections to some bikies and might have some connections to organized crime. Like, this is fucking groundbreaking stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Big burly blokes in construction have questionable friends. Anyway, CFMEU got done. And if you remember, we were watching CFMEU corruption. What? Yeah, I know, right? Maduro Zutted. I swear 2025 was the year of amazing verbiage. How could Dan Andrews let this happen? It's pretty much they focus hard on the whole Victoria angle of this. It's much broader than that, but they're definitely clamping down on what's happening in Victoria at the moment. CFMEU obviously has offices broader than just Victoria and Melbourne, but whatever. They went under administration last year, so there was an specially appointed representative of the government that went in to administer the CFMEU in the wake of these corruption allegations and during the investigation. So you had a organisation that is independent of the government now being taken over by a government appointed administrator. And so they were effectively allowed to operate, but not with the same people in charge anymore. And so they started an investigation as a result of that whole situation. And the investigation has now been finalized. So the report has been issued, but I can't get it. I don't know if anyone else can get access to it. New South Wales is the big one. CFMEU has been going ham there for a long time. Dan Andrews is stroking out. Cough. Alamadine's cough. Interesting. And yeah, the report's out, but I don't know how to get access to the report. To be honest, if it's being kind of first released for the government to look at, maybe, or the media, but yeah, unless somebody else can help me find it, I'm not sure where the report is. But a bombshell report that includes allegations of Victorian Labor government turned a blind eye to union corruption and cost taxpayer billions has been referred to police. The Construction, Forestry, Mining, Maritime Employees Union Administrator Mark Irving on Wednesday released the full report to authorities after suggestions it had initially been redacted to remove allegations that could damage Victoria's Labor government. Irving said Barrister Jeffrey Watson's final report into the Militant Construction Union's Victoria branch contains serious allegations of criminal and improper conduct. These matters have not been determined by a court or tested through criminal proceedings, Irving said. For that reason, the report will be referred to the AFP, Victoria Police, the Fair Work Commission, and relevant law enforcement agencies and regulators. Irving said the report has been released so authorities could take whatever enforcement action they consider appropriate. As the CFMEU entered a new chapter, the full findings emerged amid calls of the Irving sacking. After allegations, the report was redacted to remove findings that suggested the state government cowed to the CFMEU. Entire chapters were ditched. after reporting the government had a close relationship with the CFMEU and did nothing when union officials allegedly worked with organised crime figures at major projects. The report claimed the CFMEU actions had increased costs, estimating it cost Victoria taxpayers upwards of $15 billion. $15 billion. It's like almost like the union, the CFMEU, was getting in on the game like the developers themselves. And knowing that the state is a bit of a cash cow, just like everything that happens in the construction industry at this scale, when there's government projects to be made, what used to happen back in the day, and this is my long-standing argument when it comes to construction generally, it doesn't even have to be housing anymore. The government used to fucking build infrastructure projects, and the government has corruption watchdogs, it has oversight, it has procurement procedures, it has legal oversight as well. It has all of these mechanisms that control this. Now, step in the age of neoliberalism, and we send off our infrastructure projects to private companies that extort and make absolute killings of construction contracts. And who would have thought that unions are also getting in on the game and extorting the process? Who would have fucking thought? And it's the taxpayer that suffers, eh? So could you imagine if the CFMEU has somehow cost the taxpayer $15 billion in extra costs, inflated costs that didn't need to be there? Could you imagine what all of the corporations that are contracting out and getting this work through the revolving door that is the game of mates in Australian government and politics? Could you imagine how much money is being extorted across the board in construction? It's such a fucking, it's just a hole to throw cash into, that's for sure. And I'm a good CEO. They don't even have the right to strike these days. Really, not for decades. Have to ask permission to strike? Yes. Yeah, you have to go to the Trade Commission. It's funny. It's like protesting. If you actually want to protest, you actually have to get permission to go down the street, apparently. Whose streets? Not our streets. This final Watson report on Victoria forms an important historical record, Irving said. It will provide an ongoing reminder of corruption that was harmful to workers, members, unions, and the whole construction industry. Irving took the reins of the union when it was put into administration nationwide in 2024 and claims it has been infiltrated by bikies and organised crime figures. Watson doubled down on the claims regarding its Victoria branch when he returned to give evidence at Queensland's inquiry into misconduct in the construction industry in Brisbane on Wednesday. If somebody had stomped on this, they could have stopped it. He told the inquiry, I'm going to prove that to you because they've stopped it. The administration has stopped it. It's largely fixed the problem in 12 months. Victoria's Attorney General, Sonia Kilkenny, earlier refused to respond to the allegations until a federal report was released. She said her government has not seen the report and was unaware of its context. We are taking steps to eradicate this kind of illegal behaviour on our construction sites. The opposition leader, Jess Wilson, accused the government of turning a blind eye and suggesting the Premier, Jacinta Allen, was utterly compromised. She cannot continue to deny or fail to take responsibility, she said. Federal Liberal frontbencher Tim Wilson called for the Workplace Relations Minister, Amanda Risworth, to sack Irving. The CFMEU administration has overseen the removal and redaction of sections of the report that has highlighted the corrupt cartel network that sits between the CFMEU and the Labor Party. He said Rishworth said that the administrator had done more to clean up the union than the coalition had during the entire time in government. Mr. Irving has been clear and transparent about why parts of the report had been removed, and it is because he was not satisfied that they were well-founded or properly tested, she told Parliament. There it is. There it is. Elo Albo was a founding member of the Justice for Palestine in Australia, and look at him slibbering on Hertz's knob. Oh, man. Didn't expect anything more from Labor than Liberals really not on key issues like rights. How many houses has Labor built in the past 2 years, and how many people have immigrated here? So, like, are we advocating, though, for government housing? Because I'm advocating for that. Dilemma, as if you are. I think Albo should be building houses. Him, on the fucking site. No, but like the government should be out there building houses, not being like, oh, we will help encourage the market to build more houses. Here you go. Here's money to do that, taxpayer money. No, just spend that money yourself and build the fucking houses and keep them in the government hands. And then you can control them through rents, subsidized rents, rent-controlled properties. And you can make some cash off it. You got another government asset for yourself right there. Right there. All right, let's have a look at this. CFMEU. What's going on? What's going on? If you're watching this, you're American, and you're wondering what the fuck is going on, I'll try to explain it to you best I can. I'm not across all of this stuff very well, but I do want to get an understanding of it. I think it's important. Because, like, if they're going to go after corrupt unions, you know what? I'm all for it. Fucking oath. I hope they go after corrupt corporations as well. Because they're not the only people that are making bank off government contracts or monopolizing on sectors of the construction industry. This stuff is rife in the private sector. It's time to bring back government infrastructure projects and housing. I do believe Jacinta will be out come November. I'm from Bendigo, and the general consensus is she needs to go. There you go. They also didn't even give that money away. They stuck it in a fund. They chose when and how it's accessed. Sounds legit. Doesn't matter how many empty houses there are. They are private property. Labor's line is we just need more supply. Yes, I think that's outrageous. That's my line usually. Dilemmas though, like supply's bullshit. There's supply out there. It's been constrained by private property relations. I think we're on the same page now, Dilemmas, unless I missed something. Yo, R.I.P. James Van Der Beek. Dawson is dead. The Bondi hearing today was a Class A theatre. What Bondi hearing today? You're talking about what we were talking about before? Also, lead singer of Three Doors Down died today. Are we talking about singers or something like that? I don't know who these people are. Sorry, I'm going to cross it. Dawson as in Dawson's Creek. Oh, okay, right. Dawson is dead? Wow. He mustn't be that old. What's going on there? Hey, too much of the good life. They don't even sell like 11 of the properties they build to keep demand up in the private sector. 48? Fuck. Yeah, that is. I wonder what happened to him. 11%. Okay, right. They don't even sell like 11% of the properties they build to keep demand up. It's mental, isn't it? Like, it's just this. I get to say it. That's capitalism, baby. Like, they can build shit. It gives people jobs. It moves capital around. It's really important to keep moving capital around. Even if you don't realize the profit in the market, you're just moving capital, keeps the sector going, kind of thing. But like, it's such a wasteful system, that is. Like, it honestly is. And like, you have people complaining that there's not enough housing, and they're using it as a justification for why they should hate other people that are also working class just because they're not Australian citizens yet, or maybe they've just become Australian citizens. It's like, well, I can't afford a house. And it's like, yeah, well, I think there are other more important factors. 11%, is that really the number? That's mental. Do you have a source for that? That's crazy. I'm not defending Labor, by the way. My family was put in government housing when they came here and then given the option to purchase. Help them have 11 tax-paying children. So until the government can supply enough, they should limit people coming in, not bring in more than they're building for. But like, are you listening to what's going on here? Like, there is apparently plenty of supply out there. The problem is what the market is doing. They had a congressional hearing for the E-files and Bondi was in the hot seat. She didn't do well, bro. I watched like 4 or 5 of the clips. Have you watched them? Have you watched them? And like people are asking her questions. She's like, well, you're a lawyer. You should know. And they're like, answer the question. She's like, fuck you. I don't need to answer. She doesn't say that, but she doesn't answer the questions. And then like when they asked her questions about things, she's like, oh, well, did you do it when Biden was in power? Did you give a shit when Biden was in power? No, you didn't. And they're like, can you answer the question? And she's like, just not doing it. It's not good, is it? But like like you say, she didn't do well. I think she done brilliantly. Yeah, so petulant. That is such a good word, isn't it? Petulant. Fucking petulant behavior. But like, that's the thing. She did well. I bet you her supporters or like the Trump crowd, the MAGA crowd would have just been like, yeah, you tell them, fuck them. Why do they need to know this information? They would have loved that. They would have absolutely loved the shit that she was saying, I reckon. Like, she just didn't give anything. Like, some of the questions were so easy. It's just yes or no. And she was like, no, not answering it. I thought MAGA wanted the files released. Yeah, did you see the people asking her the questions about that? They're just like, you know, Trump fucking won the presidency on this, and like the files you've released are so redacted. We've seen, because we've got the privilege as Congress people, we've seen the unredacted versions of these, and they've got Trump's name in it. There's no legal privilege protections on this stuff. Why is this redacted? It seems only to be redacted because Trump's name is in it. There's no legal privilege on this. Why aren't you can you unredact it? Can you promise us right now that you are unredacted? She was like, and she just goes, you didn't care about the files when Biden was in. And they're like, you're not answering the question. Just do it. And it's mental, isn't it? Mental. Yeah, if you're not sure what we're talking about, with Pam Bondi, what is her position exactly at the Department of Justice? She's like the chief. She's the Attorney General, right? She's the chief attorney. Anyway, she went to a congressional hearing, Attorney General. She went to a congressional hearing about the E-files and like how poorly they were handled, basically, and why it took so long for them to be released, and like why the redactions are so bad. And they basically redact powerful people, but don't redact any of the people that like should have been redacted. Like, most importantly, the victims, to protect their identities. And it's like she just don't want to answer questions. Like, if you got some time, go look at it. It's fucking mental. Yes, he was found over 1 million times, and they talk about that in the hearings. Actually, isn't that mental? Eh? And he's like, I've been completely absolved of any like misdoing, like. Yeah, criminal activity, everything. Like the files have show that I've done nothing wrong. It's like, you've been mentioned 1 million times. CoffeeZilla interviewed the one of the congressmen who passed the Epstein transparency laws, whatever they're called. Good interview. Massey has been a pimp on the files. His latest move was so good. Oh, you won't unredact? Okay, everyone, these are all the redacted names. Is this like when he's in the thing and he's peeling off, like he has his own poster and he peels off the redactions? It's pretty crazy. Only yesterday, okay. Yeah, it might take me a minute to find. I think it might have been specifically for new estates and apartments delayed for at least 1 year. Yeah. It goes to another talking point that 4AS has brought up a number of times. That Hugo Lennon, who's that like NSN guy from Victoria, I'm pretty sure. And like his dad is a property tycoon. And like he's withholding like tens of thousands of properties off the market. And yeah, people are struggling with housing. Who would have thought? J.O. Powell was one of the Congress members grilling her. Oh my God. The search history. Go and read that when you get a chance. No way. The witness to Trump talking about children victim found murdered not being interviewed. It was a great interview. Yeah, didn't Trump call the police in 2006 and thank them for stopping Epstein? Yeah, he threw Epstein under the bus after they had a fight, yeah. And what's her name? Carolyn Levitt was like, see, we told you. We told you he did it. Oh, he didn't do anything. Any live streams of Melbourne protests at the moment? What time are they happening at Southern Cross Station? 5 o'clock, I believe. So you're a bit early. You're a little bit early. They are tracking what the Congress members are looking into. Talk about cover up, let alone what they are tracking on all the plebs. Yeah. And all the fucking plebs. All right, let's have a look at this CFMEU stuff. I also respect his integrity. He doesn't kowtow to any media or try to push the agenda. He just goes hard for the truth. Respect. Shall we have a look at one of them? Does anyone have a preference? Pam Bondi. It's Bondi. Anyone have a preference? Yeah, let's have a look at this guy. Yeah. I've watched a few of these.
Work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Ooh, choices.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today.
Yeah, how many of them have done this? Have you seen any of the footage where they're just like, all the fucking victims are in the back? Have you guys listened to any of them? Yeah, sure we have. They're like, all right, victims, stand up. Put your hands up if you've been listened to by the Department of Justice. No one? No one's putting their hands up? Ooh, what a fucking surprise. You got anything to say about that, Pat?
Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment, and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem call Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris Deluzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement.
Fuck, he's pissed off. Hey, he's real pissed off right now. Well. I've seen this one as well. Is this the one? I wonder if you've got a different version to me. Yeah, let's have a look at that.
I have a UC.
Let's have a look at this one. She clashes with this guy hard. This one's a good
I have
one.
a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue,
Article 2
immigration
is
and borders. Negative
gentleman
20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Mr. Liu. What you got, Mr. Liu? Check this one out. This one's interesting.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you 2 photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you 2 photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face?
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Look at her fucking
You have now
petulance. So it's like, guess? What type of question is that? What is this, a hearing or something?
established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Never
I agree
mentioned
with you. I agree with you. During
Were
the
you not here
during the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr.
See, this
as
guy's
did
the only guy. I got to give this guy credit, Mr. Lou, whatever his name is. Like, she used this defense multiple times. She was like, "You didn't do it when the other Attorney General was here, whatever this guy's name is. You didn't care then. You didn't ask him, did you?" And he goes, "Fine, that guy dropped the ball. But we're talking about you, Pam. You got anything to say about that, Pam? Eh?"
Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures, but you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting
You
Prince
answered the
Andrew?
question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man,
Listen
Donald
to
Trump.
her.
Was
It's so like, what's the word, colloquial? I love this. You won't even say no, eh?
all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein.
He's
I
such
want to
a
know,
fucking
were there
pimp,
any...
I wonder what he said, eh? You can say, he said our classic line, right? He said, "So hot." Did you see his lips? He said something hot. And then Epstein lost his shit. And Ghislaine Maxwell's dancing in the corner in the background.
Underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman,
that
please
they
stop the clock.
sign
Please stop the clock.
the legislation. This is
I'd like to reclaim my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because
She's just such an unqualified moron. Can I please get some context? Hey, there it is. God in the house. Hey, she stopped just before she said, yeah, interesting. She just stopped, right? You can tell that she says files. She has to focus on saying that one. When you can't answer, just slob, Trump's knob.
I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just
Don't you choose me with cramps. I'm not used to seeing this stuff. Like, the stuff that I'm used to seeing in these hearings is rather formal. Actually, like, they get heated. But, like, not this. It's sloppy. It's trashy. That's the word. 4Bs, 2s. Ahoy, chat goers. What's the general consensus here? It depends on what your question is, I guess. The only transparency is that skin thinning from holding fluid from congestive heart failure. Oh, man. I'm above the law. So good. That's his job, man.
National Threat Operations Center.
That's his job, man.
Because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was gonna stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
Shame on you, bro. There it is. All right, let's get in on another one, shall we? Anyone have any fucking top picks? I haven't seen this guy yet. Let's have a look at this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here. Attorney General Bondi, 6 days ago, you posted online, quote, "If you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you," end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
You guys are disgusting, man. Hey, you guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo. You can't see it because you're chasing your pension, right? Your pension, your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get their pension because it's going to be worthless. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Yeah. Fuck that. Yeah.
Fucking thin blue line. Hey, fucking kill him. Get him. Kali Waiti, see you later. Oh, Rogue's here too. How you going?
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of Justice.
He does.
Well, she answered the question. That's crazy. Hey, she must like his tie. I quite like his tie. Blends into the rest of the shirt. You don't really know it's there.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was.
Oh, there it is. It don't matter, baby. Trump said it okay. So good. It's a fair line of questioning because like so far out of the Trump administration, it's just been nonstop. You fuck around with the law and you find out if you assault officers, we will kill you stone cold. We will kill you. And like, look at this guy. He's literally threatening the police, asking everyone to kill them all. And now he's right up there with the top of the top in law enforcement. She's rattled after being pulled up on perjury. I don't know, man. Do you reckon is that her rattled? Eh? That's an interesting one. Her hands are shaking. Adrenaline dump. I actually didn't see that. Were her hands shaking? That's a good question.
6th. His name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of Justice.
He does.
Interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice.
I think her theatrics actually brought more attention to the hearing than it would have otherwise. You know, that's probably a fair point because like I was like, why is my fucking algorithm feeding me this this morning? And then I was like, I've got fucking 20 minutes. I'll watch a couple. And then I was just like, I can't turn it off. She's providing too much entertainment value. Yeah, when she organizes her papers. Yeah, a bit rattled, Bit rattled. They want people to stop talking about it, and then she pulls this. Yeah, she's going to get in trouble tonight.
Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned
Where's this guy
by President
going?
Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling, "Kill him," at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the Public Integrity section of the DOJ's Criminal Division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like
Mr. Chairman, will you explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the Criminal Division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked
work?
me a question, but you don't
How
want
many
the answer.
people work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer
National
your questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Mr. Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
no one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So,
your district.
In any event,
who
I would
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time.
I'm liking the way social cohesion is heading in Australia and abroad. Radical university types, minorities, and law enforcement all waging war on each other. Stop talking about it and get stuck in. Interesting. She can't stop moving. And she's getting so flustered so easily. She looks like a perp sweating in the box. Yeah. It's just amazing like how well she's doubled down, to be honest. Like, you see them stick to their party lines. Like, it's not unusual. But, like, this is fucking outrageous. Like, when they talk about the Stalinist purges, right? And how Stalin convinced people that they were guilty of crimes against the revolution. And, like, they spoke themselves. They basically worked themselves up and gave themselves over to a firing squad. Like, this stuff is next level. Like, Stalin would be fucking happy with this shit, right? Like, these people, they stick to the party line. It doesn't matter, baby. She has to. She's too deep. Yeah, she's too deep. I wonder what firing squad awaits her. Maybe a jerky session coming? Eh?
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy to answer some of your questions.
What's profound, the questions I've asked,
The crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about Penn. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
A jerky jerk circle? Eh? Hypothetical, who surrenders and who maintains victim status when two victimized groups are at conflict with each other? Interesting hypothetical situation that you got there. Are you preparing for some type of essay or philosophy project? And you need some assistance with that? ChatGPT might be able to help you out there. Who surrenders and who maintains victim status when two victimized groups are at conflict with each other? It depends. Are they victimized groups that are both being victimized by the same oppressor? Or same aggressor? Or are they aggressing each other and both victims of the same form of conflict? Are a conflict with each other? Are they is there conflict about the fact that they are victimized by one another? Or are they victims of somebody else, but they're just fighting each other on the side? Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? So you might be a lawyer, but congressmen had careers before too. And the older gentleman that schooled her on perjury before, I put my money on being a better lawyer. And most of her talking points are probably trigger talking points specific to each candidate. Yeah, it looks like she pulled out something about like him having criminals in his district or whatever. She's like, what are you doing about the criminals in your district, asshole? These guys have been notorious for just finding one or two talking points from each candidate electorate and having talking points, but it's hard to get that to work if people move about a lot. What color are the two groups? What country are they? Oh my God. It feels like she got pushed outside of her track of speech and got caught with her pants down. I don't think she cares. I don't think she cares at all. She looks like she doesn't give a shit.
Which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated.
So she doesn't even ask her question. She's just fucking reaming her. Fair enough. This is pointless speech. It's not a question. Okay, for all intents and purposes, we'll keep it simple and say Australia. One side, you have black, brown, male refugees. On the other, you have white Australian-born women subject to prior DV. I don't understand what you're asking. So, like, you have two victim groups and they're fighting each other. Australian-born women fighting male refugees. And so you're saying they're both oppressed groups? Refugees, male refugees, and women who are subject to domestic violence, and they're fighting each other. Like, who do you pick? Like, what are they fighting each other over? Toilet paper at Woolworths because it's COVID and there's a run on toilet paper at the moment. Like, what are they fighting each other over? Like, I'm not sure where this goes, 4B2s. I'm very interested in this very strange line of questioning. It intrigues me such, but I'm not sure if they're just generally fighting, like they're beating the shit out of each other. Is it like one-on-one, a male refugee versus an Australian-born woman who's subject to domestic violence? Like this is like a UFC matchup and they're beating the crap out of each other? I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure where this is going. I would like to know more. Taxpayer dollars? Well, like, why are they fighting? Is this like a situation where they've been brought into the tax office and they have like a little arena and they put them on either side of a ring and they throw like $20,000 in the middle and they're like, go! And they start trying to clam as much cash as they can and then biting and kicking each other over the dollars. Like, how do these people come into conflict with each other? Are they advocating to their local representative to say that they should get a bigger piece of the pie? Like, why are they coming into conflict at all? I know you said it's a hypothetical, but like, why are they coming into conflict? I'm going to go with they go into the tax office and there's the octagon kind of set up there. And there's cash thrown in the center of the octagon and they have to fight over it. Who do I support? I don't know. Oh, man, I want to be in that match. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, I wouldn't mind. I'd fight someone for $20,000 at the taxation office. Hey? If there are a survivor of... what is that? A woman who's Australian born and a survivor of domestic violence or a refugee, brown or black in color. I'd fight both of them for $20,000 at the tax office. And I'd do it as a live stream event as well. Because money and resources aren't unlimited. And hypothetically, the money could dry up and you only... Okay, so like it's really about like who would you give taxpayer money to? It doesn't matter if they're fighting over it at all. Okay? That's what we would call reality TV in the States. So good. Oh my god. Oh, like, indoctrinated. You're on YouTube? What the hell happened? Is this like an alternate universe? Why are you over there? Like, why would an Australian woman who suffered from DV and be threatened more by refugee mail than Australian males? Like, I don't know. This is a crazy hypothetical. Like, we get some fucking strange conversation topics in this stream, I must admit. But this has got to be one of the weirdest ones yet. This has got to be one of the weirdest ones. Can you guys think of another one that was as strange as this? Okay, so the money's going to dry up and you can only support one. Who you got? Who am I going to pick? Woman who has suffered domestic violence. Does she need monetary support? Same question. Does the refugee actually need monetary support? Is this a refugee from some place and they're like, I don't know, a doctor or a lawyer, or they're the head of a multinational corporation. They're just looking for a new house. And they don't need any financial support at all? Or are these survivors of domestic violence, are they like billionaires that don't need any assistance at all? My guess would be in that situation, we don't give them any money, I guess. But like if you're asking me to choose, hey, what the fuck did I just come back to? Bro, I don't know. You fucking... Yeah, why does money being finite enter into this equation? I'm not sure. Victim status, rightoid coded. What are we talking about? Victim hypotheticals? I don't know. David in the house. Yo, I'm here. How you going? Just in time for one of the craziest hypotheticals we've ever been given by random in this stream. And that's 4B2s has actually been here before. But like, I don't know what's going on. But like, if I had to pick who I would support, like personally, or based on some type of objective ground, would you rather give them food stamps? Yes. If they needed food, yes, I would give them both food stamps. I guess I would put them up and in my house and feed them and clothe them and love them. Like, you got to spend money to make money. Sometimes funding all the victims can help them get back to the place and fund themselves and pay back into the system. When you just base it on the circumstances of each individual and how dire their circumstance is, pretty weird question. You don't have to pick a side. But I think that's the point, right? You have to... We're dissecting the oppression Olympics here. And like, who's better? A female victim of domestic violence or dark refugee male? Who are you going to support? Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Okay. I'm going to go with... No, let's make a choice. I'm going to go with a woman who is, what was it? Australian born and suffering domestic violence. Now I have made a call. Can you reveal your agenda here? Like, haha, I got you. You such and such and such and such. I've made a choice now. I really want to know the end game. I'm so fucking intrigued. Come on, what's the end game? I gave you a choice. I gave you my choice. I'm going to be really disappointed if this is an anticlimax. Look, in all seriousness, it's been well published that refugees are hooked up with great benefits upon every entry to every country. Also, women claiming DV get bulk payments for DV even before conviction. That's it? That's all it was? Like, you're just pointing to the fact that they both get a lot of assistance? I didn't have to choose at all? Oh, man. Is that it? 4B2 is asking the hard questions. Listen, Mr. A, do you prefer black men or white women? The question is simple. Well, I made a choice. And it sucks. The response sucks. Is that it? Is that it? 4B2s? There was actually nothing deeper in your agenda. You're just trying to highlight that these leeches on the system. I respect that Mr. E will entertain just about anyone that comes into the stream. But that could have been really interesting. Don't you reckon? This could have been really fucking interesting. But like, I don't see anything coming back here. Hey? I'm trying here. Wet fart hypotheticals. Come on, give me something. There must have been a reason you asked this question. Rabble, 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 rabble. Then relate that to my prior point. When the money starts to dry up, how do we balance that out? Victim groups has become completely saturated like every other industry. Okay, now we're getting to the bottom of it here. So like, what is your point here, 4B2s? Like, we've got a victim culture problem in our society. Everybody's a victim. They're all asking for government handouts, but one day the money's going to dry up because we don't have a fiat currency system at all that's completely imaginary and we print money like it's going out of fashion. No, it's definitely a limited resource. We can't just fucking endlessly print money. Our reserve banks, our federal banking systems don't allow us to do that. The central banks can't just print money if necessary. It's obviously a resource that is finite. It's not a concept at all that we just agree on. But okay, the money dries up and then we have to start picking from the victim groups. It's the victim groups that are bleeding the system dry. It's not the state of the economy. It's not the free market system itself. It's hypothetical to encourage engaging conversation and debate. That's all. That's all it is. And which one would you choose from the hypothetical then, 4B2s? Mr. Conversation and Debate. Who would you choose? I picked. Now it's your turn. Do you prefer Australian-born women or do you prefer brown refugees? I put it to you, 4B2s. The money dries up after you left it in your front pocket when you threw your clothes in the wash. You know what? We don't actually have that problem in Australia. We have plastic cash. And so, like, it's water resistant. You really have to consider the real victim in all of this. The rich white Australian male. How come no one ever thinks of them? Interesting. Does millionaire jerky get kept in the fridge? My God. This one's not that entertaining. She's just giving it to Pam Bondi. Is there any other entertaining ones that people have seen? Probably the white Australian woman, as they've contributed more to society through taxes in their lifetime by default. But what if they've never worked a day in their lives? And what if the refugee is like a skilled, highly skilled laborer in a very desired sector of the economy that will contribute heavily to society and pump out a lot of tax money? Hey, let's throw that fucking Australian woman out, baby. You know what? Actually, fucking, if she hasn't paid any taxes, let's deport her. Like, should she even be here in the first place? Get rid of her. Useless. Hey? It's a strange hypothetical, man. I'll give you that one. It's a very interesting... I got to admit, like, we've seen some interesting hypotheticals here, but, like, that one's got to take the cake. It's got to be, man. What about the trad wife, bro? Yeah, brown people are often very hardworking. Yeah, and they'll do it for low pay, too. It's great for the economy. Oh, my God. This is a wild stream today. You guys are very surprising, all of you. All of you. I must admit, the chat has really carried all of the weight today. I haven't done anything. It's all you guys. We're a collective, we are. If you liked it, I can think these up at the drop of a hat. Only though, you're only allowed to give us hypotheticals from now on. Only if you tell us, like, what is your agenda? Don't give me the bullshit of fucking, I just like a healthy discussion. Why? Why do you like a healthy discussion? What do you want? What do you want 4B2s? I need to know up front. Come on, give it to me. Why are you here? If you're stirring the pot, that's fine. We've got a lot of people in here that will challenge you on that. They can probably stir the pot just as well as you could. But I want to know what you want out of this. This week has been really entertaining, chat. It's fucking mental. It's absolutely mental. Oh, man. Seriously. Seriously. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button, I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm very disappointed in you, and you should feel ashamed of yourself. So hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe. If you're on Twitch, follow, etc., etc. You know the drill. You know the fucking drill. He wants some of that sweet, sweet stream revenue. Oh, wait. I can't. I've been fucking blocked on YouTube, so ain't no fucking stream revenue coming in here. Because I ask questions in my circles and no one gives me answers, this seems like a somewhat, at this stage, more appropriate forum for this type of conversation. Yeah, well, look, we're not here for your fucking entertainment. Wait, are we? I don't know. How does everyone feel about this? Do we all feel comfortable because 4B2s at this stage thinks that we're an acceptable forum? I would like you to think of us as more than just an acceptable forum for you at this stage in your life and your journey. Don't just use and abuse us, please. We are a respectful bunch and we try to have good conversations here. Stop jacking off, bro. What's the exact vibe that keeps me here? That's the exact vibe that keeps me here. Well, because the poverty is engineered. It's not really to do with migration. Wait, what? I thought we were only here for 4B2's hypotheticals. Like, this whole project for us, the last, like, fucking 14 months of us streaming together has just been so we could set up the grounds for 4B2s to ask some fucking hypotheticals. I've a lavas in the house. What the fuck? No way. Whoa, yo, what's up? Give up the rock mystery. Have you discussed the Discord surveillance gatekeeping that's about to be enforced on the platform? Yes, we have. And I know what you're going to say. And this is why we talked about doing open source. I know what you're going to say. Yes, I've thought about it too. Guiltily. I was like, shit. Man, Avalava talked about how we could go to another platform. But like, Discord is just so easy for people to access. And it's going to be not soon. But like, apparently, like, when it comes to the whole Discord thing though, like, it might not be everyone. Like, if they've surveilled you properly, which they probably have, if they've surveilled you properly, they definitely know if you're overage or not. Like, you're above 18. And so, like, they might not ask you. It's like the whole social media ban for under 16s here in Australia. Like, they don't have to ask you. It's up to the platform. So, like, will Discord do it? I don't know. It's a fair thing. It's a fair question. If you want, I can explain why few people that also benefit from police having an iron fist benefit from the rest of us being poor. Yes, you explain away, please. I would like to know a lawyer's opinion on this one. Instead of just the usual loony lefty take on it, the cultural Marxists out there. The inevitable is upon us. What? That we're going to be ID'd in the public realm? We can't walk around and be anonymous in our online activity anymore? The typical SaaS rug pull. Yeah, we're going to get done, bro. It's going to come. 4B came in here spitting fire. LOL. Proper tangent. I'm not a lawyer? Oh, really? Oh. Well, just assumed you were. You just like to debate legal stuff then? I just have a family that has a lot in it. Oh, okay. Well, then you're a lawyer by default. Let's go with that. Let's go with that one. Okay. For this chat, you are our in-house lawyer. We've got an in-house nurse. We've got an in-house accountant. We needed a lawyer, unless there are other people here that are lawyers. We got plenty of loony lefties. We got a One Nation bot in here. Hey, we got them all, man. Sounds like some Bondi level qualification. Bondi, sorry, not Bondi. Bondi level qualification. Hey. Yeah, I'm used to debating legal, so yeah, so good. Where's our One Nation bot? Hey, dilemmas, bro. People still think you're a bot. You got to defend yourself, man. We're calling it out. Where did that thing come from? I think it was Indoctrination that put that in there. Have you guys seen this? I don't know if this is legit or not. I can't tell. I'm noticing a pattern, have you? Over the past few days, every reel where I've mentioned Pauline Hanson has had the same kind of bot-style pile-on. It's the same sorts of account, often new or empty, turning up quickly with similar comments to make it look like there's a big backlash. Researchers have shown that when people see a wall of comments saying the same thing, they're more likely to assume that's the majority view or either go along and stay quiet. Classic groupthink. Hey, it sounds like the police commission has written this. Even when the group is being boosted by bots or coordinated accounts. Other creators are reporting the same thing on their content too, which makes it look like it's less one-off and more like a pattern across the platform. So if you see a bunch of copy-paste style comments under a post, it's worth remembering that not every loud crowd online is organic. Have you noticed this pattern? This guy, whoever they are, Frackman Project, is accusing, I guess, the One Nation campaign of like botting online. Hey, who would have thought that people are associated with the conservative movement in the US, a party that's now associated with the conservative, like Project 2025 style arm. And Steve Bannon would resort to social media manipulation to drum up support in like the real world, not the virtual world, but in the physical world, political tactics like that. It's very interesting. Look at the third picture. I thought Indoctrination and Dilemmas were pals. Ah, man. I like that one. They do agree on certain things from time to time. Like they agree to disagree, I guess. Yeah. This one's funny. Hey. Like this is a page created by One Nation, the One Nation political party. This is the Mr. Gherkin guy, is it? The primary country, region, location of people who manage this page are 4 Australians, 2 in the Philippines, 1 in the United States, by Aussie battlers, 4 Aussie Wait, what? It's so good. Wait, what? Why are people managing this page from the Philippines, the United States? Hey, look, Philippines, I can get it. You can buy services from Filipinos. It's pretty like so many businesses do it, and they like manage your social media posts and all that sort of stuff. Like, what's going on with the people managing it from the States, huh? Hey, is that you, Steve Bannon? Hey, is that you? Is that you, Cambridge Analytica? Are you up to no good again? Are you supposed to be doing that? I don't think so. So good. Even damage to person is essentially a property offense. Fake news, why would the woman who is known for burqa stunts and sensationalism conduct astroturfing like that? I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, so much for the complaints about Aussie working class jobs. It's actually crazy strolling Facebook. Most of the comments are fake accounts, trolls and bots. Like everyone else, though, but more so in the developing world. Wait, I'm pretty sure big tech is experimenting on the Philippines. Like everyone else though, but sure more so in the developing world. But like look at fucking is that a hypothetical? 4B2s, potentially VPNs. Is that a hypothetical? Look at what happened in Myanmar. Like remember when Facebook was embroiled in that stuff and they were like advocating or allowing, no, they were openly supporting like people that were painting up the Rohingya as the problem as the reason for the country's problems, which ended in like a genocide type situation. Yeah, genocide. Digital colonialism is not a real thing. Shh. Yeah, fair enough. Ha! 4B2s is now about to sponsor Ground News in the comments. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got a question for you, 4B2s. This is it. Depending on how 4B2s answers this question, they will be ostracized from the chat. This is our hazing ritual from now on. Are you ready, 4B2s? 4B2s, how do you feel about Ground News? How do you feel about Ground News? Are you right, everyone? I'm so excited to see the answer to this one. 4B2s, are you listening? 4B2s, are you there? Can you hear me? How do you feel about Ground News? Please let us know. This is it, man. This is going to make or break the relationship right here. God, I hope he's paying attention. Come on. Answer the question. How do you feel about Ground News? Come on. Please. I would like to know more. No? 4B2s is gone. Damn. Could have enjoyed that conversation. Has anyone got any other Pam Bondi suggestions here? 4B2s is here. Yo, oi. How do you feel about Ground News? Come on. Come on now. Come on now. What the fuck is that? Oh, yeah, that's pretty neutral response, actually. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You survived this round of questioning. I prefer neutral news. Yeah. Ozpol, One Nation related. But you seen this? No, I haven't. Oh, good deflection. Yeah, it survives another round. No, maybe 4B2s actually doesn't know. What is this? Whoa, slow down there. You're going 1,000,000 miles a minute.
To me, what about things like tightening up immigration standards, who we let into the country?
Well, Senator Roberts, we recently passed some laws to strengthen the minister's powers to cancel visas of people promoting hate, and your party voted against those laws.
That's because of other things, Minister.
Sorry?
That's because of other things that we did not like in the bill. Would you...
But you voted against what you're asking for.
We voted against...
Sorry, I'm a little behind in the video. No, it's okay. We have strong feelings about Ground News over here. But you voted against the bill. Wait, what is the context here, please? I want you to clip people out of context. Quite good from the Senate estimates. One Nation, Malcolm Roberts. Will you provide tighter immigration standards to keep terrorists out? Minister Murray Watt. Yeah, we just did that, and you voted against it. That's because of other things in your bill. Right. We've got context now. Ho Chi Minh's would be happy.
To me, what about things like tightening up immigration standards, who we let into the country?
Well, Senator Roberts, we recently passed some laws to strengthen the minister's powers to cancel visas of people promoting hate, and your party voted against those laws.
That's because of other things, Minister.
Sorry?
That's because of other things that we did not like in the bill. Would you...
But you voted against what you're asking for.
We voted against the other provisions of your bill.
Which were to make it easier to ban association with neo-Nazis. Was it that bit, or that you didn't like, or what were the...
Minister, we could talk for hours about the specifics
the problem,
your bill.
The problem for One Nation is that you
time
always...
for you to answer my questions, not for me to answer your questions.
The problem with One Nation is that you call for things to happen and then you vote against them. You've done that now on... We do not
vote against tight
you
immigration.
Voted against same job, same pay when you
Minister,
call for
will you
labour
increase
standards.
the immigration
You voted
vetting
against
standards?
cheaper medicines when you want things done for poorer Australians. Like, at some point, Australians are going to see through One Nation and see that you make promises that you don't keep.
I don't know, man. I don't think that's going to happen. You got too much faith there. I disagree with what the government here, but it does wedge the fuck out of them. Oh my God.
When you come to Canberra. And you did it again recently by calling for hate preachers to be banned and restricted and then voting against laws that would do that. You called for migration screening and then you voted against it. So I'll leave it to Australians to, see through what One Nation does rather than what One Nation says.
Minister, do you think Australians are fools and not seeing what you're doing right now? We've asked for tighter immigration standards. Will you answer the question? Will you provide tighter immigration standards to keep people and terrorists out?
We just did that and you voted against it.
That's because of other things in your bill.
But we did what you're asking for.
Like, it's a fair point. Like, we did it. Like, whether they voted against it or not, he's actually asking, are you going to vet people or not? Are you going to vet them? He's like, yes, you did it. Like, who cares how they voted? That's fucking hilarious. But he's like, yes, we did it. Avalava, oi, fuck ground news. No, don't give him the answer. Don't give him the answer. Our immigration is already pretty crazy. Have you seen when Australians tried to escape on boats and such? They catch them already. Australians, I mean. Why do that, Murray? LOL. I guess, like, what's the point of the question at the end of the day?
You voted against it.
Correct, because of the other things.
Just like you always vote against the things that you say need to be done. And we're on to you. We're on to you.
Well, we're happy to leave it in the hands of the Australian people.
And the Australian people, over time, will be on to you.
I don't know, man. We need a bit of context, but the way they've clipped this one is like he got fucking savage just then. Like, let's just call it how it is. He didn't have much to say at the end there. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's too much. Indoctrination. Where do you get this stuff? You got to spread out that material. Seriously, you're going to kill me. You're going to kill me. It's easy. It's the same shit the Greens used to do. Just complain about shit, then vote against it. Yeah, it's just classic. This is what happens when you're an opposition party. Like, never, what do they call it? Always a bridesmaid, never the bride, etc., etc., etc. Like, you can just be an oppositional, a professional oppositional party. Congressman Rowe Khan just read out loud the names of 6 powerful men had previously been redacted from the e-files. Names the public was never supposed to hear. Yes, I have heard about this. Hey, go and get in the stream chat and read that. Actually, LOL, the episode of South Park comes to mind where the Mexicans try to sneak back into Mexico through the border crossing. Actually, that's pretty funny, that one. And is that the one with Butters? And he's like the leader of this movement or something. And every time he lifts his hands, the crowd makes a noise. We need to see the whole bill. We need to see the whole bill, damn it. I spent years on a no-fly list for saying the war on terror was a con designed to take our rights away. Damn, you did some hard time. You hardcore, man. That's crazy. Oh yeah, Viva la Mexico. Interesting. Damn, that's hardcore. God damn. You love your rights debates, don't you? Eh? I've seen you in action now a couple of times. Never committed any crime. We already have insane laws. All right. I got to have a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. If you're new here, subscribe. If you're not, whatever. Follow, etc., etc. And hit the like button on YouTube if you haven't already. All right. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. But yeah, it'll probably date me, but I got kicked out of year 12 for organizing a town-wide school walkout. Or trying to, when they said that we were going to join the US's war, / Howard just declared war for us. Yeah, there you go. That's pretty cool. That's ballsy as shit. And did it work? When you say you organized one, did you actually end up doing it? And you got kicked out for that? Damn. What type of place is this? Students organizing. That's it. Kick him out of class. Gone with them. Yeah. Tough. That is tough. And you think that'll put you on the no-fly? That's some draconian yes. And it didn't take long to be permanently suspended and placed on the watch list. And they are actually more laid back these days about opposing what? Our something. When I went to school, on the days I turned up, I only ever remember the environment club leaving the school grounds to join on protests. I was also doing stuff like sharing stuff from Ham's website when they still had web access for the 2003 election, and they decide they did something them after they won, so I could have been for that also. Hey, did you share the Discord for the new peeps? I have not yet, actually, but I will. I will. If you are new here, come and join us on Discord. This is where we share our propaganda and have chats outside of the stream. Oh, fucking during the stream as well, let's be honest. Here it is. Check it out. Go over there. Join the community. For a few years, and it happened within a few year period. Is a permanent suspension the same as expulsion? Now, if you're expelled, you can go to another school. Kylie Woti, that's still super rough. Like, just association and dissent can have a big of an impact. Sounds like entry-level gang stalking, bro. Hello, we've got 24 kids here. Oh, right, okay. They did stuff like block us at the bridge with teachers. I got there a few dozen also did, but I think every one of us was suspended by various schools. And my one was till I agreed not to do it again, and I'm stubborn. Like, they cracked down on you as well. They tried to suppress you. Hey, you are a human rights activist, aren't you? Yeah, let's have our philosophical discussions again. All right, I want to look at this. This is going to be rather depressing after such an entertaining day. But like, this happened in Canada. I don't know, like half a day ago, not even. And so, like, I want to know details about it. Have you guys heard about this shooting in Canada? Pretty sad stuff. Now, why I bring this up in a certain way, I'm semi-retired. It says here in the thing, 10 dead in British Columbia. It's not funny, I shouldn't laugh. But it says, the suspect described as woman in a dress. So, like, this one is going to be so hard in the culture wars, like extremely hard in the culture wars. Because, like, I think they're saying that the perpetrator was trans or something. Dilemma's brought it up, like, what, 4 hours ago now when we started. It was like, oh, they were trans shooter. So, like, it's being disseminated hard. Like it matters, but, like, you know, it's going to be used. It's going to be painted in the culture wars so hard. See, this is why you can't have these types of people around, etc., etc., etc. They're going to ham this up hard, I think. Canada will go for the guns again. I got to go, peeps. Lovely to meet you all. I'll be back at a future stream, I promise. Only one hypothetical per video. All right, enjoy 4v2. It's actually been interesting having you around. Thanks for joining. Till next time. All right, Dilemmas, are you ready for the culture wars on this one? Let's find out about the woman in a dress.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Like you, I am just learning about the horror of the tragedy that unfolded in Tumbler Ridge this evening over the course of the day. This is a devastating and unimaginable tragedy. We can't imagine what the community is going through, but I know it's causing us all to hug our kids a little bit tighter tonight. I'm just out of an update with RCMP leadership, Dwayne McDonald. I want to thank him for being available this evening, and a conversation with the Prime Minister about this terrible tragedy. Here's the latest information that we have. I understand that there are 10 people in total who are dead, 2 different sites. 8 of the people who died as a result of the shootings were at the school, including an individual we understand is the suspected shooter, who is believed to have died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. There are about 25 people who have been triaged by health authorities with various physical injuries, some profoundly serious, and some more minor injuries. Right now, information is very limited as police do their work, and the RCMP has asked for patience as they work through methodically to ensure that they are supporting families and getting to the bottom of what happened today. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask British Columbians, to ask all Canadians, to wrap the people of Tumbler Ridge, wrap these families with love. Not just tonight, but tomorrow and into the future. This is something that will reverberate for years to come.
So, like, small community, I hear, and like these things happened. Very small community, I hear. And what is it? 8 people have died? I don't know, like 9 people killed, 25 injured. Like, I can only judge off Australian standards. I know potentially for North Americans, this is not a very unusual event. I don't know how else to say that. But like, heavy as fuck, man. If that happened in Australia, 9 people killed in a school shooting, like that would be absolutely devastating. But I'm not sure what Canadians are like with their guns. Was it an anti-Sem attack? Yeah, I'm just asking the questions.
In Canada, at least 10 people, including the suspect, have been killed and dozens injured in what's being described as the country's worst mass school shooting. It happened in British Columbia, in a rural town called Tumbler Ridge. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police said 6 of those killed were found inside a high school, and 1 person died on the way to hospital. A suspect had been found dead with what is believed to be a self-inflicted injury.
I think it's uncommon in Canada. Yeah, fair enough. I just don't know what their gun position is. Like, are they pro-gunny, like Americans kind of thing? Like, I demand weapons to defend myself. So like they're all walking around strapped and it's normal. I don't have the context here.
A shelter-in-place alert sent during the attack identified the suspect as a female in a dress with brown hair. Officials say they know the attacker's identity, but so far have not publicly revealed their name or gender. Well, our North America correspondent Peter Bowes has the latest.
I imagine Alberta is pro-gun. Not sure about the rest. Is Alberta the one that's also seceding? Right, super strict. They are pro-gun, but they have gun laws also. They recently tightened laws even more. If only all the students had a gun, then they could have stopped this from happening. Not that much different to Oz, but closer to the USA. Correct. The Texas of Canada.
A total of 10 people are dead. This happened just after lunchtime yesterday. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police said it received a report of an active shooter at a school in the small town of...
Yeah, so like, is it because it's so remote that like they didn't get there till like after the event had finished and this person has disappeared? Like some of the times like they get there and it's happening. Do you remember when do you remember last year when we watched that thing? What was it called? Angel something? I want to say Angel something. There was that company in the US that does drones and provide drones as a first response to school shooters. And so like you have like this chest that you leave in your library or something like that. And when a school shooter comes in and starts firing up the place, the first things that are deployed are these drones. That's job is to go out and take out the shooter. What was the name of that company? That was some scary shit. And so like from what I understand in this situation is they got there after the fact, right? It was an SKS, I believe, semi-automatic 7.26 clipper, fed 10 rounds. But they have had mental checks, etc. for decades.
Humbler Ridge, a tiny place, a population of about 2,400 people. It lies in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. There was a search of the school. They found 6 people dead. A 7th died on the way to hospital. More than 24 people were told were injured. Now, the authorities say another person believed to be the attacker was also found dead at the school with what appeared to be self-inflicted injuries. Officials say the shooting at the school and at a nearby home where 2 additional bodies were found are believed to be linked. Now, the police say they don't know yet what the attacker's connection is to the school. We are getting a lot of reaction to this. The British Columbia Premier David Eby had this to say.
This is a devastating and unimaginable tragedy. We can't imagine what the community is going through. But I know it's causing us all to hug our kids a little bit tighter tonight. It makes us think about our kids' safety when they're going to school. We take it for granted. You go to school, you come home safe. And events like this give us pause about that safety that many Canadians have the privilege to enjoy.
What's this? Avalava, what's this? Footage is on the way. Mystery. What are we looking at here? This is from 2028. Sorry, this is 28th of the 8th. Footage is on the way. What the fuck? Is this the thing? Oh my god, this is the one. What's it called? What's this service called again? Oh my god, I forgot about this. Avalava. We've missed you.
In the past 3 years, there have been 1,000 gun violence incidents.
Fuck me, dude. I forgot about this. This is a service, okay, that's provided, I guess, uniquely for a North American context, maybe. That's not fair. This happens everywhere. This is a service that they provide for schools in areas that have a lot of guns, let's say. I'm just going to say that.
In the past 3 years, there have been 1,000 gun violence incidents in schools, with 800 killed or wounded. During a real school shooting, most of the shooting happens in the first 3 minutes before external police arrive at the school.
At Campus Guardian Angel.
Guardian Angel, that's the one. That nefarious company profiting off the fact that, like, people take this as our national sport. Some other countries just participate every now and again. It's the fucking World Series, right? Yeah, it's dystopian, this shit for us, if you remember it.
On-site managed service for school safety. We pre-position our drones in schools on charging plates so they're ready to go. It's similar to fire sprinkler systems in schools that put water on a fire immediately. The drones are piloted remotely by Mithral's own team from our ops center in Austin. Our team is made up of the best drone racing pilots and former Special Forces operators specialized in hostage rescue. Teachers and school police can request we respond through our app or by using a silent panic button or calling 911. As soon as our team is alerted, we can see a virtual copy of the school building on our screens in our ops room, and we can see all the camera feeds from the school. Our goal is to respond in 5 seconds,
5-second
find and confront
response.
the shooter with drones in 15 seconds, then if needed, degrade or incapacitate the shooter in 60 seconds. We can fly quickly through school corridors and also come through windows as needed to gain access to the threat.
Look at that drone straight
Our
through the
first step
window.
is to use sirens and a speaker to tell the shooter to surrender. If they don't surrender, we then use air poppers and a pepper gun to disorient and degrade the shooter. If the shooter still doesn't surrender, we can do kinetic energy hits with the drones, which is similar to being hit with a beanbag round. We will typically have between 20 and 60 drones in boxes in each school, so we can keep flying drones at the shooter in waves. Our goal is to buy the minutes needed for law enforcement to arrive on scene and take control of the situation. We can also team with an on-site security guard and with police once they arrive on scene, similar to a police dog. Just like a police dog, all the effects we apply are less lethal. Also, just like a police dog, we're the first into the room. This minimizes the risk of children or law enforcement officers getting shot in collateral damage. Drones are really hard to shoot.
Crazy shit.
But if
Crazy shit. Like, this is capitalism at its finest, isn't it? It's like, when there's a gap in the market, we'll fill it. Don't you worry. Eh? From this side. This is the very real looking video game. Isn't it? Isn't it? Eh? We've got the best drone pilots ever. My God. This is narrated by British Albo. Oh, man. That's some crazy shit, man. The ADHD thing is a bummer. I probably wouldn't qualify for a license just thinking about that. Or in army, they all work on a system that's systematically designed to be not just. Crazy. I forgot about that guardian angel thing. That's mental. Imagine the world we're bringing children into, where the response is, hey, let's get drones out to kill school shooting perpetrators, school shooters. Let the drones figure it out. We see a gap in the market here. The police, like in this situation, didn't respond fast enough. If only they had Guardian Angel on site, the drones would have found the perpetrator, the woman in the dress with the brown hair, and would have taken her out if only they had Guardian Angel. I can see a contract coming in here. They're going to break into the Canadian market for sure. For sure.
Country.
We've also heard from the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who said he was devastated. He posted on X, "My prayers and deepest condolences are with the families and friends who've lost loved ones to these horrific acts of violence. The Government of Canada stands with all British Columbians as they confront this horrible tragedy."
We have schools in Australia banning Tamagotchis and Pokemon cards. US can't even ban guns. Yeah, good Thursday, untardy, folks. Ah, hello. How you going? Welcome to the chat, Woozle. The police can also put a block on you. I've never tried to get an FN, but I couldn't get a passport. I wouldn't have been able to get an FN at time. Gun, not FN. Okay, right. We've used drones during paintball games. The sound is actually terrifying and we aren't even in danger.
Now, a community lockdown that was imposed shortly after these shootings, that has now been cancelled because the authorities say they don't believe that there are any outstanding suspects or ongoing threats to the community.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks. So have you guys heard about this then? This come across your feeds? Well, they don't have much information on it though, do they? Yeah, a lot of people with PTSD from drones talk about the sound.
At least 10 people have been killed in a school shooting in a remote area of Canada's British Columbia. The incident took place at the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, where 7 people were shot. A spokesman for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police said the shooter then turned the gun on herself. Now, 2 more people were found dead at a nearby home, believed to be connected to the incident. About 2,400 people live in Tumbler Ridge, which is located in the Rocky Mountains. That's more than 1,000 kilometres north of Vancouver, near the border with Alberta. Around 175 students attend Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Now, mass shootings are rare in Canada. The Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has now cancelled his trip to the Munich Security Conference. Authorities are saying the community is in shock.
While the RCMP emergency alert has been lifted, the people of Tumbler Ridge remain in a state of crisis following one of the worst mass shootings in our province's and country's history. This is a devastating day for a close-knit community, and the loss being felt is profound.
We are joined now by journalist Trent Ernst, who's with the Tumbler Ridge Lions newspaper. He was one of the first people on the scene after the shooting.
He looks like someone who lives in a rural area, I guess, in Canada, right? It's the jumper I'm feeling. The only stuff I see are like people dressed in winter clothing like this from Canada. This is the stereotypical look for me.
At the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Trent, thank you so much for your time. We understand, of course, this is a very difficult time for your community. Can I ask you to tell us what you witnessed when you arrived at the school?
So I was alerted to the fact that there was a possible school shooting. So I grabbed all my stuff, drove out there. I could not actually get to the school. The road to the school was blocked by a couple district vehicles. There were more district vehicles at the other side. Tumbler Ridge is a very small town, so our entire complement of the RCMP, which is the Canadian Police Force, is 5 people in town. So they couldn't position RCMP officers at the road entrances. So I grabbed my phone and was getting ready to go live when the alert went out saying shelter in place and be on the lookout for a possible school shooter, described in the alert as female, brown hair, wearing a dress. And then, from there, I basically just kind of went to as close as I could get to the school, while not being on the schoolyard, because I know that they don't like it when, these things happen and you go in there with a camera. So I just kind of was filming it and providing commentary on the Ridgelines Facebook page. And there was occasionally RCMP vehicles that would pull up, and the RCMP officers would enter the building. So I was pretty sure that whatever was happening by that time had stopped happening, since they weren't, surrounding the building and not going in. They were just kind of walking in and out.
Okay, Trent,
What is this? Avalava. What are we looking at here? Ready or Not and Body Cam is the first ultra-realistic multiplayer FPS that is designed to push the limits of photorealism, delivering a true body camera view that immerses players in the intensity of authentic combat. Why are you putting this stuff in? Oh, They're actually military simulator video games that have these kind of high school shooting scenarios. Oh, fucking hell. Really? That's heavy. What a world we live in. Interesting. Yeah, there's not a lot of news on this one. All right. We're going to go to, I think Dilemmas has posted something in here. That's like Canada's dead wrong trans shooter, but they blame the guns. Oh, we're getting a right-wing culture war take on this one. Don't blame the guns. Guns don't kill people. Apes with guns kill people. Oh, man, it's 25 minutes. Who's this? Chowder Bits. Has anyone looked at Chowder Bits before?
None of those people are the gun person.
That includes the deceased gun person.
Okay. And then separately, do you know the gun person's relationship to the school?
Not at this time, no.
If it is not a shooting that helps them push the narrative of gun control, that helps them push the narrative that the common denominator is easy access to guns or right-wing extremism, they try and bury it. Let's get to what is in the news right now, this shooting in British Columbia. Now, I was talking about this with Lane the Brain earlier, and it's weird that this didn't catch on as far as being covered by the media, where when he first read about it, and the same thing with me, I thought it might be one of those fake...
Usually apes with guns just shoot around your feet from the footage that I've seen.
news stories because someone had written about it, and it was covered nowhere.
Yeah, I didn't see it anywhere. And it was later in the day, and I'm like, what's going on at night?
Right.
Like at school? What?
And then we realized that's very telling.
Is it?
In and of itself. Why? Why was it not covered anywhere for a good long while in comparison to other shootings?
Why don't you want people to know about it right away?
Right.
Interesting.
Why did we not have the same reaction immediately from world leaders and posts? Why did we not have the same kind of reaction in comparison to other mass shootings? And I will say this, there was some misinformation going around where people were saying, hey, this shooter was transgender, and posting pictures of someone who was not the shooter. This shooter may be, at this point in time, seems likely that they're a transgender individual. But I will tell you, when you're facing an absence of information, look to how the left is treating it. And that'll be a pretty strong indicator. So if I go, okay, we don't have the information, but they're
so hard. The culture wars on this one. Just look at how the left's treating this one and then just fill in the gaps from there. Oh, man.
They're not covering it. They're not jumping on this. And they seem to be kind of trying to punt it a little bit. There's
Oh, right. I get it. So he's saying because the left aren't touching this one and aren't being like, gun control, it's that shows that this is a trans person doing the shooting. Right. Now you can be the good guy and shoot the bad guys. Yeah, it's some crazy. Like, look at the market response. It's not just providing guardian angel services. Like, people want to know what it's like. You want to know what it's like to be in a school shooting scenario? Come and play the game. Live the experience. Photorealism.
something there that they don't like. For example, maybe the shooter was black. Maybe the shooter was transgender, lesbian, gay. If they don't cover it, there's something there that they don't want to touch. And I saw that right away. So off the bat, for those of you who haven't been following it, shooter in British Columbia killed 9 at the time of this broadcast, injured another 25. This is a really large-scale, tragic one. Yeah. And here's the news report, so you don't take my word for it.
I love the description. I'm assuming this guy's American. It's just like, this is a large one. Let me just get the chart out of what we're used to. You can see here, I would consider this one a biggie.
Of course, all references available, links in the description. We do that every show.
This is one of the biggest tragedies that our province, our country, and certainly the rural town of Tumbler Ridge has ever seen.
We're still triaging other victims, and I don't have updates on whether that number could rise. The scene was very dramatic, and there were multiple victims that are still being cared for.
Okay, now I'm going to answer the question that I asked you earlier so you know where we're going with this. The reason why is if it is not a shooting that helps them push the narrative of gun control, that helps them push the narrative that the common denominator is easy access to guns or right-wing extremism, they try and bury it. This is the same media who has said that the greatest threat...
But like, easy access to guns is a factor, isn't it? Like, call me ignorant. This is not my area of expertise. But like, if you can get a gun you can shoot it, right? Even if you don't really know what's going on, like you can use it, I guess. Chowder isn't this the insert divisive opinion here is true? Prove me wrong, guy. Oh, is this the guy? Ah, that sits there with the, with the little table set up and gets people debating. This is the guy? Oh, wow. Oh my God, it's internet meme culture royalty. I had no idea. That's crazy. I'm sure there's also Canadian right that have a Canadian-centric response. The border with the USA isn't that tight. Canada already has pretty solid gun laws. The Aussie right wing is the more government failed to keep us safe. The American view is they needed more guns.
Domestically is right-wing extremism.
Wait, was the shooter trans? I don't know. I don't know if anyone knows. This guy. Wait, I'm just asking the questions.
Access to guns or right-wing extremism, they try and bury it. This is the same media who has said that the greatest threat to, domestically is right-wing extremists or white males. As you heard, Don Lemon, people like Chris Cuomo, Brian Stelter, CNN as a whole, MSNBC, I guess it's called MS now. That's what you've heard them say. That's why they don't want to touch this. So let me give you a couple of key facts, and I'll tell you what they want you to believe, and I'll tell you what is accurate. It does seem like this shooter may have been transgender. Let me tell you why I think that's...
Hot take, turns out this shooter is a Groiper. From the Groiper Awards. This is early speculation. Oh, so we are jumping a little here. Okay, I see the MO. But like, you know what's weird about this? And correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I'm not an expert when it comes to school shootings, but it is weird how they've described this shooter as a woman with brown hair in a dress. Like, you don't expect to hear women doing mass shootings. Is that right? Am I off here? Like, it's usually dudes, right? Like men. Angry, testosterone-filled men. I don't know if I hear much about women doing school shootings. Like, actually, you know what? Here's a perfect time for the research assistant. Maybe I'm completely off with this one. Can you give me an understanding in the history of school shootings? What percentage of school shootings are done by females compared to males? No, it's overwhelmingly men. Did you just assume the shooter's gender? Tisk. It's less common. It's not unheard of, though. Oh, okay. I just can't think of a time I've ever heard of a woman doing a school shooting. Like, school shooting specifically. I'm not talking about, like, other instances, but, like, killing children, like, skilled school children, right? Male perpetrators dominate high school shootings. Many sources around 80 to 90%. With females accounting for roughly 10 to 15%, so it does happen. In specific US studies from 2000 to 2022, 84 to 90% were male and 10 to 16% were female. Female perpetrators are comparatively rare. Analysis finds only a small minority of shooters are female, with many databases showing far few cases overall. Interesting. Depends what's a woman, eh? Why are you going there? I was pretty explicit. I just said I made it binary. It's men or women. You don't have to go there. Unless you want to go there. Unless you're interested, dilemmas, eh? A number of those were also couples. Interesting. Wow, yeah. So, like, maybe it's not a question of gun control then. If it's 90% males that do school shootings, maybe we should control males. We don't need to control guns. Guns don't kill people. And so guns don't do school shootings either. It's men I've got a few things to say to some of the men in this audience. Hey, I think we should just start controlling men now. That's what we need to do. Sounds like people who need a hug. So what I'm hearing here is the trans, the gays, the women are the problem. Let's ban guns from those people and see a 10% reduction in school shootings. Lives will be saved. Hey? It's all this toxic masculinity. Interesting. Clips and riffs. What's this? Oh, this is a good one. Chris Hedges, The Last Election. Interesting. How crazy is that tattoo? USA. That's a sick blending together of the cultures there. Let's call it. LOL. So what? You can improve the average? No, I'm just saying, like, look at the overwhelming majority. Like, if people's response is to, like, you know, control guns because they're dangerous, then, like, it would seem that men are dangerous because it's like 90% to 10%. So, like, maybe it's not about banning guns. We should just ban, like, men. We just have to, like, round men up and be like, and classify them in terms of their dangerousness. It's just men. Because we can't blame guns, right? Guns are off the table. Do not blame guns. It's not guns that kill people. If anything, if these kids had guns, then they would have been able to defend themselves. So we should start arming children. But outside of that, if you look at the stats, it's not women that are dangerous in a school shooting scenario. It's overwhelmingly men. So, like, leave the guns alone. Everyone's scared about, like, this guy. He's terrified of people coming after his guns because that's what the left will do. So, like, let's look at the real problem here. It's not guns. It's men. So let's start rounding up men. And then everyone that's left over can have all the guns that they want because they're 9 times less likely to be violent with those guns. Oh, E, you are 100% going to be clipped for that later down the track? So good. Hey? Why not? Hey? Why not? As long as we don't go after guns for us, that's the main thing. That's an attack on my liberties. Don't go after guns. It's like 9 times out of 10, it's males. So maybe we should start controlling males, not guns. Most of the schools stems from issues picked up during education, although I don't know what the background of this case is. I don't think many people know the background of this case. Seriously. I am going to quote FD Signify here. The problem is that instead of giving these young men electric guitars were giving them microphones, and they're starting podcasts. That's very interesting. Yeah. Watch out for people who are sporting microphones. They're the worst.
The most likely scenario. The RCMP's district commander referred not only to the shooter as a gun person, which is odd, but every part about this clip is suspicious.
None of those people are the gun person.
That includes the deceased gun person.
Okay. And then separately, do you know the gun person's relationship to the school?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, so right away, gun person, look left.
Right.
That seems odd.
They also could have just said shooter.
Right.
Which is weird.
And then when you combine that with the fact that the RCMP confirmed the initial alert about the shooting, describing the shooter as a female in a dress with brown hair, well, why wouldn't they just say the woman in question, the gun woman, gun person? Could just be that they're tripping over pronouns because they don't know what to do. Okay, there's some information. Here's some more. This comes from Cosmin. Do I say Georgia? Georgia? Sorry, forgive me for it's spelled DZSURDZSA. Forgive me.
Could you imagine how awesome the music would be if they gave angry young men electric guitars? Hey? Hey. That's right. It's a form of expression. Hey? It's a form of expression. And you aren't going to stop someone that is willing to unalive to do something. The key is not having people get to that point. Yes. Gun person sounds woke. I think that's the allegation, yes. Sounds very woke.
Juno News,
pure Canadian.
Juno News, former post-millennial editor, wrote, I just spoke to Jesse Strang's uncle, Russell, who identified Jesse as a suspected Tumbler Ridge shooter. Russell described his nephew Jesse as, quote, transgender. Public YouTube account belonging to Jesse also bears the trans flag and an SKS rifle. I reached out because that's what basic journalism demands, verification through primary sources. That used to be standard practice. It was the only thing I could do while the police refused to verify basic details about the killer's identity. To be clear, this is different from the picture that was circulating from fake news accounts on the right trying to convince you that that person was the shooter. And the reason that this matters is because that's a person. And if it's not the same person, that's a problem. Remember when we released the Nashville Manifesto? You had people on the right saying, no, I did my due diligence, and my source says that Audrey Hale was sexually molested by her father. Well, the reason that that's so harmful is because there's an actual father in the real world. And if that's not true, your clickbait isn't a defense. So this is someone who did the work, seems to be legitimate. It is different from the picture that many of you have seen. Now we go to the response from the left. This is telling the New York Times. Canada was reeling on Wednesday, a day after a shooter killed 9 people and injured 25 others in a remote town in northeastern British Columbia, the third deadliest shooting in the country's history that comes amid a wider debate about gun control. Let me be clear, there is no wider debate about gun control in Canada. It has some of the strictest gun laws in the Western world. Okay? To the point of being silly. When you talk about bureaucracy, red tape, and arbitrary laws simply designed to infringe on your right to self-defense, you're referring to Canada.
I don't get it. I don't get why people are so scared about it. Like gun control. I just don't get it. I guess I'll just never understand this stuff. He's a silly little boy in that shirt. Everything they're saying is clickbait. Yeah, I know, right? Canada's dead wrong, trans shooter, but they blame the guns. Like everything is clickbait in this. It's weird that they are not using the term clickbait ironically. Yeah, I know, right? Unironically, though. I guess I just don't understand gun culture. I just don't get it. Like everything to deflect from guns. Which was my outrageous point before, obviously. It's just like, well, if men are 9 times more likely to be violent with guns than women, and we don't want to get rid of guns, let's just get rid of men. Round them up. Round all the men up. And then give women guns, because like they're more responsible with them. Because the guns are actually quite safe in the right hands. And women are 9 times less likely to do something fucking outrageous, like a school shooting. 2A means nothing if they won't use it with everything happening here now. What's 2A? Can you explain? 2A means nothing if they won't use it with everything that's happening here now. And also, if it's USA trans, has to be involved. Second Amendment. Okay. Second Amendment means nothing if they won't use it with everything that's happening here now, right? It's weird how many kids have to die before they turn around to each other and say, let's talk about this like grown-ups. Yeah, I know it's a cliched line, but like, won't somebody think of the children? Like, honestly, won't somebody think of the children? Like, the only, like, there it is, Mr. Reese said it. All the men here need to shut up and go away. Anyone else here who isn't a man can take over. That was my point. Yes. Yes. Yeah, like, will somebody think of the children? Like, honestly, this is fucked up. This is really fucked up. I reckon you can definitely make a point, right? Mr. E, breaking news. Guns kill people. Do they, though? Do they? Or do men with guns kill people? I've got research. I did ChatGPT. I got the stats. It's overwhelmingly men with guns that kill people. It's not the guns. It's men with guns. Okay? It's time for some self-reflection. A lot of this is about what future looks like when compared with parents. Me pointing out that all the oppressed people around the world and the strict gun laws is the framework. If you let the government take the guns, they will use the monopoly of force. Even if we didn't talk about gun control in Australia after the recent terror attack, our existing gun control exists. That is still one mass shooting in the past 30 years. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's you can easily argue, right? Direct correlation. We have less guns. So there's, I guess, less fucking... there's less mass shootings. We don't need guns when we have torches. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, the state can't fuck with us now. We'll shine torches in their face. That'll get them. That's hilarious. I don't know, man. It's all too much up here in the culture wars for me. We still have like 6 million registered guns. It's a lot. We have the most guns per capita. And look at the monopoly of force here. It doesn't matter if you're willing to use them against said force. I think that's a fair point, actually. Pretty militarized. And pretty repressive actions being taken recently. Guns haven't really helped there. It's almost like it's just a marketing ploy. Who would have thought? It's just a marketing ploy. Black can imagine now. Black can imagine now is a gang fight in the middle of the night. And everyone pulls out a strobe light. Yeah. Yes. Bring on the strobes, bro. But we do have some checks on who gets them. And in some cases are stupid. But they have worked to make sure most of our shooting happens in organized crime. Our police are so much more heavily armed than in the 90s. Nemesis 10. If you want a glimpse of the future, imagine a boot stomping on a human face over and over again. George Orwell. Damn. That's scathing. That's interesting, isn't it? What are your opinions on this, Nemesis 10? You're American, aren't you? What are your opinions on, like, the Second Amendment and all that sort of stuff? I'm asking for a friend.
There's no debate. It has been settled by a totalitarian government in Canada. Yeah. You cannot own firearms for the purposes of self-defense.
Totalitarian government. God, it's fucking mental, the language these people use, isn't it? If these people knew what fucking totalitarianism was, you know, they wouldn't use it so lightly. It's not just a thing you throw at your political opponent because you don't like their policies. Like totalitarian regimes, it's meant... It's got a solid meaning. It's not authoritarianism either. Authoritarianism is light compared to totalitarianism. It's crazy. I'm for the Second Amendment. Yeah, fair enough. Breaking news again. Men with guns are very likely to pull the trigger of said gun, and those sometimes result in the possibility of bad things happening, none of which is attributed to the gun itself. No, it's not the gun. Surely it's not the gun. Surely. Right? Am I right? If the Second Amendment worked, why is ICE shooting legal carrying citizens in the street? That's a weird contradiction, isn't it? Like, I couldn't stop thinking about that when the Preddy thing happened. Like, they shot him because he was carrying a gun. And, like, Patel came out, Trump came out, and they said he shouldn't have had a gun. And, like, all these people were like, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, we are all for shooting these woke snowflakes from Minneapolis. But let's not pretend like we are shooting them because they have guns. We just think that they're less than human, eh? We just don't like them. They didn't shoot him because he had a gun. You can't say that. Because then people are going to question our underlying orthodoxy, which is if you have a gun, you will be able to save yourself from any threat. and he had a gun, and he got shot 10 times for it. 10 times. Like, go and watch the footage again if you haven't watched it already. They shoot him, and he is completely gone. And that was after about 4 shots, I reckon, by my count. And then they went for another 6 shots just to make sure. They made sure, all right. Forgot to mention the loneliness epidemic. Yeah, it's a factor. Sky News, massacre at the disco as DJ pulls out the strobe light. Yeah, cops dropping like flies when they walk into a nightclub. And just like, it's assault. We're under attack. Officer down. Officer down. So good. The Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments of the US Constitution, are the right of the people. No other amendment is ever attacked by the political elites. Huh. That's interesting. That's really interesting. The first 10 that relate to the people are ones that are always under attack. I'm in a car with my wife. She wants to know what E would do if someone broke into his house and they were armed with a machete and a gun of some kind. I would leave. I would honestly leave the premises as fast as I could. Like, are you suggesting that, like, if I slept with a gun, then I would use the gun on that person and save myself? Or like, let's do this in good faith. But if I had a gun and someone came at me with a machete and a gun, would I use the gun to defend myself? Yes, absolutely. I'm not an idiot. So if I went to sleep with the gun and someone came at me with a gun and they were going to kill me, would I kill them first? Yes. Yes, I would. Do I want a gun in my house? No. Do I hope that we've structured society in a way that people don't come into my house with a gun and a machete? Yes. Yes, I really do hope so. Like, honestly. So, like, what's the point of the questioning there? Would I defend myself with a gun from somebody who has a gun? Is that the point of the question? Like, honestly. I would use it. Should either of us have a gun, in my opinion, in the first place? No. And then that would solve the problem too. Guns are worthless if you can't organize. And as far as I'm concerned, the only militia groups organizing sit heavily on the right and align with the far-right governments. They would act as a secondary police force if revolution was to occur. Yeah, most probably. I can already imagine how many people sleeping with guns would shoot themselves in their sleep and present to my ED. By the way, have you guys looked up bulk gun owners having guns taken? No, I haven't. Like, is that bulk? Am I reading that right? After happening for months now in some US states. No, I haven't. Like, just being taken because racism, or is it being explained some kind of way? Like, just being taken because of racism, or is it happening some other way? Oh, that's in relation to what Violet is saying.
In Canada. And should you want to hunt, there are still
She's asking in general, how would you defend yourself and your family? Like, how would I defend myself if someone came into my house with a gun and a machete and I didn't have a gun or machete? I would fucking run out of the house. I would grab my family. I would make sure they're first through the door, and I would try to hold off said person if possible so they didn't hurt my family. But are you suggesting that if I had a gun, what would I do? That if I had a gun, I would obviously take that person out. I think that's a no-brainer. Like, if somebody was going to kill me with a gun and a machete, and I had the option of not being killed by taking them out, I would take them out. Like, I wouldn't be like, oh, well, I don't believe in your right to own guns, so you can't hurt me. Oh God, it hurts. I understand the hypothetical, but like it is based on the assumption, I'm assuming, that like I have a gun first, I guess, or I should have a gun because I want to defend myself with guns. In America, a lot of bad people have guns. There are 3 guns to every 1 man, woman, and child. It's a good idea to keep up with the Joneses. Yeah. That's a problem. Not if you had a gun. Just how would you defend yourself in Australia without laws? I would try to get out of the situation. Like I said, I'd run. If you're talking about like how I would defend my family, I would try to apprehend that person, like get them immobilized so my family could get out of harm's way and run and get out of there as fast as possible. And then hopefully I'm not taken out in that scenario. That was her OG question. Okay. Well, yes, I would defend myself by using myself as a human shield to protect my family. Fair enough. That's what she was asking. Okay, fair enough. Unfortunately, according to statistics, most gun owners harm themselves and passive bystanders when they're acting in self-defense. Not if you had a gun. Just how would you defend yourself? Yeah. All these guns, but their food still tastes bland as fuck. I'm just saying. There's a correlation. Fair enough. I think like how much planning for protection you need to do all depends on where you live and who you are. It's not necessary for the average Australian to plan for an armed home invasion. Seems like an unhealthy level of paranoia unless you're in a high crime rate area or target. Yeah, I guess so. It's not a bad point. Like you have to plan for possibilities if these possibilities actually arise. It'd be like me, like how often do I plan for my house being shelled by a tank? Like it could happen. It could definitely happen. Someone could break into some army facility, take a vehicle, go on a rampage, and could level my house with a tank. What would I do in that situation? I don't know. I've not thought about that yet. A lot of home invasions going on with guns and machetes. God, I hope not. According to Google AI, there are 120 guns for every 100 people in the US. Seems like an unhealthy... Oh, no, I read that before. I live adjacent to one of the highest crime areas in Adelaide. And so, like, they break into your house. Oh, they've been breaking into houses with guns and machetes. Yeah, there's a lot of injuries on stairs too. I don't exclusively plan to use lifts to avoid it. The funny one. Yes, in Melbourne. Okay. Like people are breaking into houses with guns and machetes in Melbourne. All right, well, start giving out guns and machetes to people then. Here, you get a gun. You get a machete. You get a gun. You get a machete. It's like the keeping up with Joneses comment that Nemesis was talking about before. It's time to keep up with the Joneses. Everybody's getting guns and machetes, dear. Okay? I just don't want to be the only one left out. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, baby. Hey? Do you want to be the only house on the street that doesn't have a gun and a machete? Huh? The only way to stop a bad guy with a gun and a machete is to have 2 guns and 2 machetes and 4 arms. And now spreading to Adelaide and Sydney, etc. We haven't addressed the problem with crime is usually due to inequality and social variables. You can't solve those problems by pumping guns into people's homes. Oh man. Well, the first murderer used a rock. How do you know? How do you know? Is that like a philosophical thing? Like the chicken and the egg? Like which one came first, the chicken and the egg? What about the first murderer being someone that used their hands, their bare hands, to strangle someone? Is this like a philosophical thing? But yeah, let's get back to the inequality thing. You have less people breaking into houses in the first place if inequality and other social variables are taken care of. I think it's the society that we harbor is a big factor in whether people are breaking into houses in the first place. Melbourne, Queensland has some of the highest crime rates in QLD. This is around 300% above the average, and they have a higher amount of guns per person. So the guns definitely don't solve crime. You can see this in heaps of regional towns with high crime rates. I'd settle for being able to use paintball without being charged. High gun ownership and high gun rates go side by side. High gun ownership and high gun rates? Can you redo that sentence for me? Go side by side. High crime rates go side by side.
Stringent regulations. Just to be clear, Mark Carney wrote, I am devastated by today's...
It's such a shame that we have no problem giving welfare to the rich, but giving welfare to the poor is deemed unfair. Well, if they stay poor, they might buy a few more guns to protect themselves. No!
Horrific shootings in Tumbler Ridge, BC. My prayers and deepest condolences are with the families and friends who have lost loved ones to these horrific acts of violence. Macron chimed in, other leaders from Australia, Germany, Sweden, they had similar messages without the same widespread condemnation of easy access to guns. Again, that is telling. Look to how the left responds. Even the Supreme...
Okay, so it is crime rates then. High gun ownership and high gun crime rates go hand in hand. Yeah, got it. Sorry. Trash fire. Lonely white men being emotionally fragile is so the malaise of our time or something. Gotta stop picking on males. I've been picking on males too much in the last half an hour. Or else he's going to clip me out of context. Then we're going to get done. Oh, shit.
We turn now to Canada, where the Prime Minister says the nation is in...
Whoops, shouldn't have clicked that. Whatever.
shock after one of the worst mass shootings in its history. 8 people were killed and in the remote mining town of Tumbler Ridge in British Columbia. The suspected shooter also died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. They've been identified as a transgender woman who dropped out of high school and targeted in the attack.
There you go. We've got
Transgender woman. The suspected shooter also died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. They've been identified as a transgender woman who dropped out of high school and targeted in the attack.
Dropped out of the high school targeted in the attack. So it is a trans woman. We've got this from the Germans, and this is 4 hours old. So Chowder was onto something. Hey, them wokies saying the shooter person. Hey, yeah, castle doctrine is hectic. I could imagine that would deter home invasions.
Students at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School exit the building after a terrifying hours-long ordeal. Inside the school, police found 7 bodies, among them the 18-year-old suspected shooter, a former student who was found dead from what police call a self-inflicted injury. Authorities say a 39-year-old teacher and 5 students aged 12 and 13 were also among the victims.
That's a fucking hilarious point. If you just listen to J.K. Rowling, it's just another man doing the mass shooting. Yeah, it's just another one ticking over into that little spectrum that we've got, which is men are 9 times more likely to do a school shooting than women. We'll go with the J.K. Rowling defense there. Hey, what's this? Whatever, cunts. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know. What did you post here? Eddie Murphy's in the screen. That's all I want to see.
Oh, that's cute. I thought I was the only person who slept with his guns under the pillow. Look at her little gun. Oh, look at this. So adorable. We got so much in common. This is so cute. It's cute.
That's so good. Wait, is that how you imagine home defense to be? Anyone? Anyone who's worried about guns, I guess only for self-defense, not for like, I don't know, shooting or hunting or something. Oh man, she sleeps with her gun too. Oh man, that's so good. As American as apple pie. Oh man, it's hilarious. This late into a stream, you can get away with a couple of C-bombs. Yeah, why not? That was so good. Is this what it's like? Is this what self-defense has come to? Hey, I fucking put a gun under my pillow. No, she got a cute little gun too. We were a match made in heaven. If only these kids brought the guns that they keep under their pillows with them to school, everything would be different. Everything would be different.
17-year-old Darian Quist is a student at the school.
What a terrible thing to meet you like this. And I'm really sorry that...
He spoke to Canada's public broadcaster about what he went through alongside his mother, Shelley.
The alarm went off that I've never heard before. And our principal goes throughout the halls and she's saying, people close your doors, lock down.
Damn, he had a much lower voice than I expected from that face. That was not what I was expecting just then. Hello. This guy's a gamer for sure. Look at this setup. Okay. Don't worry, Mum, I got a mic. I'm ready to do this interview.
What he went through alongside his mother, Shelley.
The alarm went off that I've never heard before. And our principal goes throughout the halls and she's saying, people close your doors, lock down, stuff like that. Things start circulating. We realize
I'll change my name from whatever got on Discord. Keep it.
how serious it really was. So we all barricaded up the doors with some iron tables and sat in that room for around 2 hours. I was on my phone with my mother the entire time.
And it's going to be probably the days, the weeks, months ahead where the community is going to come together. We're going to grieve together. And I'm just thankful my son is sitting here beside me.
Well, they barricaded themselves in a room for 2 hours. Where the fuck were the coppers? Eh? Why were they there for 2 hours? Is it that remote, this town, that they don't have police around? Like, I'm telling you, they should have had Guardian Angel. If they had the drones, none of this would have happened. I'm telling you, people. 10 times the casualties. Freedom. Guns are part of American culture. It's been that way for a very long time. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I understand. I understand that part. Maybe I don't understand the culture, but I know it's definitely part of the culture. To be fair, I do see the desire to sleep with a gun. I used to live in a situation where I had 8 cameras around my house, 4 with motion alarms, the whole defense plan in place, so I do get it. They were having a smoker before arriving at the scene. In between what, playing Candy Crush? Is that right? Is that how I'm supposed to think about this situation? Yeah. All right, fine. We'll go to this school, but I'm not going to be happy about it.
Police say 2 more bodies, a woman and a young boy, were found dead in a residence not far from the school.
The female adult victim is the mother of the suspect, and the youth male is the brother of the suspect,
oh, what the
or
fuck?
stepbrother.
The motive is still under investigation.
But do you reckon they killed their mum and their brother and then took off to the school? Do you reckon that's what happened? Damn. Damn. For home defense. Okay, right, got it. Sorry.
Police say officers did not find a note. In the capital, Ottawa, MPs in the House of Commons held a moment of silence for the victims.
Mr. Speaker, in the days ahead, there'll be important questions to ask, difficult conversations to have. We owe that to the victims and their families. But now, it's time for grieving and remembrance. Now is for the people of Tumbler Ridge and the Peace River region, for a community that is enduring the unimaginable.
Carney also thanked first responders who entered the school not knowing what awaited them and the teachers who acted to protect the children in their care. In the darkest of moments, he told the House, they showed the best of our country.
We're joined now by Evan Dyer, a senior reporter for CBC in Ottawa, Canada. So police have just held a press conference where they provided more details about the suspected shooter and the victims. Let's start with the shooter.
I'm not a cowboy. I don't open carry. Fair enough. For home defense. Yeah, like it's just like I would say, I don't know if I can speak for all Australians here, but we definitely have a different, like you said, Americans have a different culture. Australians, I think, have a different culture with this type of stuff. Questions like, what was the preferred bathroom? Wait, what? What did I miss? What are you talking about? Violet Quinn.
What more do we know about the alleged perpetrator?
The perpetrator was called Jesse Van Rootseller, born a biological male, but apparently began to transition about 6 years ago, was 18 years old when these events occurred yesterday, and died by suicide, it appears, at the school. This shooter probably did not know the victims, was significantly older than the victims. For one thing, Van Rootseller had dropped out of this high school 4 years ago, and the children who were killed were...
I know, right? Fucking trans Tifa, man. Ruining it for all of us. Trans Tifa. Hey, Trump's going to have to clamp down on Canada. Might have to invade, actually. I was thinking. Might have to invade. Put a hold on what's going on in Cuba at the moment. It's time to get rid of trans Tifa out of Canada. You Aussies don't have shotguns for hunting? I think we do have shotguns, actually. I believe that's actually what they used in Bondi. Grieve first, no hype the media, no turn it political, not invite another country for a PR stunt, not attack citizens to show toughness. How un-Australian of those Canadians. Hey? I was wondering where you were going with that, Weasel. Hey, we're getting close there. I see. We do. There's like 6 million registered guns still. Some things like higher gauge shotguns are controlled. You got to be able to prove that what you need it for, and the licensing is rigorous. Oh, waiter, I ordered a side of trans psyop with my Iran intervention. Clarice, where you been? Good to have you. Welcome to the chat. No word, it's a trans psyop with my Iran intervention and my Cuban stranglehold. Eh? Okay, I'm out. Have a nice day, guys. Thanks for streaming, Mr. A. Thanks for hanging out today. Good to have you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All in the 12 to 13-year-old range. So they wouldn't have even been at the school at the time that Van Rootseller was there, and being 4 or 5 years younger probably would never have really had much contact with Van Rootseller. So we don't know anything really about the motive. What we do know is that this attack appears to have begun at the home where Van Rootseller's mother and stepbrother were killed. That was not initially detected, it appears. And then the shooter moved to the school where the killings happened in a couple of places, most of them in the library, it looks like.
All right, let's turn our gaze to the victims now. What more do we know about the people shot and killed in this senseless tragedy?
Well, fortunately, there's one fewer than we were thinking yesterday, because the death toll has actually gone down to 9 from what we thought was 10. Because one of the victims who was medevaced by helicopter and who was believed to have died en route to the hospital is actually still alive, although in critical condition. So fortunately, there's one fewer victim than had initially been feared. But in addition to the 2 family members, who were a 39-year-old woman, the mother of the shooter, and an 11-year-old stepbrother, there were 5 children in the school and 1 teacher killed. So the teacher was a woman of 39 years, the same age as the mother. Both female adult victims were 39. And then there were 3 girls, all aged 12, killed, and 2 boys aged 12 and 13. And of the bodies recovered in the school, 5 of them were, as I mentioned, were in the library. There was 1 additional body that was recovered in the state.
12-year-olds. Unless we have 12-year-olds in this stream, which I think is very unlikely. But can you imagine what you were doing when you were 12? Like, just think about it. Where were you at when you were 12 years old? Completely oblivious to the functions of the world. Just wanted to watch cartoons. Or do whatever the fuck you were doing. Playing video games. Playing sport. Being outside. Just enjoying existing and, like, I don't know, hanging out with friends. Like, that was like the biggest decision you had to make in life. Was like, you know, what am I going to do today? If you didn't have like other commitments, I guess. How can I entertain myself? The world is my oyster. 12-year-olds, man. Fucking hell. It's crazy. Such pointless waste of life. It's not hard to get a shotgun if you're outside of the city. So many guns here, if they made them illegal, only criminals would get them. Well, yeah, it's a good point, actually. I've known some insane, bushy gun owners. We still have pretty large amounts of illegal firearms. But the police react super heavy if anyone outside of organized crime shoots at someone. Yeah, they don't act the same with organized crime, though. You can get up to semi-autos if you have the right license. Clarice, FBI statistics show that firearms are more likely to be involved in a life-saving incident than a life-taking incident. Around 25% of firearm deaths are intentional homicides. On a farm shooting, an old 22. I knew a guy who passed now, but has a pile of AKs and such. He buried instead of handing back with the buyback. Damn. Beating the shit out of my stepbrother at the time. See, there you go. Like, there was those simple things, right? It was the small things in life. You know, picking on your siblings, playing video games, enjoying the summer, jumping in the river. Fucking hell. Completely detached from the broader world and the fucked up shit that happens outside of that. Very innocent time of life. It's probably right before you start to not be innocent, right? At 12. You start to actually wake up a little bit. Mature. I miss the innocence of being a kid and not knowing how fucked up the world is really. Yes. This is what I'm talking about. Like, these kids, like, you know, hey, shoot adults. You go for it. But, like, you know, man, kids, come on. Like, they don't have any skin in the game, man. They just exist. Buried them in a barrel on his property. Nervous, excited about what high school might be like. Yeah, that's like the biggest worry they have. Eh? Just make him play smear the queer with me. Let him wear the football pads and just would just run over him. Oh my god. That is crazy. I think there are just lots of legacy gun owners from before things tightened up that are kind of kooky old bastards. Yeah, high school you tend to have social media by then. Start to get exposed. The most effective and non-restrictive firearm policy would be to enforce some sort of safe storage law. I say this as a shall not be infringed guy. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I grew up in the 70s and the 80s before social media. Yeah, I grew up before social media. As in, like, I didn't have it as a teenager. So, like, I had it as a young adult, I guess you would say. And, like, I was a pretty fucked up teenager, too. I could only imagine what social media would have done to me. It would fuck me up big time. My God. Why don't these mass shootings happen to 40-year-olds? I'm about done. Take me. Leave the kids to live life. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like 12 years old. Like these are 12-year-olds we're talking about. And people like still like, I don't know, man. It is my God-given right. It's like, yeah, well, unfortunately, it may be the case that we don't get to play with guns anymore. Yeah, it's like 40-year-olds. Why doesn't this happen to 40-year-olds? Like, why not? Yeah. Just go shoot up a fucking retirement village. Like, it'll be sad. It'll be sad. But, like, you know, at the same time, it's like, well, you know, they probably lived a good life. But it's never the retirement village. It's always the kids. Because it's more of a statement, I guess. Yeah, my first social media was Win, MX, and such. He was 100% went from rebel without a cause to revolutionary with a cause. Thanks to a bit of social media. I actually agree with that. Safe storage and a registered gun club with exemptions for rural areas. Get rid of the guns in the suburbs. Oh, people go postal also, but you need to work. You need a workplace to fixate against. I mean, when I was a kid, it was really normal growing up in the country, even in the noughties, for half of the properties to have illegal shotguns. Imagine all this cool shit they're missing. First kiss, night out with friends, all of that stuff. Yes, absolutely. Yes, you're right. First kiss, nights out with friends. Just being a wild teenager generally. All gone. You can't say that someone will clip it. You can't say that someone will clip it. Context.
Terrible. Now, of course, shootings like this are tragedies everywhere, but even more so in small communities. If you could, tell us a little bit more about Tumbler Ridge.
Yeah, Tumbler Ridge is indeed small. I mean, that would be the first thing you would say about it. It's a very picturesque Rocky Mountain community in the Peace River region, which began life as a coal mining town. It's a fairly typical Western Canadian rural town. Quiet. The school is fairly small because these areas, the catchment area tends to be pretty large. The number of students fairly small, so the school only had about 150 students in it. This is a school that, within a community which does not normally experience these kinds of events. You can certainly put it that way. Tumbler Ridge would have been very much your classic quiet Canadian community right before these events.
Sneaking out with your pals to go roam the local golf course, finding half-smoked cigs from the ashtrays and stealing beers from people's backyards. Yeah, look at all the stuff they're missing out on. Hey, half-smoked cig and stealing beers. Yes. The poor kids. Discovering music that speaks to you for the first time. It's not something that was influenced by someone in the family, but you find it yourself. Hey, listening to your first metal band that you love. Eh? Imagine all those memories, being an emotional teenager and not listening to an album that changed your life forever. Hey, oh my God, their first music festival, drinking and smoking all night with your best friend on a beach in Thailand. There's a special place in hell for someone who takes that from them. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. If you take that from people, you are fucked up. Riding e-bikes over golf courses. Ooh, man, finding that first music yourself. Yeah. And like you wouldn't have done that before 12, I reckon. No way. Yeah. Never relax around trans X. Han has entered the chat. What is trans X? What's the X for? Unless it's just a typo. Bionicles. Bionicles, no way. Huh? Trans X? No idea. Oh, what's the X for? I don't know. Oh, okay. I thought that was like a thing. Han the Fixer. Bro, Han, I have seen the term before. Oh, okay. Where was Han last night when we were actually talking about his boy Hayek? Yes. Han, have you heard of the Hayek? What was it called? Hayekian economic exclusion zones of China. Have you ever heard about that, Han? We wanted to ask you this question the other day. We needed you, bro, and you weren't here. I'm disappointed. Got to say it. The E-files also took this form. Many kids too. Special place in hell. Yes, and look at like everyone has devolved from the culture wars on the E-files. Everyone's like, yeah, man, it's completely fucked up. Shouldn't do this to kids. But like when it comes to like it's mass shootings at schools, people are like, look, it's unfortunate, but you know, oh well. Can't stop people having guns. It's pretty often it's a sexual extension. Yes, basically free zones. They have them in India too. And so you are aware of the Hayekian zones. We needed to ask you questions yesterday. One question. How do you feel knowing that the communists, those evil commies in China, figured out Hayek's method of success and did it way better than any Western nation could have? Any one of those free market people, eh? They lived up to the true Hayekian experience. Stupid commies doing capitalism better than Westerners. What would they know? Some sacrifices have to be made. Oof. Heavy. China needs the free market to prop up their state-run economy. Ha! That wasn't what I asked you. Nice deflection though. Clever. I'll give you that. China needs the free market to prop up their state economy. It's a good one though. I'll give you that. Not as good as you thought it was though. We were handicapped by our oligarchs. It was predictable.
All right, that was Evan Dyer, a senior reporter for CBC in Ottawa, Canada. Thank you very much.
That was like the only one that gave us actual information so far. And that was a mistake. They have a free market for small businesses. But when they get too big and successful, they have the state come in as a partner. Yeah, and how do you feel knowing that the commies do the free market way better, like a planned economy? What we're talking about here is state control over the economy, effectively. They're doing it. They're living the dream, man. They're living the dream. And they're doing it better than the free market ever could. Or up until this point, anyway. Maybe the free market's going to have a comeback. It's going to be the comeback tour. Free market's going to live again, bro. It's not planned economies. Don't think like that. Clara's trying to ease capitalists when I like it, and communists when I don't like it. So good. Gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. They need the free market to make their communism work. You already used that line, bro. Come on. It's so good. Oh, man. Oh, my God. What like when it gets rid of endemic poverty? Um, get some new lines, hon. Actually, can we go back to this? Actually, that's what we didn't finish off yesterday. I wanted to finish off. I didn't get a chance. What's his name? Gil Duran. All right, I'm going back to this. What did we get? Like halfway through Gil Duran stuff yesterday, I think. Gil Duran in the house. Gil Duran.
History of the
I can't
ideology.
help but think about that as well whenever I hear his name. Let's go back to this. Just this is for you, Han.
Most people of liberal education would have ended up. The war intervened and the Habsburg Empire collapsed, and Austria was shrunk to this kind of like little miniature version of itself, due to his brilliance, was plucked out of this relative obscurity and brought to the very heart of academic prestige at that time in the 1930s, which was the London School of Economics, where he ended up crossing swords with John Maynard Keynes, who was brought to LSE by Lionel Robbins. And he became someone who represented the more skeptical wing of the liberal economic establishment, in the sense that he feared the openness of the Labour Party and the openness of British trade unions to more collectivist forms of politics that were being, at that time, still
What did the
spoken of quite
communists
highly in the
use
Soviet Union.
to
So the
light their
1930s is
homes
important.
before candles? Electricity? Eh? I thought we were going to make a joke about like somebody having torches to shine in the face of police officers. I thought that's where we were going.
To remember was a time when many people were kind of in awe of the Soviet.
What's this? Better be good, Han. I hope it's funny. What's this? Fear the boom and bust. Keynes versus Hayek, the original economics rap battle. Interesting.
Lord Keynes, welcome, sir. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure's all mine.
Your agenda.
That won't be necessary. I am the agenda. Tell them I've arrived.
And then tell them I've arrived.
And your name is?
Hayek? F.A. Hayek. With an H.
You don't have to watch it, but it's a good video. Hey, I don't like it already. Look at that. They've even got Keynes there. It's like the Bible. Hey, poor Hayek. Hey, poor Hayek. Which one is you, Han? Look, I might say this for Far Right Fridays if you're interested, Han.
Soviet industrial expansion and growth. And it was not quite yet taboo, actually, for people even in the kind of center left to speak highly of the Soviet Union. And Hayek was very concerned about that from the beginning, set himself up as the kind of, in some ways, loyal opposition.
So like this guy is like, I don't know if he's critiquing him, but he's giving like an analysis of the Hayek phenomenon. So like as our resident Hayek expert, Han, can you call bullshit on any stuff that this guy says? Because I would like to know if he's trustworthy as a source or if he's just like straw manning Hayek.
Not always that loyal to what became known as Keynesianism. So as the welfare state came into existence in the course of the Second World War, he became the kind of skeptical voice on that. And I'm kind of not phrasing this in as stark a way as it's sometimes phrased, because if you read his most famous book, The Road to Serfdom from 1944, you might be surprised, as sometimes my students are, to find that there's quite a bit of what we would call the welfare state is in that book. He actually does believe there needs to be some kind of floor set for the very poor. He does believe that there can be some kind of taxation if it's being used for socially positive purposes. So it's not a radically libertarian text in the way that we now think of radical libertarianism. And that becomes important because as he becomes more famous in the 1950s and 60s, and especially draws disciples in the United States, you get a
Keynes got his ideas from German fascists. He thought it was a great success when Germany rebuilt in the 30s. Obviously, he didn't like the Nazi Party though, but same principles. And Keynes was wrong on so many things.
kind of fight over the meaning of Hayek. So he himself lives until his 80s, so he doesn't die until the early 1990s. And on the one hand, he becomes a kind of mascot for people like Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan in their campaigns for austerity and welfare reform. But then he also becomes sort of a fought-over figure within the intellectual worlds of the neoliberal and libertarian community, some of who are interested in his ideas of social evolution. As I alluded to earlier, this idea that we should think about the world as filled with peoples and communities that are constantly in a process of kind of Lamarckian evolution. And when some communities figure out habits that make them plug better into the world free market, then those habits proliferate and reproduce and become more dominant. Habits and mentalities he did see as sort of connected to racial groups and national groups, but it wasn't a hard line. He thought there could be emulation, populations could learn over time, and he didn't have extremely reactionary views, in fact, on things like race science. Some of his people in his extended circle, however, did. What I describe as Hayek's bastards.
You go deal with real life for a bit, but I don't think Trump is the USA's Boris Yeltsin. But I do think, Trump is the USA's Boris Yeltsin. Good luck. Thanks for hanging out today. It's good to have you back for round 2.
That book are the people who were in the kind of larger orbit of Hayek, who in the 1980s and 90s into the 2000s took his ideas of communities that were evolutionarily competing and really bolted it on to very old-fashioned ideas of hyper-exclusionary race science. So someone who is probably the most famous figure there is Charles Murray in his 1994 book, The Bell Curve, brought out of the cupboard all of these dusty old
I
ideas.
still got a number of years ahead of higher taxes and lower public services and selling the copper in the walls. So, cheers for the chats. Might catch you guys later if you're still going. I'm going to wrap up soon. I got to bounce in like 20 minutes. But we'll be back on tomorrow.
Is IQ and intelligence measurement, and try to put together an idea of libertarianism in terms of economic capacity with an idea of race science, and use that as a new way to justify things like immigration restriction, pronatalism for high IQ stroke the right racial groups, and opposition to what he calls the dysgenic tendencies being produced by the welfare state. So what people would know now as the alt-right or the more recent far-right is a kind of sometimes uncomfortable, but by now certainly consistent melding of ideas of economic freedom with ideas of racial essentialism and national essentialism. Where I think we're at now, and this is what I think is actually quite interesting, a rupture within the kind of libertarian and broadly speaking Hayekian community. 2020, I think it was, that Tyler Cohen, who is an important neoliberal thinker, he made a kind of a passing remark in his blog, Marginal Revolution, which I think is actually quite important, where he says the libertarian movement has split. What was the split? He said on the one side, there were people, and he was claiming it was people like him, who were interested in what you call state capacity libertarianism. So how can you get a productive relationship between governments and private enterprise, that government acts in a way that is not wasteful or driven only by the demands of marginalized groups, but is operating in a way to keep the flywheel of economic growth spinning and even innovation spinning, and when necessary, going over the heads of the democratic populace. So your point just now about high-speed rail in California is exactly to this point, right? The two biggest books in the kind of ideas policy space from last year were Dan Wang's book, Breakneck, and Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's book, Abundance. And both of those kind of make the very point you're making, is that China was able to do what it has done because it did not get bound up in laws and regulations, and it organized the state the way engineers organize states. It sees a big problem, solves it without being too concerned with consulting every single person along the way. According to the Tyler Cohen model, that is still kind of in the tradition of Hayek. And I don't think that's totally wrong. It's not for nothing that someone like Matt Iglesias and Connor Friedsdorf, who were kind of in the abundance Vox orbit, were just this last week speaking about The Constitution of Liberty by Hayek as this extraordinary book. But there's another side of the Hayekian lineage that Cohen also referred to, within that kind of George Mason University world, often referred to as the sort of fever swamp libertarians. And it's associated with one particular place, which is the Ludwig von Mises Institute in Auburn, Alabama, which was set up in 1982 by someone named Louis Rockwell. And from the beginning was designed to be the culturally conservative, more right-wing version of Hayekian or libertarian thinking. So to them, the Cato Institute, the Heritage Foundation, had gotten too close to Washington, D.C., and had just become a kind of policy shop and had given up on their libertarian bona fides. So you needed to get back to the root of hardwired culture, hardwired belief in religious values as well, and a kind of open willingness to pay fealty to things like racial difference, national patriotism, in a strong opposition to neoconservative foreign policy abroad. So the other reason they'd be against the Heritage Foundation is they think they've tied themselves up too much with the military-industrial complex and the willingness to send American troops overseas to do things like promote democracy. You have the kind of DC Beltway libertarians who are, trying to make peace with the state insofar as it can realize their interests. And then you have this much more volatile wing of right wing with a lot of crossover with the very online alt-right world that we now talk of as groypers. So the Libertarian Party itself, for example, has now been taken over by the Mises Caucus, which is, awash in memes, very interested in a kind of violent nativism, gleefully embracing misogyny and white supremacy. I think that the way that libertarianism and Hayekianism circulates on the right now and in the present sort of MAGA moment is an interesting mixture of these two sides. I think there are still people who believe in a kind of praiseworthy industrial policy of some kind, a more business-friendly, as you well know, Silicon Valley-friendly understanding of what the state can do to pave the way for the frontier investments in AI in particular that need to be done.
I was surprised when we were reading Project 2025, actually, how anti Silicon Valley it was. They really didn't like the tech bros as well. Who is this guy? Seems like a blowhard. Quinn Slobodian. Okay, he seems like a blowhard, but are you saying that what he's talking about is complete nonsense? What he's talking about is just he's got it all wrong, man. He doesn't know what he's talking about at all. Man, that whole Nick Fuentes groyper thing is wackadoodly. It's crazy, isn't it? What a time. Makes sense though in a surveillance capital, like a social media embellished world. Politics are wackadoodle now. People think Aussie right are groypers.
They think they can do that while still...
Every faction of libertarian is alt-right Nazi or another buzzword, bad guy you can think up. Okay. So you don't like the classifications that he's using.
Holding on to their libertarianism. It's a kind of Chinese model of authoritarian capitalism that somehow, not giving into the real problems of the modern pathologies of the state, which is democracy. And then it's no secret that there's also the darker groyper wing of the libertarian community now, which is primarily interested, it seems, in cultural issues, if not outright demographic issues.
Which seems to be largely winning in many ways because they can be so much louder than the people trying to find some kind of nuance in those ideas. You mentioned Charles Murray, and I wanted to bring this up, although we could do a whole episode on this particular topic.
The only thing he got right was the Mises Caucus took over the Libertarian Party because they were getting pussified. Okay. Libertarian to fascist pipeline is definitely real, though.
The Sovereign Individual is a book that really wrapped up some of these ideas into a more modern package back in 1997. And that book by James Dale Davidson and William Rees-Mogg predicted a future in which technology would collapse existing nation states and lead to chaos and crime because automation was going to fundamentally change everything, but that cognitive elites could escape into more protected private zones of sovereignty and be the builders and the masters of the future in this way. And the first time I read that book, I didn't fully understand the degree to which cognitive elites come straight out of Charles Murray.
In the end, the Mises Caucus made a deal with the party during the last election and instantly got stabbed in the back. Mises is going scorched earth now.
and the bell curve, the idea that some people are better and smarter than other people and therefore should rule, which is a very old idea we can trace all the way back to the Greeks. But in a way, it's inescapable that an ideology that is founded in this idea of certain elites deserving a higher place in a hierarchy over others would eventually become infected by all of the other supremacies and hierarchies that exist in the political world. So we're sort of seeing that, I think, in real time happening. And so much of what the zone idea is becoming is a form of new colonialism. Colonialism with a tech twist. When we look at building a city in Honduras, Prospera, or taking over Greenland, which is mostly an indigenous population, and maybe building a freedom city there within a week of Maduro being kidnapped by U.S. forces, the head of the Charter Cities Institute.
So I don't think that what he's talking about there, he's talking about like tech people, like making these private cities for themselves and exploiting like poor nations and like stealing their sovereignty, so they can have their own little sovereign cities inside them. I wouldn't call that digital colonialism, see, because digital colonialism is the stuff that we see in like Nigeria or Southeast Asia, where instead of physically going and colonizing an area to make use of their resources and their cheap labor forces, they just do it through like some contractor that goes there and extracts all of the cheap labor from an area, and they do it via piecemeal, and they engage these people in precarious work, and they steal their labor power. But like they don't even have to go there. There's no on the end of a gun kind of scenario in like old colonialism. They don't have to claim territory. They just send them jobs. And it's all done in the digital realm. There's a distinction between what he's talking about, like where tech bros go with their billions of dollars and buy up land somewhere, and like digital colonialism, whereas you're going to an area to exploit their resources, for setting up, I don't know, data centers or something like that, and their land for data centers, and like exploiting their cheap labor to help, I don't know, do content moderation for you, or to train your algorithms, or to teach your large language models. Those are distinctions that I don't know if Gil properly explained there. The Libertarian Party was drifting towards placation to make incremental gains, but they got so far off the path they were losing their ideology and gaining nothing. So the hardcore libertarians are taking over and getting the party back on track. Should be fun to watch in the future. And no, they are not racists, alt-right Nazis, MAGA, or Groyper adjacent. That is a load of shit. Okay, interesting. So this is like pure libertarianism then you're talking about, not the evolution of libertarian ideas into right-wing cultural development, let's say. I think that libertarian has been influential, though, over things like the alt-right or MAGA or Groyper culture. Libertarian ideals have been foundational for all of these, or very important anyway, for the development of a lot of these subcultures, I guess you would say.
Was pitching a freedom city in Venezuela. So in a way, it seems inescapable that these things would slide toward hierarchy and supremacy. Curtis Jarvin gave an interview to the Anglo-Futurist podcast where
Thomas Massey pisses in Trump's Cheerios on a daily basis, and Trump has enlisted the entire GOP political machine to get rid of one congressman.
Said that what the UK needs to do is re-embrace its sort of 18th and 19th century colonialism, and it needs to recolonize Africa, and envisioned a year 2100 Africa where every person is under surveillance like cattle in Wyoming. He literally made that comparison. And we know where all of them are, and we give them kind of a subsistence living, but we don't allow them to breed too much. So, we have people out there who have been funded by billionaire capitalists pushing the hardest line possible. It's hard for the more mumbly version of that to compete.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely hear what you're saying. I think that, it's not for nothing, and this is the example I bring up in my book, is like the sovereign individual is in a way like speculative science fiction, right? I mean, it is both a kind of description of the way that globalization was going by the late 1990s as they saw it. You had, increasing internet connections, the possibility of e-money or digital cash, allegedly part of the inspiration for Thiel to found.
I hope the libertarians aren't counting on elections. Why? What do you see in your crystal ball?
PayPal. And they then kind of project that forward and say, okay, what does that mean? Well, they say that means that, existing nation states are not long for this world. The labor of the masses is automated away and welfare states collapse under their own indebtedness. The generalized system of civil war will set in, and we, the sovereign individuals, will exit and escape everyday territorial arrangements to kind of live hopping from node to node, insulated from the dangers of a falling world. Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash is telling almost the exact same story at almost the exact same time, right? A couple of years earlier. Frederick Jameson said that science fiction is always diagnostic. And so they're certainly diagnostic, right? They tell us something about the world in which they were written. The question, though, for me is always what political prescriptions might emerge from such diagnoses. I agree with you that these are, at least morally objectionable defenses of certain kinds of hardwired hierarchies, right? If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't have spent so much time writing that book. Unfortunately, it's actually quite possible to live out all of the consequences of that kind of a belief system and be validated in them in our own current existing national arrangement, right? So you don't actually need to create a new polity to have your own sense of entitlement and privilege reinforced in every imaginable way, and to have your own economic comfort facilitated by the institutional arrangements of the state in almost every way. With some creative accounting and some use of offshore havens and trusts and so on, you can really game the whole thing like very, very well already, right? So that leaves me with the question of why would one go that extra level of effort to create, let's say, a freedom city in Greenland or to recolonize Africa? Curtis Yarvin is a Swiftian satirist, basically, that has been taken seriously by gullible politicians, I would say. I don't know what's in his heart.
What the fuck did he call him? A Swiftian satirist? What is a Swiftian satirist? All I can think of is someone that makes fun of Taylor Swift. Swiftian satirist is a writer or a commentator who uses satire in the style of Jonathan Swift, the Anglo-Irish author of Gulliver's Travels and A Modest Proposal. A Swiftian satirist. There you go. Hey, fucking, we just got schooled. I know what you're up to, Curtis Yarvin. I know. Well, you love Jonathan Swift, 4AS? Well, apparently so does Curtis Yarvin. Biting irony and moral outrage. Swift's satire is often sharp, angry, and aimed at exposing hypocrisy, corruption, or cruelty. Deadpan seriousness. He frequently presents outrageous ideas with a calm, rational tone. Extreme exaggeration. For example, A Modest Proposal. He sarcastically suggested that impoverished Irish families sell their children as food to the rich. A shocking exaggeration meant to criticize British policy and indifference. Swift targeted government incompetence, class inequality, and religious conflict. Misanthropic edge. Unlike light or playful satire, Swift's work can feel dark and deeply skeptical about human nature. A Modest Proposal is the best. Oh, you've read it? Interesting. I've read Gulliver's Travels. I didn't know about Modest Proposal, though. Swiftian satirist.
Suspect I wouldn't want to know. But I think one can also see when he says things like that as being not the utterances of an evil man, although they might be that too, but also as diagnostic in the same way that Snow Crash and The Sovereign Individual were, right? So when he...
Curtis, like, T-Swizzle. That's what I was thinking, man. A Swifty. That's what I was thinking. All I could think about was him. Satire. Swifty satire.
He was talking about turning Dubai into a corporation in 2009. That was the same time that Paul Romer, later Nobel Prize-winning economist, was saying similar things, right? Saying that Guantanamo Bay should be turned into a Canadian overseas protectorate and be turned into
satirist.
To a new Hong Kong-style corporate entity. What he's saying now about Africa sounds a lot like WorldCoin, right? I mean, that's basically what Altman was trying to roll out by going out and doing iris scans of large swaths of any global south population he could get his hands on. That would be implicitly, right, a form of surveillance and kind of biometric data mining. So My question with all of these things is not has someone thought them or has someone said them, because the answer is for almost everything, yes, someone has. Why would they be profitable or likely given current situation? So Mark Lutter, Charter Cities Institute, product of George Mason University, has been on this beat for, as you know, decades, right? A very long time. And hasn't gotten very far. I mean, in some ways, I find what's interesting about the startup city movement is not that it exists or that it wants to do things, but that it's been able to do so little, right? I mean, it's
a fair point. They are like a huge class of billionaires. They could do whatever the fuck they want. What's going on there? What's going on there? All right, I got to bounce. I got to cut this one short. We're so close. 43 in. Remember that, we're 43 in. Yeah, I got to bounce. What a day. We have covered some territory today. Oh my God. I know I say that every day, but like seriously, I mean it this time. Wow. Well, from police pushing over grannies to discussing the Mises caucus. We've covered it all, ladies and gentlemen. We've covered it all. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today, chatting, lurking, watching after the fact. If that's you, if you haven't already, hit the like button, and like, I don't know, subscribe and follow if you haven't done that already. You lazy people. Avalava, thanks for your stream chatting. You too, Ninja Nurse, good to have you. Dilemmas, Violet Queen, Jag, Ninja Nurse, I think I already said you. Rogue in the house. Nemesis 10, 4IS, KK Online, Kylie Wayote. Who else we got here that I've missed? I've probably missed a number of people. I think Lap Jeff was in the house earlier. Ravy Baby was here too. Woozle. Just here to watch a trash fire. Claris hanging out. It's good to have you all today. Han coming in late there. Better late than never. Con. It's good to have you as well. Jet B was in the house too for a little bit. Have I missed anyone? I've probably missed a few, so I'm sorry if I've missed you. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. It's been good to... It's been a long, interesting stream, this one. My God. What debates we've had today as well. Check your Discord messages when you get a chance. Got it. Indoctrinathan, thank you as well. And I guess tomorrow we're going to find out the fallout of Melbourne. Melbourne. We'll find out what the riots are like and how the police response is. All right. We're out. See you on the morrow. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery.